Section 14 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 11. The Wives of the Sybarites. As Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus had been equal in imperial power, and both were married, we have one more empress to regard before we pass on to the wives of Commodus. And the account we have already given of Verus will justify us in relegating her to this distinct chapter. Verus had married Lucilla, the eldest daughter of Marcus and Faustina. But the ambiguous repute of her mother will warn us not to expect a painful spectacle of vice in alliance with lofty virtue. Lucilla carries a step further the unhappy disposition which we have suspected in her grandmother, and more palpably detected in her mother. By her union with Lucius Verus, vice was once more decked with the imperial purple and justified in the eyes of Rome. We may briefly consider Lucilla as empress before we follow her lamentable career under the reign of her brother. Lucilla was born in the first year of the married life of Marcus and Faustina. Marcus was then a pale and thin-blooded scholar, Faustina in the full warmth and sensuousness of young womanhood, and it was not unnatural that the child should inherit the temper of her mother without the spiritual restraint of her sire. She was educated with the greatest care, and was betrothed to Verus in her 16th year. Presumably by the will of her father, and certainly with the full assent of Verus, she remained 2 further years in the palace, while Verus wore out his strength in the dissipations of Antioch. Marcus heard of his conduct, and sent out Lucilla to marry him. As if a union with a young woman of 17 or 18 would be apt to have a sobering influence on a man of Verus's habits and parentage. Verus met her at Ephesus, married her there with great pomp, and returned with her to his pleasures at Antioch. They came to Rome at the peace of 166, and Marcus could not fail to learn in full the character of the man to whom he had entrusted his daughter and half his power. The villa which Verus occupied in the Clodian Way was the most notorious house of debauch in Rome. It swarmed with the dancing girls, boys, Eastern slaves, musicians, conjurers, etc., that Verus had brought from the East. One room was fitted up as a popular tavern, and we must leave under the veil of a dead language the abominations that were perpetrated there. One can only repeat such comparatively decent details as that Verus would have gladiators to fight in his house during dinner, and prolong the carouse until his slaves had to bear away his stupefied form on his couch. Or that on other occasions he would emulate the early feats of Nero, and revel at nights in the wine shops and brothels of the popular quarter. One night he gave a superbly furnished banquet, and at the close, in a drunken fit, presented to his guests the costly plate, and even the litters with silver-harnessed mules in which they were taken home. Marcus made several futile attempts to brace him by a campaign in the north, and must have been sincerely relieved when he at last paid by a premature death the price of his excesses. Lucilla had then been empress for 11 years. As she is barely noticed in the chronicles, we are left to imagine the effect on her of living through her early womanhood in such a palace as that of Verus. Probably disgust saved her very largely from the taint. Verus's sister Fabia lived with them, and was generally believed to be intimate with her brother. She at least usurped the place of Lucilla in authority, and the empress must have been as much relieved as her father when Verus died. He was rumored to have been poisoned by Lucilla because of his relations with Fabia. by Faustina for betraying his relations with her, and by Marcus to rid the empire of his sottishness. But an apoplectic fit would be so natural a crown to such a career that we can dispense with so much poison. Lucilla was then married by Marcus to an elderly and worthy senator, Claudius Pompeianus. She and her mother strongly resented the marriage, and demanded a younger and more attractive husband. But the emperor was unusually firm. Unhappily, his firmness was misplaced, for the austerity or age of Pompeianus effected what the profligacy of Verus had failed to do, and Lucilla fell into vicious ways. We may conjecture that this did not happen until after her father's death. Marcus had returned to the war against the Marcomanni, and after 3 years of great exertion and sacrifice, was within sight of victory when death carried him off. He had not married again, in spite of Fabia's efforts to win him. In the fashion approved even by philosophers, he took a concubine to his bed, and virtuously refused to put a stepmother over his children. At his death, a new empress comes upon the scene, and as Lucilla still retained her imperial dignities and privileges, we shall have to consider them in an unamiable conjunction. The last and most fatal blunder of Marcus Aurelius was to leave the empire in the very uncertain hands of his son Commodus. War had drained the treasury. Plague, famine, and sloth had thinned and weakened the population. Vice had again been enthroned for all to admire and imitate. The lusty barbarians were thundering at its gates. A new Vespasian or Trajan was needed to restore its vigor, if such a restoration were possible. Yet Marcus persuaded himself that the pretty youth, with bright eyes and curly golden hair, who played at soldiering in his suite in Germany, could bear this enormous burden. Herodian, whose history of the emperors now opens for us, tells us that Marcus was really concerned on the matter as he lay in his last illness. There were disquieting stories about the character of Commodus. It was said that in his 12th year he had, at Centum Cellae, Civita Vecchia, ordered the bath attendant to be thrown into the furnace because the water was not hot enough. On another occasion, Marcus had driven away certain corrupting attendants, but had recalled them at the petulant tears of his son. They were with him in Pannonia. We may at least assume that even the fond eye of a father must have discerned the weakness of character, which, in the course of a year or two, would let Commodus sink to indescribable depths. Marcus, however, trustful to the end in the sublime truths of his philosophy, was content to summon Commodus to his tent, make a pretty speech to him in the presence of his counselors, and hand over to him the reins of government. For a time Commodus remained in the camp, and let the elders govern. Before long the lighter courtiers hint that it is more comfortable in Rome, and he talks of going. The elders frown, and Pompeianus lectures him. He bows submissively, but it is not long before he decides to go. Numbers of officers discover a similar call to the capital, and a gay cavalcade sets out. Rome is enchanted, and goes out miles along the road to meet Commodus, and strews flowers and laurel in his path, and enthuses over his handsome face and the curly hair that shines like gold in the sun. It was the coming of Caligula and Nero over again. The Roman people, quantum mutatus ab illo, had come to appreciate a pretty face, and a prospect of endless games immeasurably more than the security of the frontier. When Commodus had set out with his father for Germany, he had been married, hastily married, the chronicle says, to a lady as young and thoughtless as himself. Crispina was a very beautiful girl, and of distinguished family. Her father, Bruttius Praesens, was a senator of great merit. It seems that she accompanied Commodus to the camp, and returned with him to Rome. In his train were the evil counselors whom Marcus had banished and recalled. Their hour had come. For 3 years Commodus enjoyed the pleasures which they provided or invented for him, and left the administration in the capable hands of his father's servants. Possibly this was the highest virtue Marcus had expected of him. But the ambition of his confidants steadily grew, and a bitter feud in the palace now came to a head, and gave them an opportunity. Crispina and Lucilla were violently opposed to each other. The imperial title of Lucilla paled beside that of the wife of the ruling emperor. The fire which had been born before her when she went abroad now passed to Crispina, and she had to yield precedence in the palace and the theatre. Crispina, on the other hand, resented the familiarity of Commodus with his sister, and would hardly be ignorant of the interpretation that was generally put on it. The adherents of the palace were thus divided into 2 parties, and the empresses fought for the monopoly of Commodus's favor. At last Lucilla despaired of gaining her end through Commodus, and resolved to have him murdered. There is no room for doubt that the daughter of Faustina and Marcus Aurelius was an abandoned woman. Dio declares that she was no better than Commodus. We may trust that this is an exaggeration, but the other authorities speak of the looseness of her conduct, and are emphatically agreed that she inspired the plot to murder her brother. No one doubts that her purpose was to recover supreme power. The inferences and impressions we draw from imperial portraits are not very substantial, but it is interesting that the statue of Lucilla, which we have, suggests just the type of woman that the historians represent her to have been. It is the figure of a full-bodied woman of strong and imperious temper, sensual to the limit of grossness. In her, the beauty of her mother, instead of being enhanced by the purity of her father, is blighted by a general expression of coarseness and self-assertion. Her criminal design was gradually imparted to her lovers. Among these was a young noble named Quadratus, whom she soon fired with a sense of her grievances, and a conspiracy was framed. The actual assassination was undertaken by her stepson, Claudius Pompeianus. Herodian says that his name was Quintianus, but he may have had this name in addition. Dio gives a confused and contradictory account. He describes Pompeianus as married to Lucilla's daughter, whereas Lucilla was married to his father, and he says that she was intimate with him, yet hated him and wished to destroy him. But as he lived in Rome at the time, we must accept the substance of his story. The young senator Pompeianus was an intimate friend of Commodus, and only an infatuation for Lucilla could have drawn him into the plot. He spoiled it and ruined the conspirators by his melodramatic display. As Commodus entered the amphitheater, he rushed upon him with a drawn sword, but he announced his purpose by crying out, "The Senate sends thee this sword," and the guards arrested him. The plot gave Commodus an opportunity to make a bloody clearance of those who hampered his plans, and caused him to regard the Senate with dark suspicion. The male conspirators were executed, and Lucilla was banished to Capreae. But Crispina had no triumph by the removal of her rival. She had herself been tainted in that atmosphere of vice, and was detected in one of her liaisons by Commodus. She was banished to Capreae, and there both she and Lucilla were put to death. The conspiracy took place in the year 182, the 3rd year of Commodus's reign. The remaining 10 years of his life it would be more agreeable to leave in the untranslatable language of the chroniclers. But he virtually shared his throne with a woman of a singular and interesting type, and we must include her in the gallery of wives of the emperors. Among the property of the wealthy young conspirator, Quadratus, which was at once confiscated, was a very handsome and engaging concubine of the name of Marcia. The concubinatus was, as I have said, a legal and recognized union in Rome, and we must not regard these women who enter our chronicle in that capacity in quite the same light as the mistresses of later Christian princes. They were sometimes of moderately good family, though they seem generally to have belonged to the class of emancipated slaves, and were included in the man's property. Marcia was of the latter class. Probably an orphan at an early age, she was brought up by a eunuch and sold by him to Quadratus. At the dispersal of his property, or even during his life, she attracted the notice of Commodus, and was transferred to the populous harem of his 300 concubines. A few years later, 185, an event occurred that greatly increased her growing power over the emperor. The chief favorite of Commodus was a low-born and despicable courtier named Perennis, who encouraged the emperor to pursue his morbid sensual impulses, while he himself accumulated wealth and power. He flattered and indulged every fancy of his besotted master, and controlled all the resources of the state in his own interest. He was commander of the guards, and seems to have at length conceived an ambition to displace Commodus. One day, when Commodus presided at the games, which he very liberally provided, before an immense crowd, a mild-looking man, said to be a philosopher, rushed into the center of the stage and roared out a warning to the emperor that Perennis was acquiring wealth and aiming at the throne. The prefect had him burned alive, and escaped the emperor's suspicion, but the end was nearer than he expected. A regiment of 1,500 men from the legions of Britain marched into Rome, demanded the head of Perennis, and forced Commodus to recognize and punish the faults of his minister. From that time Marcia occupies the place of prima inter pares in the harem of Commodus. A good deal of research has been expended on this leading concubine of the emperor, because there was a tradition in early Christian literature that she favored and protected, if she did not herself belong to, the new religion. It was said that she sent the eunuch who had reared her to liberate the repressed Christians of Sardinia, and the peace which they enjoyed at Rome during the reign of Commodus is attributed to her influence. But if Marcia had ever belonged to the austere sect of the early Christians, we must, for its credit, entirely dissociate her from it in her imperial days. She seems to have been to the brutal Commodus what Caesonia had been to the equally licentious Caligula. She dressed willingly as an Amazon, and is actually represented on the coins with Commodus in the helmet of a female warrior. If we may put any trust in that meagre portrait of her, she seems to have been of much the same type as Caesonia, a handsome, strong, vulgar woman, owing her influence to her masculine robustness. For 7 years she occupied, without a quarrel, the chief place in a palace in which all the orgies of Caligula, Nero, and Verus were concentrated. At her persuasion, Commodus changed the name of Rome to the Colony of Commodus. One might almost suspect her of genial irony in thus removing the venerable name from the imperial city, during the years when it was degraded by Commodus. Evil as the practices of Caligula and Nero had been, they were surpassed by the insanities and obscenities of the son of Marcus Aurelius. We must leave the veil over the life that was witnessed in the palace during those 10 years. But the crimes of Commodus were not confined to the wild indulgence of his unbridled appetites. The company of gladiators and the daily pleasure of killing degraded him to the character of a mere butcher. He forced the priests of orgiastic Eastern cults to perform on themselves the mutilations which their ritual described. He beat them with the emblem of Anubis, which he carried in their processions. On one occasion he had all the citizens of Rome with some infirmity of the feet gathered in one place, and more or less dressed as dragons. Then the Roman Hercules, as Commodus loved to be called, fell upon them with a club, and killed numbers of them. This and other stories of his indescribable lust and cruelty are told by an historian who saw Commodus daily. In the year 189, Marcia obtained even greater power over her insane lover. The place of Perennis had been at once occupied by another of the emperor's despicable courtiers, Cleander, a Phrygian slave who had risen by base means to be the first minister of the empire. Like his predecessor, he encouraged Commodus to wallow in his vices, while he took advantage of his insanity to enrich himself. The highest positions in the state were sold by him, and men could even purchase from him the right to take vengeance on their enemies, or the privilege not to be executed for their wealth. The treasury was again diminishing, and noble blood poured out freely to refresh it. A great pestilence swept over Italy, exacting thousands of victims daily in Rome alone. A terrible famine succeeded it. The people, observing that the avaricious minister was endeavoring to make a corner in corn, now broke into rebellion and pressed to the palace of the emperor. Commodus was enjoying himself at the beautiful palace of the Quintilians in the suburbs, which he had obtained by murder, when the crowd surged up to the gates. Cleander turned the cavalry upon the people, but the infantry sided with them, and they returned in a storm of anger to the palace. None of his ministers dare approach the room in which Commodus wantoned with his companions, but his sister Fadilla and Marcia broke in with the news that his life was in danger. Some writers say that it was Fadilla who informed him, some that it was Marcia. We may suppose that both of them endeavored to awaken him. The voluptuous coward at once sacrificed Cleander to the crowd, and returned to his vices. Marcia had now the leading influence over Commodus, and Rome sank lower and lower. The butcheries of the amphitheatre were his chief concern. He consorted daily with the gladiators, killed vast numbers of beasts in the arena, and even fought with men who had meekly to submit to be slain by him. Numbers of distinguished or wealthy Romans were put to death on the most frivolous pretexts. Yet the senators were compelled to view and applaud his daily slaughters with such cries as, "Thou conquerest the world, O brave Amazonian!" Dio, who sat among the senators, tells us that one day Commodus made a grotesque attempt to intimidate them. He had just killed an ostrich, and came toward them with the head in one hand and the bloody sword in the other. He grinned and wagged his head without saying a word as he approached them, as if intimating that it would be their turn next. Dio says that his appearance was so ludicrous that he had hastily to pluck a leaf of laurel and chew it to prevent him from laughing. We nearly miss the writing of one of the most valuable histories of the period. The Golden Age, as the Senate was compelled to describe this appalling decade, came to a close through a fresh excess on the part of Commodus Pius, as he was now styled. They had reached the last day of the year 192, and were preparing for the great festivities of the morrow. Commodus informed Marcia that he would spend the night in the house of the gladiators, and issue from it on the morrow at their head. He ordered his chamberlain Eclectus and his commander of the guard Laetus to make the necessary preparation. Marcia and the officers were horrified at his proposal, and besought him to abandon it. After reading the disgusting details of his career in the Historia Augusta, even if we make allowance for exaggeration, one has some difficulty in realizing their indignation. Apparently, however, this proposal to identify himself so intimately with the degraded caste of public gladiators was regarded by them as something of an entirely different nature from the filth and obscenity of his practices in the palace, and they boldly opposed him. He angrily shook them off, and put their names on his condemned list. The Augustan history, recalling a story we have heard before, introduces an element of romance into the adventure. It makes Commodus tie the tablet to his bed and go to sleep, when the tablet is playfully removed by one of his jewel-decked boys, and delivered accidentally into the hands of Marcia. It is better to follow the version of Dio, who was in Rome at the time. The two officers and Marcia, realizing that they had incurred his anger, discussed the matter and decided to assassinate him. Marcia was directed to poison him. She put the poison in the meat he ate, but its effect was spoiled by the quantity of wine he had drunk, and it caused him to vomit. He became suspicious and threatening, and went to the bath. They then hastily took into their confidence his powerful and athletic bath attendant, Narcissus, and he entered and strangled the emperor. One reads with something like amazement that the successful conspirators, instead of gladly announcing that they had rid Rome of such a brute and tyrant, deliberated anxiously how they should proceed. So blind was the attachment of the troops to their paymaster, and of the common citizens to any generous provider of games, that they concealed the deed. Commodus had himself fought 735 times in the public amphitheatre, and on those performances alone had spent 200,000,000 drachmas. The temper of the demoralized people and soldiers was uncertain, and they decided to put the empire at once in the hands of a strong soldier. In the romantic story of the accession of the various empresses of Rome, there are few cases so dramatic as that which introduces the next empress in the series. There was living in Rome at the time an experienced commander in his 60th year of the name of Pertinax. His father had kept a kind of tavern in a village of Liguria. The son had obtained some education, and rapidly climbed the ladder of promotion. He had married Flavia Titiana, the accomplished daughter of a very wealthy and distinguished senator. Himself enamored of Cornificia, the sister of Marcus Aurelius, he had overlooked the vivacity of his wife, and she had at one time attracted comment by her open regard for a musician. At the time of the murder of Commodus, Pertinax was prefect of Rome. He retired to bed on that last night of the year 192 with no suspicion of the great events that were happening in the Domus Vectiliana, to which, it seems, Commodus had gone. In the middle of the night he was awakened with the message that the captain of the Praetorian Guards wished to see him. He calmly said that he had for some time expected to be executed by Commodus, and he continued to lie in quiet dignity when Laetus entered to tell him that they offered him the empire. He begged Laetus to abandon his unseemly joke and carry out his orders. He was at last convinced that Commodus was dead, and through the darkness of the stormy winter night they made their way to the camp. They announced to the guards that Commodus had died of apoplexy, and that Pertinax was submitted to be chosen by them as emperor. The soldiers listened with no enthusiasm. Under the license of the reign of Commodus, they had been permitted to take the most extraordinary liberties, and they dreaded the accession of a commander. The news had, however, spread by this time through the city. People crowded into the torch-lit streets and poured out toward the camp, hailing the name of Pertinax and execrating that of Commodus. A promise of 3,000 denarii to each man overcame the last opposition of the guards, and they coldly consented to the choice. In the Senate, too, there was hesitation. "We see behind you," said the consul Falco, "the ministers of Commodus's crimes, Laetus and Marcia." Pertinax himself, indeed, was still very reluctant, but the Senate urged the imperial power upon him, and the new year dawned at Rome upon a people angrily scattering the statues and memorials of Commodus, and expressing a wild rejoicing over the advent of its new ruler. Titiana never bore the title of Augusta, and we may dismiss very briefly her few months of residence in the palace. The Senate offered the title of Augusta to Titiana, and that of Caesar to their son, but Pertinax refused both. "Let the boy earn it," he said of his son. And Dio says that he kept the title from his wife either because of the insecurity of his position, or because he would not let his lascivious consort stain the name of Augusta. Titiana was evidently not the kind of woman to cooperate with Pertinax in his reforms, and she probably shared the disdain with which her friends regarded his ways. Although he at once began to undo the evil wrought by Commodus, to banish the informers, regulate the taxes, and purify the administration of justice, he alienated the Romans by passing to an extreme of sobriety. The palace he purified in very summary fashion. He had the whole apparatus of Commodus's luxury sold by auction, and Rome looked on with delight as the 300 pretty boys and 300 choice concubines, the gold and silver plate, the precious vases and silks and chariots and wonderful machines of the Sybarite were exposed to their view. But Pertinax carried his economy too far. Patricians told with contempt that he would put half a lettuce on the imperial board, and would make a hare last 3 days. The people missed the unceasing stimulation of the amphitheater. The soldiers chafed at the discipline he sought to enforce. Within 3 months of his remarkable accession to power, Pertinax was assassinated by the guards, and Titiana fell back into the obscurity from which she had momentarily emerged. Another empress of a day, and one that came to the throne under no less romantic circumstances, claims our attention for a moment before we pass on to a more imposing figure. It was on the 28th of March, 193, that the soldiers brutally assassinated Pertinax. On the rumor of trouble, Pertinax had sent his father-in-law, Sulpicianus, to secure tranquillity in the camp. As he lingered there, the soldiers returned with the dripping head of the emperor, and he recognized that the throne was vacant. With a callousness that is almost incredible, but is fully attested, he at once made an offer of money to the soldiers for the imperial power. It occurred to some of the soldiers that a higher bid might be secured, and they announced from the rampart of their camp, in which they had enclosed themselves, that the throne was virtually on sale. In particular, they sent word to one of the wealthiest citizens, Didius Julianus, and invited him to make an offer. Whether or no it be true that he yielded to the vanity of his wife and daughter, he does not seem to have needed pressure. Julianus went to the camp and made a higher offer than that of Sulpicianus. It was the early evening, and a crowd had gathered to witness the appalling spectacle of the sale of the empire. Julianus pointed out that his rival was the father-in-law of the man they had killed, and might be expected to have some design of revenge. The soldiers admitted Julianus by a ladder, and the 2 senators made bids against each other, the soldiers on the wall announcing their offers. At length Julianus made an offer equal to more than 200 pounds to each soldier, and he was greeted as emperor. Under the close guard of the soldiers he was conducted amid an angry people to the Senate and forced upon the senators. They then concluded their bargain by conducting him to the palace, and the vain old man had time to reflect on the extraordinary situation he had suddenly reached. His wife, Manlia Scantilla, and daughter, Didia Clara, joined him in fear and concern, the Historia Augusta says, and he finished the day with a prolonged entertainment. His wife and daughter were decorated with the title of Augusta on the morrow, but they soon found that Julianus had squandered his comfortable wealth on a dangerous bauble. Not only did the Roman people jeer at him whenever he appeared, but the news soon came that the distant legions were aflame with anger, and were about to march on Rome to wrest the empire from him. Presently he heard that the commander of the troops in Pannonia had begun his march at the head of a formidable army. Julianus first had him declared a public enemy, and sent men to assassinate him. Then he offered to share the empire with him. Severus and his hardened troops passed relentlessly over the Alps, and proceeded along the plains of Italy. Julianus stung the demoralized soldiers who had sold him the empire into some pretense of resistance, threw up earthworks in the suburbs, endeavored to train his elephants for the fight, and, as a last resort, fortified the palace. But his effeminate troops quailed before the seasoned legions from Germany, and when Severus reached Rome, Julianus found himself deserted. The Senate decreed his death, and he was beheaded in the palace which he had enjoyed at the price of his fortune and his life for 66 days. And the two broken-hearted Augustae laid down their dignity, and bore the body of Didius Julianus to the tomb of his ancestors. Marcia, too, had ended her semi-imperial career with a violent death. After the assassination of Commodus, she had married the chamberlain Eclectus, with whom she had long been intimate. Eclectus became the chamberlain of Pertinax, and perished not ignobly with his master. Marcia did not long survive her husband, however. Julianus had promised the soldiers that he would avenge the murder of Commodus, and he sought the remaining members of the conspiracy, Laetus, Narcissus, and Marcia, and put them to death. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 12. Julia Domna. With the accession of Septimius Severus to the throne, we find ourselves confronting one of the most dominant personalities in the long line of Roman empresses, a woman of the standard of Livia, Agrippina, and Plotina, and passing again into one of the brighter periods of the life of the empire. The degradation of Commodus's reign will disappear like a mist on a summer morn. The jaded frame of the empire will seem to recover all its vigor in a few years. These periods of rapid recovery are not sufficiently appreciated by the rhetorical censors of the morals of Rome, whose investigations are almost entirely confined to the reigns of Caligula, Nero, Commodus, Caracalla, and Elagabalus, as if it were just to define the climate of a region by its worst days only. Let a strong man rise to power, let an imperial encouragement be given to virtue and manliness, and even the city of Rome takes on a normal moral aspect. The throne is but an electric point, and according as it is positive or negative, it draws into the light of history either the good or the bad elements of Rome. Both are there all the time, and if the good rulers had made as drastic a purge of evil types as evil rulers made of good types when they came to power, the empire might not have provided so much material to the censors of extinct civilizations. The empresses whom we have hitherto considered were, with a few exceptions, the daughters of Roman patricians, or of distinguished provincials who had lived in Rome for a generation or two. In Julia Domna, the wife of Severus, we have for the first time a woman of the East on the throne, and as her family will for some time deeply influence the fortunes of the empire, it will be interesting to glance at her origin. On the bank of the Orontes in Syria, at the large village or small town of Emesa, now Hems, there was in the 2nd century a very ancient and prosperous religious center. At some early date in the history of the land, a mysterious stone had been cast on the country from the home of the gods, a meteorite, modern science would call it, and it had been set up as a symbol of the regenerating god, Elagabal, which the Greeks improperly turned into Heliogabalus, or sun god. A fine temple was in time built to shelter it. Pilgrims sought it from the whole country, and the richest gifts were made to the god and his living representatives. About the middle of the 2nd century, the priest in charge was a certain Bassianus, who had 2 handsome and very clever daughters. The planets which presided at the birth of the elder promised her, according to the astrologers, a throne, and as there was a camp of Roman soldiers near Emesa, and the temple was a great attraction to the soldiers in their exile, the pretty Syrian girl and her horoscope came to be known very far away. In the year 186 or 187, an offer of marriage came to the priest's daughter from one of the highest officials, the legatus, of the rich province of Lower Gaul, and she crossed sea and land to accept it. Within 6 years this officer, Septimius Severus, was Emperor of Rome, and Julia Domna was Empress. Some doubt has been thrown on this pretty story, and Serviez, whose chapter on Julia Domna is a piece of irresponsible fiction, describes her as coming to Rome on her own account in search of adventure. But we have abundant evidence that Severus was a most enthusiastic astrologer, and there is nothing improbable in this story. Severus was of the province of Roman Africa, of humble family, and like so many energetic men in the days of Antoninus and Marcus, had earned promotion from office to office. He had first married a certain Pacia Marciana at Rome. He was then made praetor, had a military command in Spain and Gaul, spent some years in study at Athens, and became legate of the Lugdunian province. At Lyon he lost his first wife and sought a second. Hearing that there was a maid in Syria with a royal horoscope, he sent for her and married her at Lyon. A child was born the first year, and although Bassianus, more popularly Caracalla, is described by Eutropius and Aurelius Victor as her stepson, he was undoubtedly her first child. Geta, his brother and co-emperor, was born 2 years later. By that time they were living in Rome, where Severus was consul. Commodus, whose follies excited his ambition no less than his disdain, gave him the command in Lower Germany. Immediately afterwards Commodus was assassinated, and about 3 months later came the news of the murder of Pertinax. It was easy to inflame the troops with anger on this occasion, and as Severus offered a more than usually heavy bribe, he was acclaimed emperor, and as we saw, led the legions upon Rome. We do not know whether Julia had remained at Rome or accompanied him, but she would be present when Rome greeted its new ruler. He rode in full armor, at the center of a picked body of 600 men. When, however, he saw that Rome had entirely deserted Julianus, he entered the city in civic costume on foot. Flowers and laurel and gay hangings decorated all the houses, and the early summer sun shone on the white-robed masses of the citizens. Another splendid but less joyous spectacle was offered on the morrow, when a wax image of Pertinax was honored with an imperial funeral. Then he set about the stern business of securing his empire. He had no title to it but his sword, and there were 2 other able generals, Albinus in Britain and Niger in Syria, urging the same title on their own behalf. We do not know whether Julia accompanied Severus during the long civil war that followed. Some of the authorities represent her as egging on her husband to the destruction of his rivals. The advice would not be unnatural, but it would be so superfluous that we disregard the statement. With a craft that has not won him the regard of historians, Severus held Albinus in Britain with the empty title of Caesar, while he proceeded to crush Niger in the east. As there are coins of the year 196, which entitle Julia Mother of the Camps, she probably accompanied Severus to the east, but we need not pursue the long campaign. Severus committed the work to his generals, and kept watch over Rome and the west. Several years were absorbed in pacifying the east, and he then turned toward Britain. Acting under the strain of African barbarism which undoubtedly existed in the nature of Severus, he sent men with a treacherous commission to murder Albinus, and the discovery of the plot brought the British legions thundering over Gaul. The rivals met decisively at Lyon, and a titanic conflict ended with the triumph of Severus. Rome had followed the even struggle with suspense, and some had ventured to take sides. The omens were ambiguous. A strange light, the aurora, flickered in the northern sky, and a rain mixed with silver — Dio soberly assures us that he plated several bronze coins with it — fell upon the city. Human judgment had been as uncertain as that of the gods, and many of the Romans had espoused the white Albinus, or the black Niger cause, instead of that of the gray, to put it in the language of the hour. For Severus to have abstained entirely from punishing those who had supported his rivals, after the years of anxiety they had caused him, is too much to expect. But it must be admitted that his vengeance was cruel, and that his plea of the security of the state was little more than a cloak for a very human resentment. The Historia Augusta gives a ghastly list of 41 senators whom he put to death, and crowds of lesser folk suffered from his vindictiveness. From Syria to Gaul he marked the progress of his triumph with a trail of human blood. Of the attitude of Julia in regard to these executions we have no knowledge. Severus was a cruel and passionate African, and we have no reason to think that anyone impelled him to commit these deeds. His whole behavior in the hour of triumph was injudicious and unworthy. He made a most unpleasant speech to the Senate in praise of Commodus, and directed that the highest honors should be paid to his memory. It may be that the consciousness of his lowly origin, which his sister tactlessly irritated by coming to Rome and displaying her rural innocence to the amusement of the nobles, made him more suspicious of the patrician order than he need have been. Albinus, however, had come of a most ancient and honorable, if somewhat decayed, stock, and his finer blood may have influenced the Senate. Leaving Rome under a painful impression of his harsh use of power, he set out for the East, where the Parthians were again in arms. Julia accompanied him on this campaign, but it is of little interest. The Parthians retired before his advance, and he pursued them down the Euphrates, and for a time held Babylon and several of the ancient cities of the East. Foiled and incurring heavy losses in the siege of Hatra, he retired sullenly from Mesopotamia, and sought consolation in a pleasant tour through Palestine and Egypt. They returned to Rome about the beginning of the 3rd century for their first long stay in the capital. The remarkable number of inscriptions that still survive in the most distant parts of the empire bear witness that Julia was already regarded as an active empress, not merely as the companion of Severus. Probably she comes next to Livia. Some would place her before Livia in the general recognition of her political existence. But on her return to Rome she found a bitter opponent in the person of Severus's chief minister, and for a time she confined herself to personal concerns. This minister, Plautianus, was a fellow townsman, possibly a relative of the emperor, and enjoyed and abused his entire confidence. He was promoted to the command of the Praetorian Guards, whom Severus, after punishing them for the murder of Pertinax, had reorganized and enormously increased. Finding himself at the head of 50,000 picked men, and entrusted during the long absence of the emperor with the supreme affairs of the state, Plautianus indulged his vanity in the strangest excesses. When his superb chariot drove through Rome, runners were sent ahead to warn the common folk that they must turn away and not gaze on his august person. And there were more statues of him in Rome than of the emperor. He even had 100 Romans of all ages, including many of noble birth, emasculated, in order that his daughter might be attended with all the splendor and security of an oriental harem. Severus begged the hand of this privileged maiden for his elder son. Bassianus was then in his 16th year, and had just been nominated Caesar by his father. Plautianus consented, and a princely wedding took place. People remarked, as the rich gifts were borne through the forum to the palace, that the prefect of the guards had been able to give his daughter a dowry that would have sufficed for the daughters of 50 kings. 2 circumstances conspired to wreck this auspicious marriage. Bassianus disliked Plautilla. Julia hated her conceited and overbearing father. A third circumstance, in the opinion of Rome, was that Bassianus was already too intimate with a fiery little Syrian cousin, then living at the palace, of whom we shall see much in the next chapter. At length Plautianus brought a formal charge against the empress, and there was agitation in the palace. The charge seems to be one of adultery, and though it was not established, some of the later historians declare that she owed her escape only to the fondness of Severus. Aurelius Victor, De Caesaribus 20, says that, quote, his wife's infamies robbed Severus of the height of his glory, end of quote. And he charges her with, to the emperor's knowledge, loose ways and treason. Lampridius, Historia Augusta, Severus, c. 18, affirms that she was, quote, notorious for her adulteries and guilty of conspiracy, end of quote. Eutropius and Herodian join with them in bringing an even graver charge against her later. Dio, however, who was on the spot, brings no charge against her character, and many hold that his silence is more instructive than the chatter of later compilers. We may add that Severus was very eager to stamp out adultery, and although his efforts were frustrated by the unwillingness of the citizens to use his law, Dio, when he was consul, found 3,000 charges lying unheeded in the offices. His known temper must be taken into account. On the other hand, Dio wrote his history in the reign of a member of Julia's family, and may have omitted much out of discretion. The evidence is, as usual, perplexing, and there is no need to press for a verdict. The Oriental religion to which Julia adhered was not one to lay bonds upon the passion of love, and the removal from the guarded seclusion of the East to the free life of the West would not engender scruples. The charge, in fact, was not admitted by Severus to be proved, though noble dames were tortured to wring evidence from them. After this scorching ordeal, however, Julia moderated her open hostility to Plautianus, and sought consolation in a close application to letters and philosophy. Her sister, Julia Maesa, had by this time come from Emesa to join her in the palace, and had brought 2 married daughters, of whom we shall hear more. With these and the literary men of Rome, she formed an intellectual circle and withdrew from politics. But there can be little doubt that Julia encouraged her son's dislike of Plautilla. Herodian declares that the young wife was, quote, "a most shameless creature." End of quote. We may refuse to accept this description of the unhappy young princess, and see in it only an echo of the attack upon her. Bullied and threatened by Bassianus, she at last returned in tears to her father's mansion, and the prefect renewed his attacks with great warmth. Severus refused to hear complaints against him, until his brother Geta suggested to him on his deathbed that Plautianus was acquiring his enormous wealth with a view to seizing the throne. From that hour Severus behaved more coldly to his minister, and Julia's party took courage. At length Bassianus persuaded his father that the minister was plotting. If we may believe the romantic version, Plautianus sent a man to assassinate Severus and his sons. The man betrayed him at the palace, and was directed by Bassianus to return and pretend to bring the prefect to see the dead bodies. At all events, Plautianus came in haste to the palace, was alarmed to see the gates closed behind him, and was led to the presence of the emperor and Bassianus. Shortly afterwards the head of Plautianus was tossed onto the street from the roof of the palace. Dio adds that a man plucked a handful of hair from the bleeding head, and rushed with it to Julia and Plautilla, crying, "Behold your Plautianus." The unhappy girl was banished to Lipara, and was executed there by Bassianus after the death of his father. It was perhaps inevitable that a series of executions should follow the fall of the favorite, but in a short time the life of the palace fell into a quiet routine. Severus, a big, powerful man with a crown of gray hair above his venerable features, set an example of sobriety and industry. He was generally at work before dawn, and would return to work after a frugal midday meal with his boys. They were years of peace and prosperity, and he made admirable use of the opportunity to restore the decaying buildings and institutions of the empire, and to replenish the treasury. He regretted his lack of culture, and listened with deference to the learned discussions in which his wife and her relatives engaged. His one accomplishment in the way of science was a thorough command of the mysteries of astrology, as the golden stars with which he decorated the ceilings of his palace informed the visitor. Julia joined with him in the work of restoration. We know that at Rome she rebuilt the temple of Vesta, and the numerous provincial inscriptions suggest a much wider interest. Under her lead, the women of Rome were encouraged to look beyond their homes. Sabina had erected or dedicated a meeting hall for women in the Forum of Trajan, but it had fallen into decay. Julia restored this early women's club, and no doubt introduced into it the enthusiasm for letters and philosophy which she still had. Her circle, as Philostratus calls it, probably included the historian Dio, who was still at Rome, and the poet Appian, who had for some years before described her as the great Domna. Philostratus himself, a Greek writer and rhetorician, one of the most learned men of the time, was closely associated with her. It was at her request that he wrote his famous Life of Apollonius of Tyana. In his Lives of the Sophists, Philiscus, he speaks of her as Julia the philosopher, and in one of his letters, 73, he refers with high appreciation to her learning. Julia was then in the prime of her life, and in her happiest days. The bust of her that quickly catches the eye in the Vatican Museum, the largest surviving portrait bust of the period, will hardly be deemed to possess the beauty with which the historians invest her. The thick lips and large nose which betray her ancestry do not compare well with the features of other empresses, but the grave, strong, thoughtful face and large eyes, which we may imagine instinct with Syrian fire, are undeniably handsome. Her sister Julia Maesa was with her, a woman of similar strength, moderation, and judgment. But the younger generation in the palace gave them concern. The young men, Bassianus and Geta, were loose and luxurious in their ways, and one of the daughters of Mesa, Julia Soaemius, was a fit companion for Bassianus. Severus, noting the advance of his gout, looked with grave eyes on the soft habits and the constant quarrels of the sons whom he wished to leave partners in the empire. An eruption of the Caledonians in the north of Britain led him to think that a campaign under his eyes would alter the evil ways of his sons, and he set out for the west. Julia accompanied them, but we can hardly suppose that she ventured further north than Eboracum, York. The mist-wrapped hills and watery lowlands beyond were to the Roman a shuddering wilderness, fit only for the breeding of savages who were as amphibious as rats. Dio unflatteringly describes the North Britons and Scots of the time as, quote, inhabiting wild, waterless mountains and desolate, swampy plains, end of quote, and, quote, dwelling in tents without coats or shoes, possessing their wives and rearing their offspring in common, end of quote. We may find some consolation in the assurance of Lampridius that Britain south of this region was, quote, the greatest glory of the empire, end of quote. Even the Scots, however, had their glories. When Severus returned to York, after having pushed to the extreme north of Caledonia and lost 50,000 men without bringing the elusive enemy to battle, he brought with him envoys of the Caledonians to discuss the terms of peace. Among them was the wife of the chief Argentacoxus, should it be McDermott, with whom the philosophic empress held converse through an interpreter. Julia insinuated that their matrimonial arrangements were not all that could be desired. Quote, we satisfy the needs of nature in a much better way than you Roman women, end of quote, said the hardy Scot. Quote, we have dealings openly with the best of our men, whereas you let yourselves be debauched in secret by the vilest, end of quote. Eugenics is an ancient practice, if a modern theory. Severus was borne back, weary and dispirited, on his litter to York. Bassianus, impatient to reach the throne that he would soon disgrace, had attempted his father's life, and fully exhibited the brutality of his character. Yet Severus, who had often censured Marcus Aurelius for entrusting the empire to Commodus, listened in turn to the fond pleading of his parental feelings, and designated his sons as his successors. He died at York in February 211, and a hasty settlement was made of affairs in Britain that they might return at once to the capital. They placed the ashes of the emperor in an alabaster urn, and set out with it for Rome. From that day the life of Julia Domna was one of anxiety, and we may trust that it was one of pain. Even on the journey homeward her sons were ostentatiously armed against each other's designs. Bassianus, or Antoninus as he had now been named, was a strong, brutal, and imperious youth, as eager to murder his brother as he had been to shorten his father's life. Geta was brighter, gentler, and more cultivated, and the affection of the legions for him kept Antoninus in check while they were with the army. When they arrived in Rome, their first business was the funeral of Severus. His pale wax image was laid on a lofty ivory couch, and the black-robed senators and white-clad matrons watched it for 7 days. Then it was borne to the old forum, where the chorus of sons and women of the nobility sang the old funeral chants, and on to the great wooden tower, stuffed with spices and inflammable matter, in the field of Mars, where, from the midst of the flaming pile, the released eagle symbolized the passage of the soul of Severus to the home of the gods. The quarrel between Antoninus and Geta at once broke out with greater menace than ever. They kept their separate apartments rigidly guarded in the palace, and a troop of soldiers and athletes watched day and night over the person of the younger emperor. Someone suggested that the empire should be divided, as it was later, and that Geta should take the Asiatic half. Herodian says, though one reads with suspicion his full reports of speeches that were made a century before, that Julia opposed this plan passionately. They must divide their mother, she declared, before they should divide the empire. The gloom grew deeper over the palace, and the inevitable end did not tarry long. Antoninus one day professed that he wished to be reconciled, and invited Geta to meet him in his mother's room. As soon as Geta entered, the officers whom Antoninus had at hand drew their swords. Geta flew to his mother's bosom, and she put her arms about him, but they killed him in her embrace, and even cut the arm in which she clasped him. Once more the channels ran with the best blood of Rome, as Antoninus turned vindictively upon the supporters of his brother. Even ancient nobles who had survived several of these massacres, such as Claudius Pompeianus, the second husband of Marcus Aurelius's daughter, now came to a violent end. The aged sister of Marcus Aurelius, Pornificia, was put to death for weeping at the news of the brutal crime. Dio assures us that no less than 20,000 men and women, including some of the finest of the time, were put to death in that awful carnage. Surely one of the chief causes of the deterioration of Rome, these repeated purges of its best elements, has been overlooked in the endless speculations about its fall. The Historia Augusta tells us that Julia herself was discovered in tears by Antoninus, and only escaped death because the emperor feared a rebellion if he killed her. Curiously enough, the same historian and several others go on to give us a far different and less honorable account of her conduct after the death of Geta. In the general horror with which his abominable deeds were contemplated, Antoninus had the astuteness to purchase the favor of the army. He bestowed an extraordinary donation on the guards, and entered upon a systematic policy of enriching and indulging the troops. From the pale faces of the citizens of Rome, he retired to the military quarters on the Danube, and endeavored, by a year of hard hunting and carousing, to banish the ghost which, he confessed, haunted him. Inscriptions have been found in Germany which suggest that his mother was with him. However that may be, she joined him when he crossed the Hellespont to Asia, and was nearly drowned in the passage, and began to take a most important part in the administration. With the Senate, over whom he had set in authority a Spanish juggler, he was too disdainful to deal, except on the most important subjects. His chief aim was to wring money out of Rome and the provinces, and spend it on the troops. He, plundered the whole earth, says Dio. He wore the long, rough cloak of a Goth, from which he was given the nickname of Caracalla, the name of the garment, and ate the rough food of a soldier on campaign, though he gave himself wildly to the luxurious life of the cities of Asia Minor. Julia settled in Nicomedia, where she had spent a good part of 214 and 215, and then in Antioch. Caracalla never married again. Indeed, there can be little doubt that venereal disease was the chief cause of his madness and brutality during these years. As a boy, reared by a Christian nurse, says Tertullian, he had been most gentle and humane. Julia, therefore, was still empress, and she undertook the greater part of Caracalla's work. All letters from Rome were forwarded to her, and she dealt with them all, except a few that had to be submitted to the emperor. The inscriptions cut in honor of her during these years were remarkably numerous, and from them and the coins we learn how great were her authority and influence. Her official title grew until at length it became Julia Pia Felix Augusta, Mater Augusti et Castrorum et Senatus et Patriae. All the several epithets that were ever bestowed on other empresses were gathered together in her name. This intimate association with so foul an emperor as Caracalla lent color to the current belief that she was linked with him in another capacity than that of mother. Herodian 4, Eutropius 8, and Aurelius Victor, Epitome 21, give the charge as an undoubted fact. Spartianus, Historia Augusta, Caracalla 10, gives a circumstantial story of the mother leading the son astray, and Aurelius Victor gives the same anecdote in his De Caesaribus 21. She is said to have presented herself to Caracalla in what Serviez calls, an exceedingly magnificent and becoming dress, se maxima corporis parte denudasset, is the text, and yielded with ease. The anecdote is too common a sample of the salacious gossip of the time to be taken seriously, but the substantial charge is not so easily set aside. Dio, it is true, does not give it. When he speaks, C10, of Caracalla having, possessed the rascality panorgon of his mother, he does not indeed pay a tribute to her character, but the word he employs seems to indicate craft, perhaps unscrupulous craft, rather than lasciviousness. But even Dio relates an adventure which fairly shows that this grave charge against Julia was widely credited in his day. In the year 216, during his tour in the East, Caracalla announced that he would honor Alexandria with a visit. Unsparing as the Alexandrians had been in their witticisms on the ugly, bald, and prematurely old young man, with all his brutality and folly, they had no suspicion of his real intention, and they prepared to receive him with great honor. Once inside their gates, however, he savagely precipitated his troops on the unarmed citizens, and for several days directed the carnage and pillage from the temple of Serapis. This savage onslaught is said by Dio to have been a punishment for the jibes of the Alexandrians, and we know from Herodian that one of their most deadly shafts was to speak of him and his mother as Oedipus and Jocasta. It cannot therefore be said that Dio is unaware of the current belief, nor can we follow Miss Wilkins when she suggests that the "elderly empress" was incapable of such conduct. Julia had been married only 29 years before, and may very well be presumed to have been in her early 40s in the year 216. She was in "the full flush of life," as Dio expressly says, and is not known to have embraced any system of ethics or religion which would lay a stigma on incest. But the general moderation of her career, and the repellent character of Caracalla, unrelieved by a single grace of person or disposition, must weigh heavily in the scale against the gossip of Rome. We know at least that she endeavored to curb the wild excesses that were bringing a doom on her son and endangering the stability of the empire. When he debased the coinage and despoiled his subjects, she remonstrated. But he laughingly drew his sword and said, "Courage, mother, while we have this, money will not fail us." "In such things," says Dio, "he paid no heed to his mother, who gave him much excellent advice." She continued to act as the first minister of her son, while he wandered from region to region in search of adventure. One of his exploits will suffice to illustrate his peculiar method of winning glory. From Egypt he advanced against the Parthians. He sent a flattering letter to the Parthian king, submitting that the two great empires ought amicably to divide the world, and asking for the hand of his daughter. His persistent lying disarmed even the crafty Parthians, and he was admitted into their kingdom with a body of troops. He at once flung his troops upon the vast unarmed multitude that came out to greet him, mingled their blood with the flowers they had strewn in his path, and sacked a large part of Media and Parthia. But the end to his infamous life was rapidly approaching. He had written to Rome, some time previously, to direct that the Chaldeans should be consulted as to the name of his successor, so that he might slay the man named. The minister to whom he wrote had some grievance against one of the officials in the East, Opilius Macrinus, and he wrote to inform Caracalla that Macrinus was designated by an African soothsayer. The more romantic historians say that this letter reached Caracalla just as he was engaged in directing a race, and that he gave it unopened to Macrinus himself to deal with. More plausible is the story related by Dio. The letter went, as all letters went, to the Empress at Antioch, and a delay was caused. Macrinus had in the meantime learned from Rome the danger that threatened him, and he set energetically to work. A discontented soldier in Caracalla's bodyguard was secured, and on the 8th of March, 217, he ended that emperor's infamies with the thrust of a dagger. It was a timely release for Rome. It was discovered after his death that he had bought great quantities of poison in Asia. Julia indulged in an unusual display of violence when the news reached her at Antioch. She mourned little over the removal of her son, says Dio, as she "had hated him when he was alive." But the prospect of laying down her imperial power and retiring into private life in the prime of her womanhood filled her with anger. She learned that, after a brief hesitation, Macrinus had promised the usual bribe to the troops and obtained the empire. Rumor quickly recognized in him the assassin of Caracalla, and Julia made the most violent attacks on him. Meantime, he had written to assure her that he would recognize her imperial status and not remove her guard of honor. He feared the attachment of the soldiers to Caracalla, and disavowed his share in the assassination. Julia perceived his weakness, and abandoning her first resolve to take her life by refusing food, she entertained a hope of unseating the upstart. But the soldiers, however much attached to Caracalla, had little idea of putting a Semiramis on the throne of Rome. Her plan miscarried, and Macrinus heard of her invectives. He ordered her to leave Antioch and go where she willed. Her sister and nieces returned to the paternal temple at Emesa, where we shall soon rejoin them. But Julia, failing entirely to foresee the extraordinary adventure by which they would shortly return to power, racked with the pain of a cancer, which she had aggravated by a blow on the breast in her first anger, decided to leave the world. She refused food, and died in May or June 217. Her remains were afterwards buried with great pomp at Rome, and her name was added to the quaint list of the imperial gods and goddesses. End of section 15. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 16 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 13. In the Days of Elagabalus. The fates were now preparing as strange a revolution, and bringing upon the imperial stage as grotesque a figure as any that have yet come under our notice. 3 women, the sister and the nieces of Julia Domna, are the engineers of this revolution, and, clothed with the imperial dignity, control the fortunes of Rome in the extraordinary period that followed it. But before we introduce the tragic-comic figure of Elagabalus, we must clear the stage of the temporary emperor and his faint shadow of an empress. Opilius Macrinus was a weak, vain, and unimpressive old man. Accident had put the empire within his reach. He timidly grasped it because no other offered to do so, and held it until another desired it. He was in his 53rd year, a man of obscure African origin, an adventurer in the public service. He was married to Nonnia Celsa, of whom we know only that her qualities were not generally believed to include the possession of virtue. Their son, Diadumenianus, was a tall and handsome youth, with black eyes and curly yellow hair. When his father made him Caesar, and he donned a purple robe, the spectators are said to have melted with affection. He lived long enough to show, by urging his parents to deal more drastically with rebels, that his heart was not so tender as his pretty looks had suggested. How happy and fortunate we are, Macrinus wrote to his family, when his accession was secured. In little more than a year he would be flying over the hills of Asia Minor, and he and his handsome boy would be cruelly put to death. He set out at once with great display against the unruly Parthians. But he soon purchased an ignoble peace from them, and repaired to the banquets and pleasures of Antioch. Anxious as he was about his position, he made the fatal error of keeping the troops in camp, and there soon passed from legion to legion an ominous murmur. The soldiers contrasted his luxury with Caracalla's sharing of their march and their cheese, and chafed under the discipline he rightly sought to enforce. The rumor spread, too, that Macrinus had given offense to the Senate, and that a mule had borne a mule at Rome, and a sow had given birth to a little pig with 2 heads and 8 feet. The apparition of a comet and an eclipse of the sun made it yet more certain that something was going to happen, and confirmed those who were preparing the event. In the month of May, Macrinus heard that a boy of 14, supported by 3 women and a eunuch, had claimed the throne and seduced some troops. He sent a general with a moderate force to bring him the boy's head. In a week or 2 a messenger returned with a head, his general's head. He roused himself from the drowsy luxury of Antioch and set out with his army. The 3 women, as I have said, Julia Maesa, sister of Julia Domna, and her daughters, Soamius and Mamea. At the death of Julia Domna, they had retired to the ancestral home at Emesa, in Syria, but with a very considerable fortune, which Maesa had gathered at the court of Severus and Caracalla. The 2 daughters seem to have lost their husbands, though each had a son. Soamius had a child of 14 years, named Varius Avitus Bassianus, a strikingly pretty boy. His cousin Alexianus was 3 or 4 years younger. Avitus was therefore clothed with the dignity of priest of the temple, which seems to have been hereditary, and the little group resumed the life they had quitted 20 years before, to dwell in the imperial court. Mesa, and probably Soaemius, found this rustic tranquillity unendurable, and followed political events with interest. The one retained dreams of imperial power, the other of imperial indulgence. Their chief servant was a clever eunuch, Gannus by name, who is strangely described by Dio as practically living with Soaemius. A geographical accident brought their vague dreams to a practical issue. Near the little town of Emesa was a camp of the Roman soldiers. Cosmopolitan as they now were in race and religion, and fretting at their detention in the dull countryside, the soldiers took a close interest in the temple of the strange god. The great wealth and fame of the shrine, the peculiar nature of its deity and its ritual, often attracted them, and the knowledge that these rich and handsome women of the priestly family had been so closely connected with their popular Caracalla increased the interest. But the chief feature that drew their attention was the beauty of the young high priest. The soft and feminine delicacy of his form and features was enhanced by a long robe of imperial purple, fringed with gold, and a crown that flashed back the rays of the Syrian sun from its precious gems. The romance was not lessened when they reflected that the great Severus had often fondled this boy in his arms, and that he might have inherited the throne. The women, or their servants, now doubled the interest of the soldiers by insinuating a whisper that he was the son of their Caracalla. And when Mesa's gold began to pass freely into their purses, they contrived to see a resemblance to the dark and repellent features of the late emperor in the girlish beauty of the boy. Soaemius had no difficulty in paying the poor price of her reputation for a return to court. Lampridius bluntly calls her a meretrix. On the night of May 15th, 218, the 3 women and the 2 boys were transferred to the camp. Mesa's fortune went with them as the price of empire, and on the following day the soldiers announced that Basanius, as he was now called, was emperor. The camp was fortified, and in a few days Macrinus's general, Julianus, appeared before it with his troops. Their companions in the camp exhibited the young son of Caracalla on the rampart, and as they exhibited also the bags of Mesa's gold, they convinced and seduced the assailants. Julianus's head was cut off and sent to Antioch. Macrinus now marched against them, and the 2 armies met in the intervening country on June 8th. The softened troops wavered on both sides, and it looked as if Macrinus might win, when Mesa and Soaemius sprang from their chariots in the rear of the army, rushed into the ranks, and spurred their flagging followers on to victory. Macrinus fled in an ignominious disguise across the hills and valleys of Asia Minor, and within a few weeks Nania Celsa learned that she had lost her throne, her husband, and her boy. The Emperor of Rome was the pretty boy priest of Elagabalus. Imperial power, however, meant to the Syrian youth an unrestrained indulgence of his sensual dreams, not a grave concern with the affairs of a mighty people. He dallied in the East, and willingly left his duties to his grandmother, while he devoted himself entirely to his rights. He gathered about him the ignoble company of ministers to lust, which the cities of Asia Minor were at all times ready to supply. And there was no depth or eccentricity of vice in Antioch or Nicomedia which he did not explore. Before the end of that year the boy's nature was completely perverted, and the last trace of masculinity eliminated from it. Mesa was alarmed, for the cities of the East were wont to talk freely of the vices they implanted or cultivated in their visitors, and the sentiment of Rome could not be ignored. But Bassianus laughed at her timidity, and lingered throughout the following winter in the voluptuous chambers of Nicomedia. As to this Roman Senate of which she spoke, he sent the graybeards a painting of himself in his flowing sacerdotal robes and womanly jewels, to be placed over the altar of Victory in their meeting place. In the following spring he condescended to visit the capital of his empire. Rome had received many a strange procession during the centuries of its imperial expansion, but no spectacle had aroused so much curiosity as the arrival of the young monarch on whose picture the senators had gazed with bewilderment. The original was even more extraordinary than the portrayal. For the entry into Rome, the young priest emperor stained his cheeks with vermilion, and artfully enhanced the brilliance of his eyes, like a Syrian courtesan or an actress. He wore his loose robes of purple silk trimmed with gold. His delicate arms were encircled with costly bracelets, and his white neck with a string of pearls, and a tiara of successive crowns, flashing with jewels, surmounted his strange figure. And as the alternative and real power in administration, the Romans regarded with anxiety the two women who rode with him, the grave and dignified Maesa, and the richly sensuous and evil-famed Soamius. There is in the Vatican Museum a statue of the mother of Elagabalus as she appeared at this time. She has chosen to be portrayed in the costume, or lack of costume, of Venus, and the voluptuous body and soft round limbs, the low forehead, thick lips, and large nose, combined with the hard and shameless expression, reconcile us to the coarsest epithets the historians have attached to her memory. To the horror of the Senate, this woman was at once associated with him in a character that no empress or no woman had ever assumed in the long history of Rome. At his first visit to the Senate, the emperor demanded that she should be invited to sit by his side and listen to their deliberations. Even Livia had been content to listen behind the decent shade of a curtain. Soamius, however, had not the wit or seriousness to interfere in any way. She was appointed president of the Cenaculum, or Little Senate of Women, which Sabina had founded and Julia restored in the Forum of Trajan; and she found an easier and more congenial occupation in controlling the grave deliberations of the matrons of Rome on questions of etiquette, precedence, costume, and jewelry. It was left to Maesa to wield the political power, and she did so with sobriety and judgment. Unhappily, the emperor was more willing to listen to the easier counsels of his mother than to Maesa, and he began at once to entertain or disgust Rome with the appalling license which makes his short reign an indescribable nightmare. He had brought from Emesa the celestial stone, the emblem of Elagabal, to which all his prosperity was due, and his first care was to provide the god with a worthy home. A magnificent temple was raised to it, and the stone, encrusted with gems, was borne to it on a chariot drawn by 6 white horses, the emperor walking backwards before it in an ecstasy of adoration. In the temple a number of altars were set up, and rivers of blood, even the blood of children, were poured out on them, while the emperor and his family crooned the barbaric chants of primitive Syria, and the highest dignitaries of Rome stood in silent respect. As the earlier officials were soon replaced by men of infamy, chosen very frequently on a qualification that one may not describe, we need pay little attention to their feelings. If we suppose that the emperor, or Elagabalus as he now called himself, was aware that the conical stone was really a phallic emblem, we may find a clue to some of the stranger vagaries of his erotomania. Rome had long been accustomed to the barbarism of the more ancient Oriental cults, and had indeed taken a willing part in the orgiastic processions of the mysterious Mother of the Gods whenever their rulers permitted them. But the security of the empire seemed to them in danger when Elagabalus went on to place every other idol in a position of subordinate respect in the temple of his fetish. Jupiter, Juno, Venus, and Mars were not at that time favored very widely with a literal belief. Nor were the Romans concerned when he stole the Astarte of the Carthaginians and married her in a magnificent festival to his lonely deity. The temples and cults of Rome were like the temples and cults of modern Japan. They contributed to the gaiety of life. But if there was little sincere polytheism at Rome, the educated world was divided between an Epicurean agnosticism and an eclectic monotheism. There was much superstition, and few could regard without concern a desecration of the ancient Palladium, or statue in the temple of Vesta, to which the fortune of the city was peculiarly attached, and other ancient emblems. Elagabalus despotically overrode their feelings. He broke forcibly into the home of the Vestal Virgins and bore away the sacred Palladium. Since we may regard the later boast of the Virgins that they cheated him with a substituted statue as insincere. Of the empresses whom he made by marriage we have little knowledge. In less than 3 years he married and unmarried either 4 or 5 women. The first was Julia Cornelia Paula, a woman of very distinguished family, and, if we may trust the bust in the Louvre, a woman of dignity, refinement, and some strength of character. We may see the action of Mesa in the choice. A few months later he divorced her, and, to the horror of Rome, married one of the Vestal Virgins. Possibly the beauty of Julia Aquilia Severa had caught his fancy when he broke into their sacred enclosure. The senators were deeply concerned at this sacrilege, for the fate of Rome was still closely connected with the integrity of the noble virgins who tended the undying fire before the altar of Vesta. Elagabalus, who, it was generally known, had no hope of progeny, brazenly argued with the Senate that he was consulting the future of the state, since a union of priest and priestess gave promise of a family of divine children. In any case, he said, he was a maker, not an observer of laws, and he established Severa in his palace. The coins gave her the title of Augusta. His roving eye soon afterwards was attracted by the charms of Annia Faustina, the great-granddaughter of Marcus Aurelius. The portrait bust of her in the Capitol Museum has a round, full face of great beauty and an expression of sweetness and modesty. She seems to have escaped the taint of the Faustinae. She was married to Pomponius Bassus, and Elagabalus released her by the familiar device of executing her husband, and transferred her, leaving no time for mourning, to the palace. Her beauty seems to have been too tempered with refinement to engage his affections long. She was dismissed, and replaced by some unknown victim. Then Elagabalus returned to his priestess of Vesta. In all, he seems to have married 4 women in 3 years, not counting Severa, whose marriage Dio does not seem to regard as valid. Severa was the chief associate of his life in the palace, and it is quite impossible to convey an impression of the sordid scenes into which she had passed from the austere sanctuary of Vesta. 12 condensed pages of the Historia Augusta are occupied with his enormities, and at the close of what is probably the most appalling picture of unrestrained license in any literature, even if we admit exaggeration, Lampridius assures us that he has, from a feeling of modesty, omitted the worst details. It would seem that the human imagination, in its most diseased condition, could devise nothing lower. We do not know whether Severa was an Octavia or a Poppaea, but the circumstance that she consented to live is grave enough. in that vast colony of vice to which a system of Pandars, spread over the empire, dispatched every man who had some special physical or moral feature to fit him for the orgies, no decent woman would have clung to mortality. A Caesonia or a Marcia might laugh when Elagabalus returned at night, dressed as a common female tavern keeper, from the low wine shops in which he had been rioting, might even smile when she saw Elagabalus's husband, a burly slave, beating and bruising him for his infidelity, or when she heard at night the rattle of the golden rings and the shameful appeal of the new Messalina behind his curtain. But Severa was of noble birth, the daughter of a man who had twice been consul. One of the unpardonable sins of Rome was that it hesitated so long to assassinate some of its rulers. The very excesses of Elagabalus protected him for a long time, as he urged the people to share or imitate his pleasures. No screen was drawn about his vices. He would discuss them with the Senate, or collect all the meretrices of Rome in a hall, and address them on those various schemes of vice which we find to day depicted on the walls of the Lupanar in Pompeii. He would invite the common folk to come and drink with him at the palace, where they might see the furniture of solid silver, the beds loaded with roses and hyacinths, the swimming baths of perfume, the gold dust strewn in the colonnades, the paths paved with porphyry. He provided for them the spectacle of naval battles in lakes of wine, and a mountain of snow brought from the remote mountains in the middle of summer. But his chief device for cajoling the citizens was to distribute tickets as for a lottery, and see them press for the sight of the gifts corresponding to their numbers. You might get 10 eggs or 10 ostriches, 10 flies or 10 camels, 10 toy balloons or 10 pounds of gold. And the mania grew until your chance lay between a dead dog, a slave, a richly caparisoned horse, a chariot, or 100 pounds of gold. At times he would invite a crowd to dinner and smother them, with fatal effect to some, under a thick shower of flowers, or seat them on inflated bags which slaves would deflate in the middle of the banquet, or have them borne away intoxicated at the end, to find themselves in the morning sleeping with bears or lions. The frivolous Romans were so much entertained by these vagaries that they overlooked his personal luxury, and made no inquiry into the state of the treasury. No dinner could be placed before him that had not cost 30 pounds of silver. Robed in a tunic of pure gold or pure Chinese silk, sitting under perfumed lamps amid masses of the choicest blooms, he picked delicately at the tongues of larks and peacocks, the brains of thrushes, the eggs of pheasants, the heads of parrots, or the heels of camels. He fed his horses with choice grapes and his lions with pheasants. His chariots were of gold only, studded with gems, and they were drawn through the streets by strings of nude women or by stags. Delicate in every detail, he had cords of silk and swords of gold prepared for inflicting death on himself in case of need. He little knew that he would die in the latrine of the soldiers' camp. So Ammius seems to have enjoyed this orgiastic life, but the more prudent Maesa was concerned. Finding that remonstrances were quite useless, she cunningly persuaded Elagabalus to associate his cousin with him in the government. Alexander, as Alexianus had now been named, was 3 or 4 years younger than the emperor, and did not share his disease. His mother, Mamea, inherited the prudence and sobriety of Maesa, and guarded her boy from the contamination with the utmost care. His excellent disposition ensured the success of their plan, and Elagabalus began to perceive that the younger boy was winning a dangerous popularity. It is said that a judicious distribution of money by Mamea fostered the growing esteem for him, especially among the soldiers. From suspicion Elagabalus passed to hatred, and from hatred to a design on his cousin's life. Mamaea secured the favor of the guards with great adroitness, and watched the actions of Elagabalus. He first, in order to test public feeling, sent word to the Senate and the camp that he had withdrawn the title of Caesar from his cousin, and he directed that the boy should be put to death if this announcement created no disorder. In the anxious hour that followed, Alexander waited in a room of the palace with his trembling mother and Maesa. Elagabalus went down to the gardens to supervise the preparations for a chariot race, and await impatiently the news that his cousin was dead. Presently a tumultuous crowd of the guards rushed across the city and burst into the gardens of the palace. Elagabalus fled to his room and covered himself with a curtain, and the soldiers conveyed the two women and the boy in triumph to the camp, many of them remaining in the garden to threaten Elagabalus. Soamius, seeing the empire slip from her, awoke to energetic action. She hastened on foot to the camp, and pleaded passionately for her son. They did not wish to take his life, the guards said, but must have a security for the life of Alexander, and a promise of reform. They returned to the gardens, and the young autocrat, in his purple silks and jeweled shoes, had to plead with the rough soldiers to spare the favorite ministers of his vices. He had filled the highest posts with men whose only qualifications were such that we cannot describe them, and his army of attendants were the scum of the empire. The guards forced him to dismiss the most obnoxious, preached him an inglorious sermon on his infamies, and directed their officers to watch over the life of Alexander. The swords of gold and the cords of variegated silk were not employed, but Elagabalus could never forgive the degradation he had experienced. He made several attempts to remove the obstacles to his design, sent the Senate from Rome, and removed or executed several of the soldiers. Mamaea watched him assiduously, and Maesa easily penetrated his secrets. Not a particle of food or drink from the imperial kitchen was allowed to pass the lips of Alexander. Rome knew that the end was near. It was only a few years since Bassianus and Geta had disgraced the palace with a similar quarrel. Maesa attempted in vain to conciliate them. On January 1st, 222, they were both to receive the consular dignity from the Senate. She had to threaten Elagabalus with a fresh mutiny of the guards before he would go. Some 10 weeks later the feud came to a crisis. Elagabalus, to test the soldiers, sets afoot a rumor that Alexander is dead. The guards, believing the rumor, withdraw their contingent from the palace and shut themselves in the camp. Elagabalus takes his cousin in his golden chariot to the camp to show that the rumor is false, and loses control of himself when the guards burst into exclamations of joy at the sight of Alexander. Mamaea and Soamius come upon the scene, and an angry altercation follows, each mother making a wild appeal to the soldiers. Either there is a division of feeling among the soldiers, or some of Elagabalus's ministers are present, for swords are drawn and are soon at work. Elagabalus and Soamius, the Sybarites, rush into the latrine of the camp for safety, and are slain there by the guards. Their bodies are disdainfully thrown out to the mob who have gathered outside. The effeminate frame of the young emperor, with its soft limbs and large pendant breasts, and the voluptuous body of his mother, are dragged through the streets, and as the opening of the sewer is too narrow to receive them, they are thrown into the Tiber, and the cry of "Ave Imperator" rings in the ears of Mamaea and her boy. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Morales. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 14. Another Syrian Empress. To the thoughtful Roman, the name of Syria must have suggested an abyss of corruption, and the extension of the empire over that swarm of Asiatic peoples to whom the name was vaguely applied must have seemed an infelicitous triumph. From the cities of Nearer Asia, in which the senile energies of the older civilizations seemed incapable of rising above the ministry to vice, luxury, and folly, had come the larger part of the taint that had infected the blood of Rome. It is therefore singular to observe that, of the 5 women whom Syria placed on or above the Roman throne in the 3rd century, 4 were distinguished for sobriety of judgment and concern for the common weal. The family from which the first 4 of these women sprang is variously described as humble and noble. We may reconcile the epithets by a conjecture that the family which controlled the wealthy shrine of Emesa descended from some branch of the fallen nobility of the East. Both Ptolemais and Mamaea had married Syrians, and we may assume that Mamaea had done the same. In those circumstances, the public spirit with which Julia Domna, Julia Maesa, and Julia Mamaea used the great influence they had is not a little remarkable. Of the 3, to whom we must presently add a 4th remarkable woman of the East, Mamaea had the greatest power, and made the best use of it. She is not blameless, as we shall see, but even if it be true, as is commonly said, that she was unduly covetous of money and power, we must at least admit that she employed them solely to restore peace and prosperity to the empire, and prolong the reign of a high-principled ruler. Mamaea entered upon her work with all the shrewdness which we have already recognized in her. Instead of claiming the right, which Ptolemais had enjoyed, to sit in the Senate and sign its decrees, she preserved a discreet silence when the Senate abolished the innovation, and poured out their long-repressed annoyance at the memory of its author. The senators ostentatiously enjoyed their shadow power. Mamaea quietly possessed the substance. She provided the finest preceptors for the education of her son Alexander, who was in his 14th year, and selected 16 of the most distinguished senators and lawyers as a council of state. With these she worked energetically and harmoniously for the renovation of the empire. The palace was purged of the quaint of the loathsome officers that she found in it. Rome was relieved of Elagabal and his ghastly ritual. Competent officials were substituted for the ministers to the lust of the late emperor, and the heavier taxes of the previous 2 reigns were remitted or lessened. In this work, which extends over the 13 years of the reign of Alexander Severus, Maesa had little part. She died soon after the beginning of this happier era, and Mamaea alone guided the willing hands of her son. It is remarked by all the authorities that Alexander was singularly subservient to his mother. Troops and Senate had been happily united in the elevation of Alexander, and all the epithets of imperial dignity were at once conferred on him. The title of Severus he accepted from the soldiers, but he declined the name of Antoninus, which the Senate pressed on him, since that revered name had been so impiously disgraced by his predecessors. He spontaneously discarded the womanly silks and jewels of his cousin, covered the rough shirts of Severus with the Roman toga, and gave equal attention to manly exercises, the lesson of his tutors, and the wise counsels of his mother. He thus grew into a handsome and virile youth, with the piercing black eyes of his race, but with a moderation of temper that delighted his Stoic teachers. When we read the account of his career in the Historia Augusta, an account that might have been written by a Xenophon or a Fenelon for the edification of a young prince, we are tempted to feel that either the gossipy Lampridius had for the moment a more serious object than the entertainment of Rome, or Alexander Severus was more virtuous than the circumstances required. Mamaea is described by the same writer as holy but avaricious. Avarice was a not inopportune vice. Elagabalus had squandered the treasury on his follies. The troops, encouraged by him and by Caracalla, were becoming more and more exacting. While Mamaea had, by lightening the taxes, spared the empire a substantial share of its contribution, in these circumstances it was prudent to cultivate a close concern about money, and no single writer ventures to say that the Empress, the Senate had at once entitled her Augusta, spent much on her personal service or pleasure. It is said that her zeal for the accumulation of money was carried to a stage of offensiveness. But it was necessary for her murderers to detect or invent some vice in extenuation of their foul deed, and the possession in which the charge is found in the historians reveals that it came from that tainted source. Avarice means little more than she would not yield to the improper demands of a demoralized army. When we reflect that both her parents were Syrians, we notice with some surprise that the portrait bust of Mamaea has a singularly Roman face, and in her strength, solidity, and sobriety she recalls the old Roman type rather than accords with the general conception of a Syrian woman. She had the defect of her type, and an incident that occurred early in her reign is regarded as a grave betrayal of it. It is not at all clear, however, that Mamaea acted with the jealous cruelty which Gibbon sees in her conduct. For the wife of her son she had chosen Sallustia. Barbia Orbiana, we find the name on coins, though the historians do not give it. Daughter of the senator Sallustius Macrinus, Alexander, not an exacting husband, seems to have lived happily with his bride, and her father was promoted to the rank of Caesar. Before long, however, we find Macrinus executed on a charge of treason, and his daughter banished to Africa. Gibbon believes, on the authority of Dio, that this was entirely due to Mamaea's unwillingness to share the power and the affection of her son with another woman. The word of an historian and a member of the Senate, whom we may almost describe as an eyewitness, must assuredly have weight. Yet we cannot ignore the assertion of the other authorities that Macrinus was betrayed into acts which easily bore the construction of treason. We may recall Merivale's just warning, on another occasion, that a contemporary Roman writer is particularly apt to reproduce the unsubstantial gossip of his day. Herodian, who nevertheless believes that Macrinus had no treasonable intention, says that Mamaea was so cruel to Orbiana that the girl went in tears to her father, and he repaired to the praetorian camp with bitter complaints against Mamaea. Such a course very strongly suggests a treasonable design. The troops, chafing under the rule of Mamaea and her son, whom they eventually murdered, were notoriously discontented, and flying to the camp was commonly the first overt act in a plot to displace the ruling emperor. When we further find that Lampridius, Historia Augusta, says, on the authority of Dexippus, an Athenian writer of the succeeding generation, that Macrinus was expressly attempting to replace Alexander, we must at least suspend our censures. We know nothing of the character of Macrinus and his daughter, and are therefore unable to say how far Mamaea's interpretation of their conduct may have been influenced by her feelings, and how far her harsh treatment of Orbiana may have been justified. The charge against her is further weakened by a circumstance that Gibbon has overlooked. Lampridius says that Alexander married Memnia, the daughter of the ex-consul of Sulpicius, and speaks incidentally of his boys. It seems then that the jealousy of Mamaea did not prevent Alexander from marrying again, and that Memnia must have shared the palace with the Empress Mother for a number of years. Of her character we know nothing, except that, together with Memea, she remonstrated with Alexander on account of his excessive affability with his subjects. No guards, it seems, barred the entrance of the palace against them. The austere character of the life which adorned it was the only test of the integrity of those who approached him. After a day of exertion, he would spend the evening in the refining enjoyment of letters or the exercise of his musical skill. He sang and played well, but guarded his imperial dignity by admitting none to hear him except his young sons. Actors and gladiators he avoided, nor would he spend much in exhibiting their skill to the public. His one luxury was a delight in the puny and almost bloodless combats of partridges, kittens, or pups. His baths were of cold water, and his table was regulated by the most minute directions, admitting even the slight luxury of a goose only on festive occasions. When a string of pearls was presented to Memnia, he ordered that they should be sold, and when no purchaser could be found in Rome, he hung them upon the statue of Venus in the temple. From such details as these, we may construct a picture of the quiet and temperate life of Alexander's palace, and we shall be disposed to think lightly of the quarrels which are said to have disturbed the relations of mother and son. We can hardly believe that one so frugal as Alexander would profess much indignation at his mother's assiduous nursing of the treasury, nor can we suppose that Memea greatly resented the young monarch's accessibility to his subjects. Their frugality, indeed, must not be exaggerated, as they were generous in gifts. Instead of sending men to extort their incomes from the provinces in which they took office, Alexander provided them, when they left Rome, with an outfit so complete as to include a concubine. His deference to his mother may, in fact, be said to be the only consistent charge against him. The Emperor Julian, the Caesars, insinuates that he showed a mediocrity of intelligence in allowing his mother to accumulate money, instead of prudently spending it. In a sense, Julian was right, though it was not weakness of intelligence, but severity of principle, that restrained Alexander and Memea from this prudent expenditure. Had they lavished their funds upon the troops, the history of Rome during the next 10 years might have run differently. From an early period in the reign of Alexander, the attitude of the troops cast a shadow over the palace and the empire. 5 successive emperors, besides earlier ones, had received the purple from the hands of the troops, and had been compelled either to refrain from pressing the necessary discipline upon them, or to compensate the rigors of discipline with excessive rewards. The soldiers became conscious of their power and sufficiently demoralized to abuse it. Less exercise and more pay led to a lamentable enervation, and the filling of the ranks from the more distant peoples who had not contributed to the making of the empire and were insensible to its prestige, dissolved in the legions the old spirit of nationality. From the lonely forests, the frozen hills, or the blistering deserts of the frontiers, they sought ever to be withdrawn to the comforts and pleasures of the cities. And when they found that a fresh effort was being made to restrict their indulgences and restore the earlier discipline, when they reflected that it was only the feeble hands of a woman and a youth that would enforce this austerity, they broke into sullen murmurs of discontent. The most dangerous part of the army was the extensive regiment of Praetorian Guards, which, from its camp at the walls, overshadowed Rome with its power. Over these men Memea had placed a civilian, the distinguished jurist Domitius Ulpianus. It was natural that Ulpian should wish to extend to the guards the valuable reforms which he was introducing into every department of the state. Equally natural that the soldiers should chafe under his discipline. The civilians took the part of Ulpian and Memea, who protected him, and the irritation at last erupted in a bloody struggle, in which the populace fought for 3 days against the soldiers in the streets of Rome. The quarrel was arrested, but some time afterwards, not in the fight as Gibbon says, the angry guards put an end to the reforms of Ulpian. The statesmen fled before them into the palace and sought the protection of the emperor. But the insolent guards penetrated the sanctuary of the royal house with drawn swords, and murdered, in Alexander's presence, the most eminent and enlightened of his counselors. The provincial troops were giving little less concern. We take our leave at this stage of the historian Dio. His work closes with a mournful lament of the condition of the army, and a just presentiment of impending calamity. He, too, had endeavored to enforce discipline on the legions, and had found the authority of the emperor insufficient to protect him from their murderous resentment. As if this lamentable situation had been communicated to the countless peoples who pressed eagerly against the barriers of the empire, we find a new boldness arising amongst them, and a serious beginning of those rage which will at last put the mighty power under the heel of the barbarian. The tragedy of the fall of Rome reaches a more certain stage. It is a singular and melancholy reflection that Rome suffered most under its most virtuous rulers. During the reign of Marcus Aurelius, the gods had seemed to make war upon virtue. The new Stoic and his virtuous mother were destined to see the enemies gathering fiercely about their enfeebled frontiers, and to perish tragically in the futile effort to repel them. The gravest trouble arose in the East. The ancient kingdom of Persia revived, and its vigorous rulers determined to regain the provinces which Greece and Rome had shorn from their once vast empire. Alexander and probably Mamaea went to the East. If we may believe the panegyrist of Alexander in the Historia Augusta, he displayed an admirable firmness in enforcing discipline upon the troops when he arrived at Antioch. Gathering their sullen and spoiled officers from the haunts of Antioch and the licentious groves of the suburb of Daphne, he punished a number of them severely, boldly confronted the drawn swords of their demoralized followers, and set the legions in motion against the Persians. But the plan of the campaign was injudicious, and the execution weak. The Romans suffered a heavy reverse, and before they could recover and check the advancing spirit of the Persians, Alexander was recalled to Europe with news that the Germanic tribes were bursting through the northern frontier. From the sunny lands of their native East the emperor and his mother passed, in the year 234, to the banks of the Rhine. They had passed through Rome, where the citizens were easily persuaded to celebrate his triumph over the Persians. From the capital they had carried the young emperor on their soldiers to his palace, his chariot with its 4 elephants walking behind them, and a great wave of enthusiasm went with him as he started for Gaul. He was now in his 26th year, and Mamaea must have felt that he was at the beginning of a glorious career. They little suspected that they were going to meet their deaths at the hands of their own troops. One of the commanders on the Rhine was a gigantic and powerful barbarian, half Goth and half Allan, of the name of Maximinus, more than 8 feet in height, with a thumb so large that he wore his wife's bracelet on it as a ring. The giant had made his way in the army by sheer strength. A man who could eat 40 pounds of meat in a day, drink a proportionate quantity of wine, and fell you with a finger, had the respect of the barbarian soldiers. Elagabalus had repelled him when he sought office, with solicitous questions about his strength. Alexander had eagerly welcomed him, and put him in command of the younger troops. But Alexander had afterwards refused him an honor which Mamaea desired to confer on him, and he probably heard this. He had given his son a good Roman education, and Mamaea thought that the young man was a suitable match for her daughter Theoclia. Alexander protested that his sister would find the father-in-law too boorish, and the young Maximinus, now a tall, handsome, cultivated, and dissolute noble, married a granddaughter of Antoninus Pius, Junia Fadilla. Whether this affront was remembered, or whether Maximinus acted from mere ambition, we cannot say. He began, in any case, to spread discontent in the army. When Alexander practically bought peace from the barbarians, instead of conducting a vigorous campaign against them, the whispers were changed into open murmuring. These effeminate Syrians, it was said, were unable to endure the sturdy north, and were eager to return to the east. The emperor was a maudlin youth who could not act without his mother's permission. He had abandoned the war against Persia in order to return to her side, and he was again sacrificing the honor of Rome out of regard for her comfort. Her palace at Rome was full of hoarded treasure, while the hard-worked soldiers were insufficiently paid. These complaints circulated freely in the camp during the long German winter. A lavish distribution of money might have defeated the plot of Maximinus, and a speedy retirement to Rome would certainly have saved the lives of the emperor and the empress. But they remained in camp until the middle of March 235, and then the end came. They were at, or in the neighborhood of, the small frontier town which is now known as Mainz. One morning, when Maximinus rode out to control the exercises, he was greeted with the name of the emperor. He feigned surprise and reluctance, but the soldiers, probably in pursuance of an arranged plan, drew their swords, and threatened to kill him if he did not take the power from the hands of the effeminate Syrians. He consented, promised a liberal donation in honor of his accession, and said that all punishments that had been inflicted on the soldiers would be remitted. He then led them toward the tent of Alexander. The young emperor came out to meet them, and made an appeal that seems to have divided the followers of the usurper, as they went away to their tents. At night, however, the guards at the imperial tent announced that the mutinous troops were gathering about it. Alexander rushed out and called upon the loyal soldiers to defend him, making a tardy promise of money and concessions. Many of them came to his side, but at last the massive figure of Maximinus was seen to approach at the head of a strong body of troops. For the last time the soldiers were urged to choose between the strong, generous man and the avaricious woman and her child. Alexander saw the faithful few pass sullenly to the side of Maximinus, and he returned to his tent. It is said that the last moments were spent in a violent quarrel between mother and son about the responsibility for the disaster. There was little time for it. The soldiers of Maximinus entered at once and slew Mamaea, Alexander, and their few remaining friends. A popular, inspirited work of the 4th century described the deaths of the persecutors, or the terrible fate which befell every emperor who persecuted the Christians. No fate in the terrible series of imperial calamities was so tragic as that of Alexander. Though he had favored the Christians, and had cherished a bust of Christ among those of the heroes and sages in his Lanuvium, no other empress in the long line of murdered women so little deserved a violent death as Julia Mamaea. During the 14 years of her son's reign, she had solely studied the welfare of the empire. The one charge that her murderers could bring against her was that she had hoarded money instead of spending it on or giving it to the troops. On public buildings, public works, and civic administration she had spent freely. She, or Alexander, had even expended large sums in providing sure sustenance and more effective transport for the troops themselves. The charge is little, if at all, more than a cowardly subterfuge. But it needed 6 strong and unselfish generals to restore the efficiency and docility of the legions, and they were not to be found. We pass into a period of anarchy, in which emperors and empresses rise and wither like mushrooms, and Rome stumbles blindly onward towards its doom. In that period of confusion, when every section of the army makes its emperor, only 2 dominant personalities are found, and they are two empresses of barbaric origin. End of section 17. Recording by Michelle Morales.
Section 18 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kimberly Dauber. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 15. Zenobia and Victoria. The Emperor Alexander Severus and his mother were murdered in the year 235. We may convey a just impression of the period that followed this odious crime by the brief observation that in 40 years nearly 40 emperors appeared on the darkened stage of the Roman Empire, and that nearly every one of them perished at the hands of Roman soldiers. The anarchy was arrested for a time when, in the year 270, the energetic Aurelian came to the throne. People and Senate greeted the strong man with genuine enthusiasm, and among the cries of joy or hope with which the senators hailed him, we find this singular aspiration: "Thou wilt deliver us from Zenobia and Vitruvia." It is a piquant contrast with the disdain that their fathers had had for women, a confession that their vast empire was now dominated by two women without male consorts. But for the timely appearance of Aurelian, there was a prospect that they would divide the rule of the world between them. One was a Syrian, the other a Gallic queen, but each of them bore the title of Augusta, and they are the next commanding personalities to engage our interest. Many years were to elapse between the death of Mamaea and the appearance of these two remarkable women, but we need do no more than glance at the many empresses of an hour whose names are hardly discernible in that turbulent era. The huge barbarian who had purchased the throne by a brutal murder did not long enjoy it. The empire heard with horror and disdain that this Thracian shepherd had seized the mantle of Antoninus and Marcus. The people of Rome, in particular, recollected with alarm the contempt they had shown him in his earlier years, and offered prayer in the temples that the gods might divert his steps from the south of Italy. He met their disdain with vindictiveness, and ruthlessly executed those who remembered his humble origin, or whose wealth could add to his revenue. His empress, Paulina, vainly endeavored to restrain his bloody hand, and succeeded only in drawing it upon herself. At length his exactions struck a spark of rebellion in Africa, and a new emperor was appointed. The African proconsul, Gordianus, was an excellent Epicurean of the fine old Roman type. He had wealth, culture, character, and taste. After filling the highest offices at Rome with grace and applause, he was now quietly discharging the duties of proconsul, and relieving the long hours of leisure with a tranquil enjoyment of letters at the little town of Thysdrus, about 150 miles to the south of Carthage. With him in Africa were his son Gordianus, an epicure rather than an Epicurean, who solaced his exile from Rome with the engaging company of 22 ladies. Their respective pleasures were violently interrupted in the beginning of the year 238. The father, a white-haired old man with broad red face, was resting in his house after his judicial labors, when a band of men with blood-smeared swords burst into the luxurious villa, told him that they had rebelled against the tyrant, and peremptorily informed him that he was emperor. His objections were unheeded, and he set out with misgiving for Carthage. But the pride of the Carthaginians was quickly chilled by the news that Maximinus's commander in Africa was advancing against their city. An armed force was hastily equipped, sent out under the lead of the younger Gordian, and cut to pieces. The younger emperor had died on the field. The white-haired old man hanged himself. Rome, meantime, had recognized the rule of the Gordians, and was now throbbing with a just apprehension of the vengeance of Maximinus. The certainty of punishment inspired it with a measure of courage, and 2 new emperors were created, a vigorous son of the people, Pupienus Maximus, and a perfumed representative of the nobles, Balbinus. The choice did not please the people, who beset the Senate with sticks and stones, so a handsome boy, such as Rome loved, was associated with them. He was a Gordianus, the 14-year-old son of the elder Gordian's daughter. The city rang with preparations for war, and in the early summer Maximus led out his weak and apprehensive force. The terrible Maximinus and his legions had crossed the Alps and were descending on the plains of Italy. Luckily for Rome, they met a desperate resistance at Aquileia. Protected by strong and well-equipped fortifications with ample provisions, the inhabitants repelled the fiercest attacks of Maximinus and jeered at him and his dissolute son from the walls. When the thongs of their slaying machines wore out, the women of Aquileia gave their long tresses to the soldiers to weave into cords. Maximinus vented his temper on his own troops, and one morning the besieged were delighted to see the soldiers advancing with the grisly heads of Maximinus and his son on the tips of their spears. Maximus returned to gladden Rome with the news, but it was decreed that 6 emperors were to die that year. The soldiers, who had had another fight with the Romans during the war, were sullen and treacherous. Balbinus they hated for his effeminacy, Maximus for his rigor. The returning troops brought grievances of their own, and it was only the loyalty of the German soldiers that held the guards off the palace. Then there came a day when the delight of the games drew most of the soldiers away, and the guards marched upon the palace. Maximus hastily ordered the loyal troops to be summoned. Balbinus cancelled the order. Their relations had been strained for some time, and each looked upon this sudden onslaught as a device of the other. The German troops arrived at last, to find the palace empty and learn that the 3 emperors were in the hands of the guards. They started at once for the camp, and found the bleeding remains of Maximus and Balbinus on the street. With them, another ephemeral empress passes dimly before us. The coins seem to indicate that Maximus was the husband of Quintia Crispilla at the time of his death. The youthful Gordian had been taken to the camp, and Rome was forced to acknowledge him as sole emperor. Intoxicated, as so many had been, by the sudden obtaining of so vast a power, he seemed at first inclined to the model of Caligula. His uncle's concubines and his mother's eunuchs were in a fair way to rule the ruler. But a wise tutor, Timesitheus, obtained a better influence over him, and he soberly chose his daughter, Furia Sabina Tranquillina, as his empress. The whole prospect of the empire changed with his marriage in 241 or 242, but the evil genius of Rome intervened once more. The Persians had again crossed the eastern frontier, and the emperor and his father-in-law went to Asia to take command. The war was proceeding with success when Timesitheus contracted a mysterious illness and died. Gordian gave his command to a dashing cavalry leader named Philip, a man who, we have strong reason to think, had poisoned Timesitheus. Philip was a handsome Arab whose father had led a band of robbers in the desert. But the son was astute, and Gordian suspected nothing. Before many months the camps were simmering with discontent. Pay was reduced, and the troops were reluctantly informed by Philip that it was the command of the emperor. Regiments found themselves quartered in districts where it was impossible to obtain sufficient food, and Philip begged them to regard the youth and military inexperience of Gordian. The plot culminated in the early spring of 244. Gordian was slain, and the son of the Arab pillager of caravans received the purple from the soldiers. The new Empress of Rome, Marcia Ottocilia Severa, attracts our attention for a moment on account of the claim of the early Christian writers that she belonged to the new religion. The claim must have had some foundation, but the story on which it is generally based is regarded with reserve by historians. Saint Chrysostom and others declare that when Philip and Ottocilia passed from the Euphrates, where Gordian had been murdered, to Antioch, they went to the Christian church for service on Easter Eve, and that the bishop refused to admit them in any other character than that of penitents expiating a foul crime. Duruy ridicules the idea that a bishop would have dared so to address an emperor in public before the middle of the 3rd century, and it is certainly difficult to believe. Indeed, historians generally suspect that, as the story itself implies, Ottocilia supported her husband in his criminal ambition, and are reluctant to regard her as a Christian. Her nationality is unknown, and she hardly emerges from the obscurity in which the scanty chronicles have left the reign of her husband. Let us hasten through the pages of ghastly adventure, and come to more interesting women. In the year 249, the troops in Moesia pressed the purple on one of the ablest Roman generals, Decius, and Philip was slain in the contest that followed. Ottocilia fled with her son to the Praetorian camp, but the guards killed the boy in her arms, and sent her back sadly into the common ranks from which she had so unhappily risen. The wife of Decius, Herennia Etruscilla, who is known to us only from coins and an inscription, had little better fortune, since Decius perished in a war with the Goths 2 years later, 251. His son and successor, Hostilianus, died in the following year, not without a suspicion of crime. The colleague of Decius and successor of his son, Gallus, was murdered in 253, together with his son Volusianus, with whom he had shared the empire, and the rival and successor of Gallus was assassinated within 4 months. Then Valerianus, an aged and distinguished senator, came to the throne, and we begin to have less fleeting glimpses of the ladies of the court, and to make acquaintance with 2 remarkable women who will especially occupy us. The elder Valerian does not long remain on the stage. The weakness into which the empire had fallen was soon observed by its enemies on every side, and the frontier provinces were being devastated. Investing his elder son, Gallienus, with the purple, Valerian went to the east to oppose the Persian monarch, Sapor, who threatened the whole of Roman Asia, and after a time fell with his army into the hands of the enemy. Whether or no it be true that the proud Persian used to step on the person of the aged emperor to mount his horse, it is at least certain that Valerian died among the Persians after some years of ignominious captivity, and his skin, stuffed and padded to the proportions of a man, was long exhibited as the most glorious of Sapor's many trophies. There are later writers who assert that his second wife, the Empress Mariniana, was captured with him and brutally treated until she died, but the authority is slender. Cohen, the great authority on Roman coins, warns us that though there are coins of a certain Mariniana who seems to have been a lady of Valerian's court, it is not certain that she was his wife. So feeble did the empire now become that its enemies made the most extensive and destructive inroads. The Persians advanced so far as to sack Antioch, the Franks overran Spain and reached Africa, the Alemanni spread terror in the north of Italy and even threatened Rome, and the Goths poured over Greece and Asia Minor. Gallienus received the news of each successive disaster with an insipid joke. Glittering with jewels which encrusted his belt, his dress, and even his shoes, his hair powdered with gold dust, he dined from dishes of solid gold in the company of his concubines, while his father suffered in captivity, and his subjects groaned under the hardship of invasion, famine, pestilence, and earthquake. His empress, Cornelia Salinina, seems to have disdained his cowardly luxury, and she was replaced in his affection, though not in her position, by a charming barbarian. Attalus, king of the Marcomanni, had a beautiful daughter named Pipa or Pipara, whose attractiveness was brought to the notice of Gallienus. He frivolously submitted to the Senate that, since Rome had so many enemies, it were wise to disarm some of them, and he asked Attalus for the hand of his daughter. The shrewd barbarian stipulated for a large part of Pannonia, and in return for that valuable slice of the empire, permitted his pretty daughter to be the concubine of the Roman emperor. She never appears on the coinage, while Salinina, whose grave intellectual features suggest that she found solace in culture, remains Augusta to the end. Serviez finds an admirable trait of Salinina's character in the punishment of a man who had sold her some false jewels. He was sentenced to the lions, but when the terrible gates were opened, a harmless fowl flew out upon him, and he was discharged with the fright. The Roman historian, however, ascribes the trick expressly to Gallienus. In 8 years of Gallienus's complete control of the empire, 260 to 268, it was distracted and worn with misery and anarchy. The Historia Augusta estimates that 30 tyrants arose in that short period to dispute the power of the corrupt Gallienus. Gibbon reduces the number to 19. Duruy counts 28 claimants to the throne. There was, in any case, a period of profound demoralization, and as nearly all these generals met with a violent death, involved many others in their fall, and very frequently led their troops in civil warfare, the drain on the impoverished system was disastrous. It is amongst these 30 tyrants that we find Zenobia and Victoria. Zenobia was the wife of Odenathus, the ruling man in the independent town of Palmyra. The town, which had become an important commercial center, lay on the edge of the Syrian desert, and had long maintained a position of neutrality between the Romans on the west and the Parthians to the east. It had the title of a Roman colony, and Odenathus cannot have been more than its leading citizen and perhaps head of its senate. To this little state came the news that the Roman emperor was detained in ignominy by the king of Persia. Odenathus sent to Sapor a most polite suggestion that his conduct was improper, and gilded his remonstrance with a caravan of valuable presents. The presents were disdainfully thrown into the Euphrates, and the blustering Sapor threatened to punish his insolence. With great boldness, the leading citizen of Palmyra formed an irregular army out of the neighboring villages and the Arabs with a few Roman troops, and inflicted a substantial reverse on the Persian troops. Gallienus gracefully acknowledged his service, and extended the imperial title to him and his wife Zenobia, who became the representatives of Roman power in the East. Zenobia was, says Trebellius Pollio in the Historia Augusta, one of the most noble of all the women of the East, and also one of the most beautiful. Her nobility rests upon her claim that she descended from Cleopatra, a point that we are unable to examine. The portrait bust of her in the Vatican does not so much suggest exceptional beauty as exceptional power. It is a face of extraordinary strength and peculiar features. We can very well imagine her, as she is described for us, riding out on horseback before the assembled troops, her piercing black eyes aflame with spirit, a military helmet on her head, and a purple robe embroidered with gems, so attached to her person as to leave naked the fine arm with which she emphasized her orders. She maintained a court of Persian magnificence, but was far removed from Persian insolence. She did not disdain to drink with her officers, and even to endeavor to surpass them in drinking. Yet it is uniformly stated that this remarkable independence of Syrian ideas as to a woman's position was united with a chastity of the most sensitive and peculiarly scrupulous character. When we add that she was a woman of exceptional culture, spoke Latin, Greek, and Egyptian, had so complete a command of the history of the East that she wrote a book on it, and enjoyed the daily companionship of the philosopher Longinus, who was tutor to her sons, we seem to have exhausted possible merit, and ventured into the province of legend. But we have still to say that her military and political ability was no less than her beauty, her culture, or her virtue. We shall see later that the finest emperor of the age, Aurelian, spoke with extraordinary appreciation of her skill in warfare and in polity. Even as the wife of Odenathus, Zenobia was not inactive. She is said to have urged his bold attack on Persia, and she shared the longest marches of the soldiers when the campaign began. But she was soon the sole ruler of the East, in the interest at first of Rome. During the Persian War, Odenathus quarreled with a relative and officer named Maeonius, and was only prevented by the intercession of his son Herodes from putting him to death. Herodes was the son of Odenathus by a former wife, and would be the natural heir to his dignity. The two sons whom Zenobia had borne him, Timoleus and Herennianus, were mere boys, but Zenobia had an older son, Valbalith, by a former husband. We can understand that there would be some jealousy in the family, now that the Roman purple and a practical sovereignty of the East were conferred on the King of Palmyra. Zenobia could not but dislike and despise Herodes. He adopted the voluptuous ways of the East, and received from his father, as an immediate share of his heritage, the jewels, silks, and fair ladies which he had detached from the baggage of Sapor when that monarch retired before him. Yet there is no ground for the assertion that Zenobia was privy to the conspiracy which removed Odenathus and Herodes. Maeonius was consulting his own ambition, as well as appeasing his hatred, in having them assassinated. For a moment, Zenobia was in a position of some anxiety, but she acted with vigor. She thrust her son Valbalith, the Historia Augusta at first says her two younger sons, but afterwards corrects this, before the Palmyrians as the most worthy heir of the power of Odenathus, and Maeonius passes into a significant obscurity. Valbalith was declared Augustus, and Zenobia became Queen of the East, as she liked to call herself. The two younger boys were entitled Caesars. Within a short time it was felt at Rome that a new and rival power had arisen in the East. The voluptuous Gallienus could at times start from his rose-strewn couches in the arms of his mistresses, and conduct an energetic raid upon the opponents of his empire. The victories of Odenathus seem to have inspired one of these fits of vigor. The legions in Gaul had cast off their allegiance to their degraded ruler, put his son Saturninus to death, and chosen as emperor their able and upright commander, Cassianus Posthumus. Gallienus marched against him, pressed him hard for a time, and then returned to Rome to enjoy a magnificent triumph. 100 white oxen with gilded horns, 200 white lambs, several hundred lions, tigers, bears, and other animals, and 1,200 gladiators in superb costumes preceded his car. The more serious Romans looked on in disdain. Some of the mimes or comedians, dressed as Persians, and went about in the procession staring in each other's faces and saying that they were looking for the emperor's father. Gallienus had them burned alive. But the chief interest of this dash into Gaul is that it first brings to our notice the famous Gallic princess Vitruvia, or Victoria. We find her supporting Posthumus against Gallienus. When he is hard pressed, she persuades him to associate her son Victorinus with him in the empire, and she herself becomes Augusta and mother of the camp, a proof that she accompanied the army. Victorinus is said by one of the contemporary writers to have been more manly than Trajan, more clement than Antonine, graver than Nerva, and a better financier than Vespasian. But this paragon of excellence had the one serious defect that he could not withhold his covetous eyes from the prettier wives of his officers. The responsibility of power sobered him for a time, but before long he led astray the wife of one of his officers and was assassinated. At his mother's suggestion he, with his dying voice, named his young son his successor, but the angry soldiers murdered the boy. Victoria now put forward as candidate one of the soldiers themselves, a brawny officer named Marius, who had at one time been armorer or smith to the camp. He was accepted, but a slight that he was imprudent enough to put upon one of his old associates led to his receiving in his own breast one of the swords he had himself forged, after enjoying the delirious dignity of the purple for 2 days. The 30 tyrants were playing their parts with great rapidity. Tetricus, the commander of the troops and a senator, was next put forward by Victoria, and he left her in control of the affairs of Gaul while he led the army into Spain. Victoria's power was not of long duration, and the references to her in the chronicles are too meager to enable us to picture her remarkable personality. For many years her power in Gaul was so great that her fame ran through the empire, and Zenobia, as she afterwards told Aurelian, had the design of communicating with her and proposing to divide the Roman world between them. Her end is obscure. When Tetricus returned from Spain, he is said to have resented her dominion and put her to death, though it is said elsewhere that her death was due to natural causes. She did not live to witness or share the humiliation of Tetricus a few years later. We return to Zenobia, who had in the meantime become an independent sovereign. Gallienus had taken alarm at the growth of her power, and sent his general Heraclian with secret instructions to dislodge her. Zenobia divined the real intention of Heraclian and his troops, treated him as an invader, and destroyed his force. An invitation was then received or obtained from Egypt, and Zenobia sent 70,000 men to expel the troops of Gallienus from what she regarded as the kingdom of her fathers. Egypt was added to her dominions. Rome was now fully alarmed at the success of the 2 barbaric women, while every other province of the empire was overrun by invaders or detached by locally chosen emperors. One of these rivals at length drew Gallienus from his palace once more, and gave an opportunity to remove his insolent weakness from the throne. The emperor was besieging the pretender to the throne in Milan when some of the leading officers conspired to assassinate him. He was drawn from his tent one night in March 268 by a false alarm that the besieged had made a sally, and, devoid alike of guards and armor, he was soon stricken with a mortal wound. Salanina is said by some to have perished with him, but of this there is no evidence. His successor, Claudius, an experienced soldier of obscure descent but great personal merit, decided to leave Zenobia and Victoria in possession of their power until he had rid the empire of the formidable Goths. They were said to have an army of 320,000 men, and the whole of Greece and the north of Asia Minor had been plundered by them. The instruments of Roman comfort or luxury that they took back into the bleak forests of the north seemed to be drawing an inexhaustible stream of marauders upon the debilitated south. 2 years were occupied by Claudius in destroying their power, and he had just cleansed the Roman territory of their presence when he died of the pestilence in the spring of 270. The obscure brother of so virtuous and valorous a ruler was deemed a worthy successor to the purple, but the army made choice of a strong and capable commander, Aurelian, and after 2 or 3 weeks' timid enjoyment of his power, Quintilius opened his veins and gracefully yielded the throne. The new emperor was the bold and sturdy son of a provincial peasant who had cut his way to the position of commander. Marriage with the daughter of a wealthy noble had further improved his position, and his temperance, zeal for discipline, skill, and bravery had made him a most effective leader. His first care was to complete the victory over the Goths, who were again advancing. After an exhausting struggle, he entered into friendly alliance with them, drove back the other barbaric tribes who threatened or ignored the northern frontier of the empire, and then turned his eyes toward the east. Gibbon makes him first apply himself to the restoration of Gaul, but the historians Vopiscus and Zosimus expressly say that he dealt first with the Queen of the East. Zenobia had now, in 272, enjoyed her remarkable power for about 4 years, and seemed, owing to the preoccupation of Rome with the northern barbarians, to have established a solid and durable kingdom. Parthia and Persia respected her southern boundaries, Egypt peacefully acknowledged her rule, and even the cities of Asia Minor were beginning to bow to her title. But Palmyra was not a Rome, and provided too slender a base for so vast a dominion. As Aurelian and his formidable legions marched across Asia Minor, the cities returned at once to the Roman allegiance, and Zenobia prepared for a severe struggle. She led her army out in person from Antioch, and met the Romans near the river Orontes. Modern historians usually follow the account of the battle which describes Aurelian as stealing a victory by stratagem. He is said to have noticed the weight of Zenobia's heavily armored cavalry, drawn them into a wild gallop by a feigned retreat, and then wheeled his troops when they showed signs of fatigue and scattered them. But the Historia Augusta, the nearest authority, tells us that Aurelian's troops were really routed at first, and then recovered, owing to a miraculous apparition, and won. Zenobia retired to Antioch. Her general, Zabda, deluded the inhabitants with a false report of victory, and trailed through the streets a captive whom he had dressed as Aurelian. But the emperor was advancing, and they fled during the night to Emesa, where they were still able to put 70,000 men in the path of Aurelian. The second battle proved as disastrous to Zenobia as the first, and it was decided to retire at once on Palmyra. For a long time the city held Aurelian at bay, and he magnanimously allowed that its successful resistance was due to the sagacity of Zenobia. In the midst of the long siege, he wrote to a friend at Rome, "I hear that it is said that I do not do the work of a man in triumphing over Zenobia. Those who blame me have no idea what kind of a woman she is, how prudent in counsel, how assiduous in arrangement, how severe with the troops, how liberal when it is expedient, how stern when there is need for sternness. I may venture to say that it was due to her that Odenathus put Sapor to flight and advanced as far as Ctesiphon. I can assure you that she was held in such terror in the East and in Egypt that the Arabs, the Saracens, and the Armenians were afraid to move." So difficult and protracted did the siege prove that Aurelian at length wrote to her, offering to spare her life if she would surrender. The answer seems to have been preserved in one of those libraries of valuable documents at Rome, from which the writers of the Historia Augusta obtained their material, as they tell us. It ran, "Zenobia, Queen of the East, to Aurelius Augustus. No one has ever yet made by letter such a request as you make. In matters of war, you must obtain what you want by deeds. You ask me to surrender, as if you were unaware that Cleopatra preferred to die rather than lose her dignity. We are expecting auxiliaries from Persia, and the Saracens and Armenians are with us. The robbers of Syria beat your army, Aurelian. What will happen to you when our reinforcements come? You will assuredly have to lay aside the pride with which, as if you were a universal conqueror, you call on me to surrender. The expectation of reinforcements was sincere, but was destined to be disappointed. Day after day, Zenobia and her officers looked out over the desert from their invincible walls, and descried no sign of the deliverers. Persia was distracted by the death of Sapor. The Armenians and the Saracens had been seduced from her by Aurelian. Food began to fail, and the Iron Legions clung tenaciously to the little strip of country and intercepted whatever aid came to her. Zenobia resolved to go to Persia herself in quest of aid. Under cover of the night, she stole out of the town and fled toward Persia on a dromedary. Within a few days, the anxious Palmyrians again saw their queen, a captive in the hands of the Roman soldiers. It is probable that she had been betrayed. Aurelian, at all events, heard of her flight and sent a company of horse in pursuit. They reached the banks of the Euphrates just as Zenobia and her attendants had entered a boat and brought her back to the camp. She was 1 hour too late to save her liberty or sacrifice her life. Palmyra sadly opened its gates, and Aurelian transferred its priceless treasures and rare curiosities to his wagons. Its chief officers and Zenobia he led away to Emesa, and put them on trial for rebellion. The reader of Gibbon will expect that we have now reached a point where the virility of Zenobia faints and the eternal feminine reveals itself. Gibbon records, indeed, the bold answer which Zenobia made to Aurelian's complaint of her infidelity to Rome, but he goes on to say that as the fierce demands of the soldiers for her death fell on her ears, she tremblingly pleaded for life, and, with a cowardice that her sex only could palliate, insisted that Longinus and the others had seduced her from her duty. Happily, we have a clear right to quarrel with the procedure of the great historian at this point. There are two versions of the behavior of Zenobia, that of the Latin historians, Trebellius Pollio and Vopiscus in the Historia Augusta, and that of the Greek historian Zosimus. The Latin writers, who lived at Rome in the generation after Zenobia, make her reply boldly to Aurelian, and do not say a word about her casting the blame on others. The Greek writer, a much later compiler, represents her as, in the words of Gibbon, ignominiously purchasing life by the sacrifice of her fame and her friends. Gibbon attempts to reconcile the two by making the woman's weakness follow upon the momentary show of courage. To this method of reconciling contradictory and unequal authorities we may justly demur. The much later version of Zosimus is not only less entitled in itself to acceptance, but it is seriously enfeebled when he goes on to make the wildly erroneous statement that Zenobia died on the way to Rome and her companions were sunk in the Bosphorus. We have every right to follow the Latin historians. Zenobia was brought before Aurelian, and the soldiers fiercely demanded that she be put to death. Exasperated as the emperor was, he refused to slay a woman, and asked her why she had dared to resist the majesty of Rome. "In you," she replied, "I recognize an imperial majesty, because you have vanquished me, but I saw none in Gallienus." Her life was spared. What Roman general could have resisted the wish to grace his triumph at Rome with a greater than Cleopatra? The troops, with their vast treasures and their captives, moved slowly homeward after executing Longinus and some others. In the triumph which Aurelian had so splendidly earned and no less splendidly celebrated, we catch our last glimpse of the Queen of the East, one of the most notable women of all time. Along the flower-strewn lane between the dense walls of citizens, passes one of the longest and grandest processions that ever led a victor to the Capitol. An immense number of tamed elephants, lions, tigers, leopards, bears, and other beasts move slowly and sullenly along, and 800 pairs of gladiators give promise of the impending spectacles. Then there are cars heavily laden with the gold, silver, and jewels of Palmyra, the rare presents of Persia, the purples of India, and the silks of China. Then there is the long and extraordinary train of captives, representing the 19 nations which Aurelian has subdued, even women who had been taken in male costume in the sternest battles. At last, the melancholy line is closed by the lithe bronzed figure, with brilliant black eyes and teeth like pearls, of the woman whose beauty, genius, and daring have been on the lips of Rome for several years. Clothed for the last time in the heavily jeweled robes of a queen, she had complained that she was not strong enough to walk under the load of jewels, she drags along the golden chains which bind her hands and feet, and a slave sustains the weight of the gold band round her throat. Beside her, in scarlet cloak and Gallic trousers, is Tetricus, Victoria's last emperor in Gaul. The whole empire is again subject to Rome, and before the car of the conqueror, 3 empty chariots are driven. One is the gold and silver car of Odenathus, one of gold studded with gems is a present from Persia, and the third is the car which Zenobia had made for her triumphant entry into Rome. Never had emperor looked from his car on so superb a triumph. In less than a year, Aurelian would be assassinated. The last phase of Zenobia's life is not quite clear. Zosimus is certainly wrong in his reproduction of a story that she died or took her life before she reached Rome. Still later and equally negligible writers ventured to say that she became a Christian, and even that Aurelian married one of her daughters. The Historia Augusta, which we may follow as it was written in Rome a generation later, tells us that Aurelian gave her a villa near Hadrian's palace at Tivoli, where she spent the rest of her life in the education of her children and the prosy duties of a Roman matron, and, we may conjecture, in looking back with sad but proud recollection on the stirring romance of her career. Bishop Eusebius observes briefly in his chronicle that she lived to a great age, and was held in the greatest regard at Rome. End of section 18. Recorded by Kimberly Dauber.
Section 19 of The Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 16. The Wife and Daughter of Diocletian. Although we have already indicated the fate of Aurelian, we have not yet referred to the woman who shared his imperial title and his great renown. Her personality is, in fact, entirely unknown. Even her name is preserved for us only on the coinage. We may fairly conjecture that she disliked the plebeian ways of her husband, and discharged the duties of a consort without enthusiasm. Daughter of a wealthy and prominent noble, Ulpius Crinitus, she had conferred a useful distinction on the ambitious peasant at a time when he was making his way in the imperial service, and it is conjectured, on somewhat slender grounds, that she accompanied him on his campaigns. But his life at the palace was short and inglorious. He disliked its pomp and luxury, and found his chief delight in pitting his comedians against each other in eating contests. He pampered the common citizens by increasing their free ration of bread and adding pork to it. When he went on to meditate a free distribution of wine, one of his ministers sarcastically suggested that he might add geese and chickens. When the Empress, Ulpia Severina, thought it fitting that she should wear silk mantles, her husband forbade her to indulge in that rare and costly product of a precarious commerce with China. Aurelian was, in fact, essentially a soldier. His manner, and even the reforms which he endeavored to make, caused grave dissatisfaction at Rome. and a conspiracy against him was discovered within a few months of the magnificent triumph he had enjoyed. He crushed it with a fierceness that almost obliterated the memory of his great services, and then returned to Asia to meet the Persians. On his march he was assassinated in the beginning of the year 275, and the great promise of his reign was unfulfilled. Oppia Severina seems to have died before him, as the historian speaks only of a daughter who survived him. Once more we pass swiftly over a number of turbulent years until we come to an empress of whom we have a comparatively ample knowledge. It is generally admitted, though not entirely beyond doubt, that the throne remained vacant for the greater part of the year 275. The Historia Augusta, at least, which was written in the next generation, describes a situation in remarkable contrast to the earlier haste in appointing emperors. We are asked to believe that the Senate and the army spent many months in a most edifying encounter, each endeavoring to induce the other to choose a ruler. At length the senators chose one of their number, the aged and upright Tacitus, who set out to take command of the troops in Asia. Within a few weeks, worn by the unwonted fatigue and pained by the unruly behavior of the soldiers, he passed away. Some of the historians declare that he died of actual violence. There's no trace of an empress. We read that Tacitus, like Aurelian, forbade his wife to wear sumptuous clothing, but this was probably in earlier days. The absence of coins leads us to think that she had died. He was succeeded by a young and vigorous officer of peasant extraction named Probus, under whom the empire recovered much of its strength. For 6 years he labored successfully to restore the prestige of Rome, but his severity led at length to assassination. During a mutiny of the soldiers in the year 282, 1,000 swords were plunged at once into the bosom of the unfortunate Probus, as Gibbon too floridly expresses it. From the absence of coins, we may almost gather that his wife had died before his accession. Carus, who succeeded him, was an aged general of 60 years. He died after a year of strenuous warfare, and left the empire to his sons Carinus and Numerianus. The younger emperor was dispatched to the east, and Carinus virtually ruled alone. Even the experience of our own time has so frequently taught us to expect a mediocre or effeminate issue from a distinguished and virile stock, that we do not wonder at this happening constantly in the history of Rome. We need not refer it to the mystery of heredity. The vigorous sire had developed and enhanced his strength in the laborious climb to the heights of his chosen world. The son, finding the paths to the summit smoothed, and an engaging luxury at his command without exertion, allows it to degenerate. The finest steel and the purest gold yield and crumble in a corroding atmosphere. We cannot, therefore, affect astonishment at the almost invariable failure of the Roman practice of eagerly welcoming a son to the place of his gifted father. The reign of Carinus affords one of the worst illustrations of the evil. Indolent, insolent, and luxurious, he saw in his imperial power an opulent ministry to his depraved tastes. He did indeed provide Rome with the most splendid entertainments. The amphitheater rang once more with the coarse applause of the 90,000 spectators of its bloody contests. The circus was transformed into a forest, in which the strange or beautiful beasts of remote lands lived under the eyes of 300,000 Romans. But this indulgence of the people's appetites was held to excuse an unbridled ministry to those of the prince. The whisper went once more through the fetid depths of Roman life that there were rich awards for the ingenious and industrious pander to a sated voluptuary, and the palace exhibited again the loathsome spectacles that had long been expelled from it. They have little interest for us, as although Carinus made and unmade 9 empresses in little over a year, they are lost in the riot of the time. One poor name, that of Magnia Urbica, has survived on a few coins. She is given by Serviez as the wife of Carus, because she is represented with 2 children on one of the coins. Cohen points out, however, that the group does not properly consist of a mother and 2 children, and he concludes that she was one of the 9 wives of Carinus. In the number of his consorts, Carinus surpassed the high record of imperial license, and he was not less original in the grounds for his divorces. Sterility has often been pleaded by monarchs as a fit reason for repudiating their wives. It was reserved to Carinus to dismiss them the moment they gave proof of fertility. So the women of Rome succeeded each other rapidly in the dissolute palace, where the emperor, surrounded by his courtesans, glittering down to his shoes with diamonds and emeralds, sat on rose-strewn couches to his costly banquets. The new pestilence was blown out of the imperial city by a storm from the east. The younger emperor, Numerianus, was a gentle, cultured, and delicate youth. As he led the troops home from the east, he sheltered his eyes from the burning sun by keeping to his tent or his closed litter. At length his complete seclusion gave rise to suspicion, and the soldiers broke into his tent, only to find a moldering body. The ambition of Aper, his father-in-law, who commanded the guards, fastened the guilt upon him, and a general assembly of the soldiers appointed one of their abler officers, Diocletian, to judge him. Diocletian, possibly with reason, preferred to execute rather than to try Aper, and he was at once saluted as emperor by the troops. The son of 2 slaves, he had educated himself and pushed his way to the highest offices and commands, and he now composedly donned the purple mantle which the soldiers offered him, and led the legions toward Rome. Carinus marched out against him, but was assassinated by an officer whose wife he had appropriated, and a new chapter opened in the annals of Rome. A strong man and a judicious statesman had come to the throne, and he would occupy it for 20 years. From our point of view, it is disappointing that the wife of Diocletian does not come to our notice until his reign is nearly over. Her very name was disputed for ages. Even now her personality is only faintly illumined by the adventures of her later years. Her daughter is a more commanding figure, and other imperial ladies stand out in the chronicle of the times. Some of these, such as the mother and wife of Constantine, we reserve for the next chapter, and we may compress into a few lines the story of the 20 years' reign of Diocletian. A year after his accession, which took place in the year 285, Diocletian chose a colleague to share the control of the vast empire. This friend and partner, Maximian, was the son of peasants, rough, ignorant, and unscrupulous, but an effective commander. He was entrusted with the care of the west. Diocletian passed to the east, and several years were profitably spent in restoring the crumbling frontiers. The task proved so formidable that in 292 they chose 2 officers for the inferior dignity of Caesars, a title which implied that they would probably one day be Augusti, and should meantime wear the purple, but have no power to make laws or control finance. Of the 2, Galerius again was a child of the soil, while Constantius was the son of a provincial noble, and they were compelled to dismiss their humbler wives and wed the daughters of the emperors. 4 courts were thus set up within the empire, while Rome found itself coldly neglected, its palace deserted, and its senate impotent. To the court of Galerius we shall return presently, while we leave the affairs of Constantius and his wife to the next chapter. The court and the empress of Maximian need not detain us. He chose Milan as his seat, and began to adorn the northern town with the marble edifices that befitted its new dignity. His wife was a very attractive Syrian woman, Galeria Valeria Eutropia. Her name has led to some conjecture that she was related to the father of Constantius, Eutropius, one of the chief nobles of Dardania, though the connection is feeble. She seems in any case to have regarded her uncultivated husband with disdain, and sought more genial company. Her son Maxentius is said by some to have been the issue of a liaison with a compatriot, while others declare that he was a boy substituted for the daughter she bore because Maximian desired a son. We may leave these disputable scandals and come to the court of Diocletian. The son of a Roman slave had created a glittering court at Nicomedia. His palace, round which the city quickly grew in size and magnificence, was adorned and served with an oriental pomp. The successive approaches to the chamber of the emperor were guarded by splendid officials, and when the suppliant or ambassador penetrated at length to the inner apartment, he found the stately Diocletian in purple and gold robes, his brow encircled by a glistening diadem, and was compelled to prostrate himself before the divine majesty. It was not, however, the vanity or folly of a Caligula, but a calculated policy that had prompted Diocletian to clothe himself with this Olympic dignity. Earlier emperors of the same mean extraction had refused to put a barrier of royal ceremony between themselves and their subjects or soldiers, and had invariably fallen by the hand of the assassin. Diocletian was too shrewd, too much attached to life, and too sensible of his beneficent use of power to incur the risk. He had restored Egypt to obedience, humiliated the Persians, and devoted an even greater ability to the reform of the administration. Cooperating with his vigorous colleague in the West, he had brought peace and prosperity back to the empire. In the settled years of his reign, we begin again to recognize the various personalities of the court. The empress herself is more or less involved in a piquant obscurity. Until the end of the 17th century, her name was unknown, and a great deal of romantic legend was reproduced in regard to her. Cardinal Baronius found in Acts of St. Susanna that her name was St. Serena, a martyr for the Christian faith. Other acts of the martyrs furnished a St. Eleuthera and a St. Alexandra as consorts of Diocletian. He seemed to have been an imperial Bluebeard. But in 1679 the manuscript was found of an early Christian work on the deaths of the prosecutors, and the earlier writings were proved, in the words of the learned Franciscan Father Paggi, to be fictitious and full of untruths. The many saintly martyrs gave way to an Empress Prisca, who broke down lamentably at the first test of her faith. It is very curious that we have no coins whatever of Prisca, though she must have lived through the whole reign of Diocletian. This, and the fact that she left him many years before his death, suggest either that she was not married to him at all, or that he had little regard for her. She was in any case a woman of weak and retiring character, and is mentioned only in association with her daughter. Valeria was a beautiful, attractive, and spirited young woman, with a good deal of the strength, and not a little of the ambition, of her father. She was married to Galerius, the Caesar whom Diocletian had chosen, and remained with him by the side of the emperor. Galerius was, as I said, of peasant origin, and never laid aside the uncultivated roughness of his class. Diocletian had, by diligent education, erased the traces of his own lowly origin, but his peasant colleagues had gone straight from the soil to the camp, and the work of a soldier had not given them the least inclination to seek culture. The character of Galerius has been painted in the most lurid colors on account of his persecution of the Christians, but it is significant that both Valeria and Prisca clung to his court when Diocletian retired. His mother Romula and other rustic relatives were attracted to his court. There was, it is clear, a most incongruous group of personalities about the court of Diocletian, and in the 19th year of his reign they were shaken by a severe storm. The great and final struggle began between the old faith and the new, and Prisca and Valeria favored the latter. Christianity had not been persecuted for half a century, and had made great progress. The cult of the old gods was palpably insincere, and half a dozen Asiatic creeds were steadily supplanting it. On the streets of Nicomedia, as on the streets of Rome or any other large city, one might meet any day the white-robed, shaven priests of Isis, the painted and effeminate ministers of Cybele, the Persian representatives of the popular cult of Mithra, and, until they were expelled by Diocletian, the black-garbed clergy of the Manichaeans and the Christians. The Christians were now advancing. There had been some slight and irregular repression of them from time to time since the days of Nero, but more than 40 years of toleration, and the knowledge that their adherents were now occupying high places in the camp and the court, and that even the wives of the emperor and the Caesar favored them, gave them strong confidence. One of their churches occupied a central and commanding position in Nicomedia. 4 influential officers of the court attended it, and it seems that Valeria and Prisca were, if not Christians, openly disposed to the new religion. All we know in that regard is that they were compelled to sacrifice when the persecution began. Persecution on account of religion as such was not natural to the cosmopolitan builders of the Pantheon, and Diocletian was a broad-minded statesman, so that the origin of the persecution is not so clear as it was once held to be. The literary remains which we have to use have to be handled with caution. The Historia Augusta has ended with Carinus, and we shall greatly miss its minute and gossipy descriptions. Zosimus, a pagan writing in a Christian age, has an appearance of sullen reticence at times, and a perceptible bias. Aurelius Victor and Eutropius are scanty, and the immediate Christian writers are used very cautiously by modern historians. Bishop Eusebius says frankly, in his Life of Constantine, that he will write only what tends to edify, and the little work on the deaths of the prosecutors is obviously imaginative in many pages and inaccurate in others. Experts still differ as to whether it comes from the pen of the brilliant Christian rhetorician Lactantius, but all warn us to take account of its strong feeling. Our authorities, in a word, now belong to two antagonistic and bitterly hostile creeds, and as all subsequent historians favor one side or the other, we have to proceed with caution. I have endeavored in the remaining chapters to make my way between them with more than ordinary care and independence. A few incautious hints given in Lactantius throw a faint light on the origin of the great persecution. The writer of the treatise has himself a very positive theory. The root of the evil was, he says, Romula, the peasant mother of the Caesar. Fanatically attached to the gods of her native mountains, she inspired her son with a hatred of Christianity, and Galerius bullied the older emperor into issuing the Edict of Persecution. We feel that the policy of Diocletian would hardly yield to the prejudice of a superstitious woman. There is more enlightenment in the incidental statements that Romula was stung by the disdain of the Christian officers in the palace, and that Diocletian was greatly annoyed at seeing Christian soldiers disturb the harmony, if not the efficacy, of his sacrificial ceremonies by making the sign of the cross. Galerius may have been moved by the growing reluctance of Christians to bear arms, and the very pronounced rejection by some of the arms they bore. There is no need to trust the imaginary conversation which Lactantius puts in the mouths of Diocletian and Galerius. They agreed that the zeal of the Christians was impertinent or dangerous, and in the month of February 303, a troop of soldiers was sent to raze to the ground their large and commanding church. On the following day, Diocletian published an edict forbidding the cult under grave penalties. When the imperial decree was torn down by a zealous Christian, and this act of treason was openly applauded by his fellows, Diocletian was embittered, and the blood began to flow. During the next fortnight, the emperor's quarters in the palace were twice found to be in flames. Diocletian was convinced that the fire was kindled by Christian officers, and gave a full sanction to the work of repressing them. Prisca and Valeria were not among the heroines of the persecution. Lactantius destroys all the myths of martyred empresses by telling us that they consented to burn a few grains of incense in honor of Jupiter, and impotently witnessed the dark roll of the wave of persecution through the provinces. He does not even say that they joined or rejoined the church when the persecution was over, and we lose sight of them for a few years. Probably they went with Diocletian to Rome for his triumph in November, and returned with him to Nicomedia in the summer of 304. He was confined to the palace by a serious illness during the following winter, and as soon as he recovered, he abdicated the throne. It is untrue that the threats of Galerius forced him to do this. He had expressed the intention years before. On a wide plain near Nicomedia, the army assembled on May 1st, 305, for the unexampled ceremony of the abdication of an emperor. A little hill in the center was surmounted by a lofty throne and a statue of Jupiter, and the aging emperor, he was in his 59th year, surrendered the power he had wielded so well for more than 20 years. By a previous arrangement, Maximian was abdicating on the same day at Milan. The two Caesars became Augusti, and two new Caesars were appointed. In their selection, we recognize the partial and unskillful hand of Galerius. He handed his own Caesarian dignity to a rustic nephew, Daza, who had just left his herds in the forest, Lactantius scornfully says, and sent a loyal and undistinguished friend to receive that of Maximian in Italy. From that selfish act would develop one of the greatest civil wars since the founding of the empire. In the ranks of the officers by the platform was the tall, handsome, gifted, and disappointed young man who would one day be known as Constantine the Great. Diocletian retired to Salona in his native province of Dalmatia, and built, close to the town, what was for the age a magnificent palace. Valeria remained in the palace of Galerius, and it seems that Prisca stayed with her, as we shall presently find her sharing the hard lot of her daughter. Why the mother, at least, chose to remain in Nicomedia is left to our imaginations. The religion they had favored was cruelly suppressed, and if we are to believe Lactantius, their virtue must have been outraged by the unbridled license of the new emperor. He is described as an ogre, dragging the noblest women of Nicomedia from their husbands, feeding his bears on innocent citizens, and never taking a meal without a taste of human blood. Yet Valeria clung to her husband even through the painful and repulsive illness which ended his life, and her name was given by him to a part of his empire. The picture is evidently overdrawn, yet life in the palace with Galerius and his boorish relatives cannot have been very congenial, and the temper of Galerius would be soured by the events that followed. The first mishap was the flight of Constantine. He had been living for some years at the court of Diocletian, and was deeply disappointed and rightly indignant at the choice of the new Caesars. By birth and ability he had the clearest title to the purple. He was now a tall and manly young officer, handsome, popular, and successful, and anxious to join his father Constantius in Gaul. There is little doubt that he fled during the night, though the romantic story told by Lactantius is now generally regarded as a clumsy piece of fiction. It describes Galerius as failing to take the youth's life by engaging him in dangerous contests, and at length devising an ingenious scheme. He one night gives Constantine permission to depart after he has seen him in the morning, and warns him that he will be put to death if he is still in Nicomedia at noon. Then the ogre gives orders that he is not to be awakened before noon on the morrow. But the young hero steals all the horses in the stables, there were probably hundreds, cripples all other horses along his route, and flies to his father. The only authentic point is that Constantine fled. He would wade back through a sea of blood. Within a few months his father was dead, Constantine was chosen by the army to succeed him, and Galerius was forced to recognize him as Caesar. Galerius gave the title of Augustus, which Constantius had left vacant at his death, to his loyal Severus, but he was soon informed that the troops, the people, and the Senate had chosen another emperor at Rome. A brief outline of the stirring events that followed will suffice here. The new emperor was Maxentius, son of the retired Maximian. The father issued from his retreat to join in the fray, and Galerius was bound to support Severus. Diocletian looked on quietly from his gardens at Salona. When Maximian urged him to return to power, he said that if Maximian could see the vegetables he was growing, he would not make such a request. Briefly, Severus was treacherously taken by Maximian, and induced to ease the complication by taking his life. Maximian, Galerius, and Diocletian met at Carnuntum, on the Danube, and it was settled that Galerius and Licinius, one of his officers, should be recognized as emperors, and Constantine and Maximin, Daza, as Caesars. Maxentius was disregarded, and Maximian was persuaded to retire once more. How the restless and ambitious old man then clung to Constantine, and attempted to murder and displace him, we shall see later. The expedition of Galerius into Italy proved disastrous, as he returned in bad health and temper to his dominions. He died in 311 of an unpleasant disease, of which the morbid reader may find a luxurious description in Lactantius. Valeria remained with him to the end, and then a new and more romantic chapter opened for her and her mother. The two emperors of the East made rival offers of their hospitality, for Maximin had exacted an equal dignity with Licinius. Valeria was at that time in her early 30s, and her mourning garments did not detract from her ripe beauty of face and figure. She is represented as weighing the respective immoralities of the two Eastern emperors, and considering to which of the two it would be the less dangerous to entrust her virtue. Lactantius does not tell us why she was forced to choose at all, why she and her mother did not retire to the luxurious and unsullied palace of Diocletian. The end of his life was approaching, it is true, but the palace would still shelter them. On the other hand, Maximin and Licinius are both very thickly tarred with the brush of Lactantius. We shall see something of the conduct of Licinius later. As to Maximin, if one half of what Lactantius and Eusebius say is true, he must have been known over the whole empire as an erotic maniac. He may not have been this romantic combination of Nero, Elagabalus, and Carinus, but we know from other writers that he was much more vicious than Licinius. When, therefore, we find Valeria choosing to live in his palace, we cannot repress a suspicion that the beautiful widow was not quite so unworldly as she is represented to have been. She had not been long in her new home when certain officers came to tell her that Maximin loved her and was prepared to divorce his wife and wed her. When she refused, the baffled passion turned to rage, and mother and daughter were expelled from the palace. When we learn from a later passage that Valeria refused to yield her right to the property of Galerius, the episode seems more human. A story of adultery was invented. A Jew, the villain of early Christian literature, was suborned to give false evidence, and several of Valeria's friends were implicated. A number of ladies of high rank were publicly executed, and the empresses, spoiled of their goods, were driven from province to province until they found themselves lodged in a mean village on the edge of the Syrian desert. Valeria contrived to acquaint her father with their situation, but the rough Maximin rejected his feeble entreaties. They seem to have spent the winter 312–13 in this miserable exile. The only comfort was that they had with them Candidian, a natural son of Galerius, whom Valeria had adopted, and Severian, the son of Severus. In the early spring, the little group were inspirited by the news that the tyrant had fallen in a struggle with Licinius, who is now sole emperor in the East. What follows in the narrative of Lactantius is even more obscure, and suggests still more strongly that much is concealed from us. Candidian went openly to the court of Licinius, and was cordially received and promoted. The other young man followed. Licinius was naturally hostile to all who had taken the side of Maximin, but he could hardly be angry with these poor victims of Maximin's rage. Valeria, however, went in disguise to Nicaea, where the court was, to follow the fortunes of her adopted son. Suddenly something happened which brought upon them all the sword of the executioner. What it was we can only conjecture. A writer like Lactantius is so accustomed to regard a savage outbreak on the part of one of the last pagan emperors as a natural event that he disdains to enlighten us. A part of the story has been concealed, and it would not be fantastic to suppose that the spirited, young, and ambitious Valeria meditated an intrigue for the advancement of Candidian to the throne. It is plain that Licinius suspected this. The royal birth and manly bearing of the youth might suffice to draw such a suspicion on him, but do not plausibly explain the treatment of the empresses. Nor is there any apparent reason for her disguise. She was willing, Lactantius says, to cede her rights to Licinius, and the sentence unjustly passed on her by Maximin would have no weight with him. Whatever the cause of the trouble was, Valeria learned one day that Candidian and Severian were arrested, and they were presently executed. She fled to the remote Syrian village, but she was so plainly implicated in some way that she dare not remain there. Dressing in the rough robes of the common people, the aged mother and her brilliant daughter set out on a painful and aimless journey. Either a sentence of death had been passed on them, or they had ground to apprehend one, for their flight would certainly elicit it. Lactantius says that they wandered in this disguise for 15 months, but it is difficult to believe that they could so long evade the imperial troops who hunted them. At length they were recognized and arrested in Thessalonica, and the tragedy of their unfortunate and, so far as we know, innocent lives was brought to a close. Under the eyes of the assembled citizens, the wife and daughter of the great emperor were beheaded, and their remains were contemptuously flung into the sea. End of section 19. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 20 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 17. Part 1. The First Christian Empresses. The fourfold power which Diocletian had prudently set up ensured for the empire 20 years of uneventful prosperity. The two emperors and their Caesars guarded and repaired the frontiers, at which the strong young nations of the hills and the forests were now gathering in ominous numbers, while the body of the empire tranquilly pursued its sluggish and debilitated life. But no sooner had the balanced mind and the firm hand of Diocletian relinquished their control than the system revealed its weakness. The multiplication of dignities led to a multiplication of aspirants. The distribution of power inflamed the ambition of the stronger and less scrupulous. In 1 year 8 generals claimed and bore the title of Augustus, and our stage is crowded with empresses. Most of them, however, are so poorly outlined in the records of the time that we may neglect these faint conjugal shadows of inconspicuous rulers, and select for consideration the 3 or 4 more prominent consorts of the emperors. Possibly the most widely known of all the Roman empresses, more familiar even than the very different figure of Messalina, is Helena, the mother of Constantine. The first Christian empress, the generous supporter of the early church, the first royal woman to find a place in the list of the canonized, we turn to her with eagerness to discover the contrast with her pagan predecessors. She does not bear the imperial title, and does not properly fall within our range until she is advanced in years, but we cannot understand her character unless we glance first at her earlier years. In one of his more important sermons, De Obitu Theodosii, section 42, St. Ambrose observes that she is said to have been a maid at an inn, and he so clearly accepts the statement that historians, sacred and profane, have not hesitated to follow him. The claim of another Roman writer that Constantine had illumined Britain by originating there gave rise at one time to a theory that she was British, and our learned commentators furnished so august a lady with a royal pedigree. The phrase is, however, generally understood to refer to the beginning of Constantine's imperial career, and the native town of Helena is sought either in Dacia or in Nicomedia. Since Constantine gave her name to Depranum in Nicomedia, we may presume that her first humble home was in that town, and that she moved from there to Naissos in Dacia, where the birth of Constantine is usually placed. A stabulum was, in the language of the time, one of the meaner inns in the towns through which the Roman roads ran. A stabularia, the epithet used by St. Ambrose, was a woman or girl connected with the inn; and those temporary resting places for soldiers or merchants on their journeys were so easy in their ways that the word was sometimes used in an unpleasant sense. We may follow the early tradition that Helena was the daughter of a man who kept one of these inns, possibly a quite respectable establishment at Drepanum, on the way to the city of Nicomedia, which Diocletian had made his capital. Here, in or about the year 273, the young Roman officer Constantius, later for some obscure reason called Constantius the Pale, Chlorus, saw and fell in love with Helena. The road that ran through Drepanum was much used by the troops, and the encounter is placed at the time when Aurelian was conducting his campaign against Zenobia. Constantius, an excellent officer and the son of a provincial noble of some distinction, would then, 273, be in his 23rd year. Helena, who was over 80 at her death in 328, must have been 2 or 3 years older. Historians have left us a lengthy and learned debate on the question whether she was the wife or the concubine of Constantius, and the grouping of the combatants is singular. In the Migna edition of the Works of the Fathers we find a note appended to the passage of St. Ambrose which I have quoted, in which the Benedictine commentators observe that all the writers on Roman affairs declare that Helena was the concubine, not the wife, of Constantius, and they adopt that view. Yet the critical Gibbon defends the legality of her marriage with a rare and edifying chivalry, and Mr. Firth, in his recent biography of Constantine, asserts that it is beyond question. With such weighty encouragement, ecclesiastical writers have confidently deserted the Benedictines and followed Gibbon. Let us first hear the authorities, and we may not find the problem insoluble. Bishop Eusebius, the chaplain of the imperial family, as one may term him, would not mention such a circumstance in his Life of Constantine, even if he knew it to be true. But it is not quite accurate to say peremptorily that the bishop never mentions it. In the second book of his chronicle, Ad Annum 310, we read that Constantine was the son of Constantius by his concubine Helena. We have no means of determining if these words were written by Eusebius or added by St. Jerome. Even in the latter case, it is a weighty testimony. Another Christian historian of Jerome's time, Orosius, who does not follow Zosimus as Gibbon says, but precedes him, makes the same statement, chapter 25, and it is later repeated in the chronicle of Cassiodorus. A writer of the generation after Constantine, commonly known as Anonymus Valesii, says, chapter 2, that Constantine was born of Helena, a very common, vilissima woman, in the town of Naissus. Zosimus, a century later, and a pagan critic of Constantine, says, 2:8, that he was born of a woman who was not respectable and not legally married to Constantius. And he later observes that Maxentius resented the raising to the throne of a man whose mother was not a matron. Finally, the early medieval monk Zonaras says, Annals 8:1, some say that she was lawfully married to Constantius and divorced, others that she was not a legitimate wife but a paramour. The grave and weighty Eutropius, writing in the generation after Constantine, says that he was born of a somewhat ambiguous obscuriori marriage. The Benedictines had an ample authority, both Christian and pagan, for their view, and only one argument is advanced in disproof of it by modern writers. Several of the historians tell us that, when Constantius was made Caesar, he was compelled by the emperor to divorce Helena, and it is said divorce implies marriage. The argument is hardly conclusive. When Eusebius or Jerome tells us that the Caesars were compelled to dismiss their wives, he adds on the same page that Helena was not a wife but a concubine. He means merely that Constantius was forced to dismiss Helena and wed the daughter of Maximian, and does not imply that any legal form of divorce was employed. It is quite open to us to interpret the other authority, Aurelius Victor, in the same way. And Zonaras, the only other writer who could be quoted, expressly leaves it open whether Helena was married or not. In any case, the single authority of Aurelius Victor cannot outweigh the others, and even his words do not necessarily imply a legal divorce on the part of both Caesars. But there is another aspect of the question which is usually overlooked. Could there be a valid marriage between Helena and Constantius in Roman law? When we regard the subject from this point of view, we see that Constantius could not possibly have married Helena before the birth of Constantine, and unless her legal condition was subsequently altered by a special enactment, their union could never become a valid marriage. As I have earlier observed, the strict and ancient forms of Roman marriage had fallen very generally out of use under the emperors. They had had the effect of putting the wife under the despotic power of the husband, and Roman feeling in regard to the position of woman had entirely changed. Looser forms of marriage, which evaded the older tyranny of the husband, were generally employed and legally recognized. If a man and woman lived together uninterruptedly for 12 months without 3 nights' interruption, their union might become a valid marriage. Below this was the legally recognized concubine. The ease with which Christian writers admitted that Helena was a concubine is due to the fact that the Church, as well as the law, permitted a concubine if a man had no wife. As late as the year 400, the important provincial council of Toledo decided that such a man and his concubine were to be admitted to communion. St. Augustine, we shall see, went even further. Below these again were the ordinary paramours, the mistresses of a month, or the playthings of an hour, which Stoic and Christian equally condemned. The real question we have to decide is, therefore, whether the long association of Constantius and Helena could ever be recognized as a valid marriage in Roman law. That they went through any form of marriage in 273 could only occur to a writer who knows nothing of Roman law or practice. A young officer taking a girl from a tavern in a small provincial town on his route would not dream of any such ceremony, and no ceremony would have been valid in Roman law. Whatever the legal condition of Constantius was, Helena was to Roman law a barbarian or peregrina, and could not contract a valid marriage. We need little acquaintance with Roman life to imagine what happened. Constantius felt for the young woman he found at the country inn a more tender sentiment than that usually entertained by the young centurion or tribune on travel, and he took her to live with him. I do not see how this relation ever could become a valid marriage, nor is there any clear proof that they were ever legally divorced. At the most, it remains a questionable marriage, as Eutropius calls it, and it began as a free union. From Nicomedia, Constantius's troop seems to have passed, possibly after sharing Aurelian's triumph at Rome, to Thrace, where Constantine is said to have been born in the year 274. Helena narrowly missed the dignity of empress a few years later, as Carus had some disposition to leave the purple to Constantius. The mother of Constantius had been a niece of the Emperor Claudius, and his father was one of the chief nobles of Dardania. But the accession of Carinus dispelled this hope, and Helena followed her husband from province to province and grade to grade, until in 292 he was selected for the lofty position of Caesar of the West. But with the purple came a command that he must dismiss his concubine and marry the stepdaughter of Maximian, Flavia Maximiana Theodora. From that date until the year of her son's brilliant triumph, Helena passes into complete obscurity. Meantime, other empresses occupy the pages of the historian. Theodora, of whom we have just spoken, is one of those empresses whose propriety of conduct and mediocrity of person have not attracted the lamp of the historian. She was the daughter of Eutropia, the Syrian wife of Maximian, by a former husband. 3 boys and 3 girls came of her union with Constantius, and she seems to have been a worthy consort of that judicious and happy ruler. The full imperial title passed to them when Maximian abdicated in 305, and the handsome and spirited Constantine joined them at Gessoriacum, Boulogne, after his romantic flight from Nicomedia, in that or the following year. They crossed to Britain, and suppressed a rebellion that was in progress. But Constantius died at Eboracum, York, in the summer of 306, and the unambitious Theodora passes from our sight. Constantius had, with a last display of prudence, preferred his eldest son to the legitimate children of his wife, and probably little money needed to be distributed among the legions to ensure that they should recognize his superiority. Constantine was then in his early manhood, a commanding and graceful figure in the finest phase of his character, and the troops followed him with alacrity from the cold mists of North Britain to more genial and more cultivated Gaul. From Gaul the young Caesar watched with close interest the quarrels in which his colleagues prepared to devour each other. In February of 307 he heard that Severus had opened his veins and left the purple in the hands of the crafty Maximian and his son Maxentius. Within a few weeks Maximian was in Gaul, seeking an alliance with Constantine. He brought with him his pretty and charming daughter Fausta, and presently she was married at Arles, with great pomp, to Constantine, the stepson of her half-sister. The old man returned to his intrigues in Italy, from which he was shortly ejected by his son. Galerius expelled him from Illyricum, where he had taken shelter, and he returned to the court of his son-in-law in Gaul. The portrait bust of Maximian might be confused with that of a modern pugilist, but he had, in addition to strength and ambition, a restless disposition to intrigue. To rust in a court full of women, for we may confidently place in the court of Constantine his wife, mother, stepmother, mother-in-law, and 3 young half-sisters, if not also his concubine, was to him an intolerable experience, and he took the first opportunity of enlivening his surroundings. An inroad of the barbarians in the north drew away the young emperor with much of his army, and Maximian rebelled. He gave out a report that Constantine was dead, emptied the treasury into the hands of the soldiers, and assumed the purple mantle once more. But Constantine returned with the stride of a giant, and Maximian shut himself in Marseilles, which was presently surrendered. The aged intriguer returned to the palace, tried to corrupt the loyalty of his daughter, and brought upon himself the punishment of his crimes. It is a peculiarity of the time that the more remote an historian is from an event, the more he knows about it. Eutropius and Zosimus merely knew that Fausta revealed her father's plots to her husband. Zonaras of the 12th century is able to tell us the whole story. Maximian, he says, persuaded his daughter to have the guards removed from the imperial chamber at night. Then, telling the night attendants that he wished to relate to Constantine a remarkable dream he had had, he entered the chamber and plunged his dagger into the sleeping figure on the bed. Rushing out to announce the fall of the tyrant, however, he found himself in face of Constantine, Fausta, and the guards. Fausta had been true to her husband, and it was a vile eunuch that Maximian had slain in the emperor's bed. Whatever truth there may be in this romance, we may accept the statement that Fausta betrayed his plots, and Maximian came to the end of his career. Zosimus sends him into exile, and makes him die a natural death at Tarsus. Lactantius, with a stronger sense of propriety, tells us that he strangled himself, and it is the general belief that Constantine did not permit him to leave Gaul alive. Galerius died in the following year, 311, leaving the Eastern Empire to Licinius and Maximin, while Maxentius ruled in Italy and Africa. 4 empresses now lived in the court of Constantine. But before we seek to penetrate the mystery of their relations to each other, we must briefly accompany Constantine in his rise to the position of supreme monarch. Maxentius, who had expelled his father from Italy, now affected a filial anger against his destroyer, and after some exasperated correspondence, sent toward Gaul an army of nearly 200,000 men. Constantine boldly led 40,000 of his soldiers across the Alps, wore down the strength of his opponent in successive encounters, and within a few months exhibited the grisly head of Maxentius to the astonished and delighted Romans. He was now master of the Western Empire. Devoting 2 months to the settlement of Roman affairs, he returned to Milan to meet his Eastern colleague Licinius. His half-sister Constantia was married there to Licinius, who returned to Asia with his bride to crush Maximin and to perpetrate the melancholy tragedies over which we shuddered in the last chapter. Anastasia, the second daughter of Constantius, was married to the senator Bassianus. Constantine made him Caesar, but put no troops at his command. He had just suppressed the Praetorian Guards at Rome, and refused to grant him the authority that had hitherto been associated with the title of Caesar. Bassianus corresponded angrily with Licinius, and before the end of 315 the emperors of the East and West were in arms against each other. It would be interesting to know what share the daughters of Constantius had in promoting these disorders. The correspondence of Bassianus and Licinius suggests a correspondence of their wives, and when Bassianus was deposed and disgraced, we may assume that Constantia was not insensible of the misfortune of her younger sister. The superior age and ability of Constantine would hardly reconcile the legitimate children of Constantius to their position of dependence. Constantia is sometimes represented as a pious peacemaker, but we do not find her in that character until her husband's power is irremediably broken after the second war with Constantine. She fled in great haste with her husband after the first defeat, and returned with him to Nicomedia to rule his reduced dominions. The court life of the West flowed with uneventful smoothness in the 8 years between the first and second war with Licinius. The only break in the monotony is the birth of 3 sons and 3 daughters in quick succession. Zosimus emphatically asserts that these were not the children of Fausta, but of a concubine, whom Constantine put to death on a charge of adultery. We are naturally disposed to regard this as a piece of reprehensible malice on the part of the pagan writer. But even the most cautious judgment will find ground for reflection in the circumstance that Fausta had borne no children whatever for the first 9 years of her marriage, and then children began to appear with astonishing rapidity. We know that Constantine had had a concubine named Minervina before he married Fausta. Her son Crispus lived at the court. It would not be entirely surprising if Minervina had returned to the court to rear the imperial dynasty which Fausta failed to provide, and was eventually destroyed in one of Constantine's bursts of temper. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 17, Part 2. The First Christian Empresses. In the Eastern court, the young empress had, if we trust the authorities, a more adventurous career. Constantia cannot have been more than 17 or 18 at the time of her marriage, but she was a woman of spirit and ability, as well as virtue and beauty. It is said that she, with the whole court, became a Christian after Constantine's victory over Maxentius. But the story of the miraculous sign in the heavens, a story that is not found in any form until 30 years afterwards, is now rejected, and the conversion of Constantine is spread over many years. At Nicomedia, however, where Constantia occupied the magnificent palace built by Diocletian, she met the accomplished and courtly Eusebius, and induced Licinius to allow him the position of Bishop of Nicomedia. 2 things, it is said, then transpired in the character of Licinius to excite her disgust. He not only persecuted the Christians, but made equal war upon virtue. In brief, he, like all the other persecutors, is depicted by the flowing pen of Lactantius as an erotic ogre. His eye falls on a Christian maiden of dazzling beauty and virtue in the suite of Constantia, and he sends an officer to corrupt her. She tells Constantia, who dresses her as a young military officer and sends her, with a splendid equipage, to take an imaginary imperial commission to a remote region. In the distant city of Amasia, she is embarrassed by her masculine hosts and confides in the bishop. Finally, a letter of hers to Constantia is intercepted, and she escapes by a very timely death from the embraces or the tortures of Licinius. Of these wicked ways, and of her husband's hostility to the Christians, Constantia is said to have kept her brother well informed, and when Licinius committed the greater enormity of refusing to surrender fugitive offenders to the vengeance of Constantine, the legions were once more led toward the Bosphorus. Several disastrous battles crippled the power of Licinius, and he retired sullenly to Nicomedia. Whether at his request or no, Constantia interceded for him, and Constantine swore to respect his life. In assigning the blame for the war, we may perhaps hesitate between the contradictory charges of the opposing schools of historians, though modern writers usually follow the neutral and sober Eutropius, and ascribe it to the ambition of Constantine. But there is a sharper indictment of Constantine's conduct after the war. Licinius, in surrendering, had relied on the oath of the conqueror. He had been stripped of the purple and exiled to Thessalonica, but he was put to death there shortly afterwards. Zosimus and Eutropius say that this was done in spite of the oath, and the statement of Constantine's more resolute admirers, that Licinius was discovered in treasonable intrigue, has not carried much conviction with later historians. Constantia passed, with her daughter Helena and her boy Licinius, to the court of her brother, who was now, 324, master of the whole empire. The remark of Zosimus, that Constantine degenerated into the most wilful license after his attainment of supreme power, a remark feebly supported by the assurance of the cautious Eutropius that prosperity somewhat altered his character, contrasts quaintly with the circumstance that he now became the imperial patron of the Christian religion. Here again we hesitate between conflicting accounts, or rival romances. According to the medieval Christian writer Zonaras, who supplies a remarkable amount of detail that was unknown to contemporary historians, the conversion of Constantine had a picturesque origin. On his return to Rome, after crushing Licinius, he was afflicted with a painful eruption, and his pagan physicians prescribed a bath in the warm blood of children. At once, says the lively writer, children were collected from the whole empire and dispatched to the palace. The lamentations of the mothers fell on the ear of Constantine, touched his heart, and he left paganism in disgust for Christianity. The pagan Greek Zosimus, who at least faithfully reproduces the pagan gossip of his time, as on this point we know from Zosumen, gives us the legend of his school. After committing certain murders, which will occupy us presently, Constantine applied to the priests of the temple of Jupiter for purification. The priests sternly replied that their lustral water had no power to obliterate the trace of such a crime, and Constantine turned in despair to an Egyptian who was known to the womenfolk of the palace. The Christian priest, as he seems to have been, declared that his religion contained the desired remedy, and Constantine embraced it. It will be seen that we now pursue our biographic way amid a forest of legends. Happily, we may reject both these stories as at least anachronisms. Constantine was already a Christian in 324. He had abolished the decrees of persecution in the year 313, and had taken a keen interest in church matters for some years. The whole court gradually accepted the new faith. Helena, Eusebius tells us, and Fausta for some time opposed the change of religion, but Helena at least was converted. Eutropia appears in the East a few years later as a zealous opponent of paganism. From their several and ample purses, the money poured into the lean coffers of the Church, and the conversion of the empire proceeded rapidly. Villages that embraced Christianity were raised to the dignity of cities. Nobles and officers were encouraged by promotion, and ordinary citizens were rewarded with a baptismal robe and a piece of gold. It is not for us to inquire into the obscure question of Constantine's real attitude. Professor Berry and other eminent authorities believe that his creed was a liberal or vague one until his death. Years afterwards we find him building pagan temples at Constantinople, and he did not disdain the imperial title of Sovereign Pontiff of the old religion. On the other hand, the details collected by Mr. Firth show a very real interest in the Church. He opened the Great Council of Nicaea in the year 325, and reverently kissed the wounds of those who had suffered in the persecution. Yet even amid this evidence of orthodoxy, the hesitating student will find trace of his liberality. In the letter which he sent to the Catholic bishops, he complained that the subject of their vehement quarrel with the Arians was quite insignificant and entirely disproportionate to such a quarrel. The question at issue was the divinity of Christ. His experience at the council would give him a larger sense of its importance. From the benedictions of the prelates and the embraces of the martyrs, Constantine returned to Europe, and within a year, apparently, his court was rent by a tragedy that has left an irremovable cloud on his memory. He had gone to Rome with the court to celebrate the 20th anniversary of his accession. The city exulted in the rare indulgence of his presence, and the games and festivities warmed it with its old enthusiasm. The empire was united and at peace, and the growing brood of children gave promise of an unending dynasty. Crispus, Constantine's eldest son, was now a popular and promising commander, clothed in the mantle of a Caesar. Two of the sons of Fausta, or her substitute, were Caesars. Then there was the 12-year-old son of Constantia. Over these watched the aged Helena and Eutropia, and the mothers and aunts of the younger children. In the middle of the festivity, Rome was startled to hear that Crispus had been arrested by his father's command and exiled to Pola in Istria. From that remote and solitary region the report at length came that he had been put to death. Every eye was turned on the palace, and before long, most of the historians say, the gay figure of the beautiful young empress disappeared, and the report spread that she had been brutally suffocated in the steam of a dense vapor bath. The horror was increased, and the prospect of a humane interpretation lessened, when it was learned that the innocent child of Constantia also had been put to death. Such is the grave and mysterious tragedy of Constantine's mature years. As Fausta has been heavily indicted by those who have sought to defend her husband, and Helena impeached by his accusers, we may glance at the evidence on which one's verdict must be based. There are partisan historians who would cast doubt on the whole story. There are more serious historians, such as Gibbon, who again gallantly opposes the critics, who say that Fausta, at least, was not slain, and the rest are divided in opinion as to whether it was a just execution or a ghastly crime. The first two opinions are now untenable. There is no serious dispute that Crispus and Licinius were put to death. That Fausta was killed is now equally established. Gibbon relied upon a certain anonymous writer to show that Fausta was living long afterwards, but it has been shown that the writer is not speaking of Fausta and Constantine. Moreover, Dr. Seek, in a special study of the evidence, Die Verwandtenmord Constantins des Grossen, Zeitschrift für Wiss, Theology, BD 33, has shown that the coins of Fausta and Crispus, unlike those of the other members of the imperial family, end before the year 330. Dr. Goris, who held Gibbon's view, consents that this proof is decisive. The only serious question is that of motive or justification. Let us glance at the authorities in the order of their nearness to the event. Bishop Eusebius is naturally silent. He professes to give only the things that edify in the life of Constantine, and is writing almost in his son's court. Eutropius, the soundest and most impartial writer of the next generation, says, X 6, that the character of Constantine was somewhat changed with prosperity, and that, following the exigencies of the situation, necessitudines rerum. He put to death first his excellent son and the son of his sister, a boy of promising character, then his wife and a number of friends. St. Jerome, in his Latin version of the chronicle of Eusebius, writes at the year 329 that Crispus, the son of Constantine, and Licinius the younger, the son of Constantia, are most cruelly put to death in the 9th year of his reign. And 3 years later we read, Constantine put to death his wife Fausta. Dr. Seek believes that we have here only an echo of Eutropius, but Jerome would hardly add most cruelly on so cautious a narrative. Aurelius Victor, a contemporary of Eutropius, says that Crispus was put to death by his father for some unknown reason, and Orosius, the Christian historian, merely observes that Constantine put Crispus and Licinius to death. From these earlier writers we learn only that the deaths were cruel and the motive unknown, but later writers have successively built up a story that has provoked endless discussion. Sidonius Apollinaris, the most cultivated and liberal Christian writer of the 5th century, says, with the confidence of a parenthesis, EP 5, that Crispus was poisoned and Fausta killed in a vapor bath, and that a couplet was fixed on the palace gate recalling the crimes of Nero. The epistomist of Aurelius Victor declares that Crispus was put to death at the instigation of Fausta, and Fausta was thereupon killed in a vapor bath, as Helena bitterly reproached Constantine for the death of Crispus. Zosimus 2:29 says, with no regard for the law of nature, he put to death his son Crispus on the ground that he was suspected of intimacy with Fausta. And when Helena heavily reproached him, he, as if to console her, suffocated Fausta in an overheated bath. Philostorgius, a Christian writer of the same 5th century, declares that Fausta was put to death because she was caught in adultery with a groom. The story culminates in the 12th century annalist Zonorus. After telling his incredible legend about Constantine and the babies, he represents Fausta in the character of Potiphar's wife. She conceived a passion for the handsome Caesar, was repelled by him, and then denounced him to Constantine as having offered violence to her. Crispus was put to death. Then Constantine learned in some way, Helena is left to the imagination, that he had been deceived, and he angrily killed Fausta in a vapor bath. It is remarkable how many grave writers have favored this legend of the medieval writer. Yet, besides its obvious growth through the centuries, it has the fatal weakness of throwing no light whatever on the murder of Licinius, the son of Constantine's most cherished sister. We are reduced to conjecture in face of this mysterious and terrible tragedy: that the youths met with some violent death at the hands of the emperor, that Helena bitterly remonstrated with him, and that the savage suffocation of Fausta followed this remonstrance, seems to be clear. We may further conclude with some confidence, from the persistent rumor of amorous relations, that this charge was allowed to reach the outside world in extenuation of the murders. But it is suspected by many historians, and seems to be suggested by the obscure language of Eutropius, that the real motive was political. Crispus was in great favor with both the people and the troops, and had distinguished himself in the war with Licinius. If anything happened to Constantine, who was in his 52nd year, Crispus had a clear prospect of the throne. It would not be unnatural for Fausta to resent this, and one is tempted to see either an effect of her importunity or a proof of Constantine's jealousy of his son in the fact that Constantine took away the province of Gaul from Crispus without compensation in 323, and gave it to the eldest of his legitimate sons. From that time Crispus was retained in idleness, and probably discontent, under the eye of his father. He would be a natural focus for all the dissatisfaction in the empire, and the Romans, and pagans generally, regarded Constantine and his family with anger and disdain on account of their abandonment of the old religion. By the year 326, Constantine was in a state of extraordinary nervousness and suspicion. Before going to Rome, he issued an edict in which he revealed his frame of mind to the whole empire. At Rome he flouted the most cherished customs of the city, and may well have incurred fresh murmurs. Something occurred that brought his suspicion of Crispus, who may not have become a Christian, to an acute stage, and he condemned him to exile and death. This theory is also the only one to explain with any plausibility the execution of young Licinius. He was the only other rival of Constantine's legitimate sons. It is impossible for us to say whether Crispus had incurred any guilt or no, but the silence of the earlier writers and panegyrists is a grave circumstance. If there had been plausible evidence of conspiracy, they would not have remained silent. In any case, the sentence on Crispus was harsh and unjustifiable, and the execution of a 12-year-old boy was a piece of brutality that only the worst emperors would have perpetrated. The murder of Fausta is even more perplexing. Even if the late and negligible stories of Philostorgius and Zonaras were true, she was not executed but brutally murdered. The only firm point in the conflicting evidence is the persistent association of her death with the anger of Helena. We have no evidence of any value in regard to her relation to Crispus, but the words of Zosimus, which are not inconsistent with the earlier writers, enable us to extend the above theory to her. Constantine, on this view, put Crispus and Licinius to death because they were possible nuclei of the conspiracy which he believed to pervade the empire. Adopting a familiar device, however, he concealed his motive under a charge of amorous irregularity, or too great a familiarity with the empress. Helena, who was greatly attached to Crispus, seems to have insisted that, if there was any guilt, both were guilty, and Constantine savagely completed his work by murdering his wife. The Christian historians describe Fausta as opposing Constantine's progress in his new faith, and as we have no evidence that Crispus had embraced it, one may not implausibly wonder whether the two did not attract the favor of the pagan Romans, to the extreme anger of the emperor. No charge against Fausta was made public. During the lifetime of Constantine's eldest son, Julian described her, in one of his orations, as not only one of the most beautiful, but one of the most virtuous and noble ladies of her time. Even if we make allowance for the licensed flattery of a panegyrist, the description would be too glaringly inconsistent with any imperial theory of her infidelity. She was probably in her 34th or 35th year at the time when she met her appalling death. Constantine hastened to remove the gloomy-stricken court from the disdainful eyes of Rome. The pagans pointed with fierce scorn to these fruits of the new religion, as they expressed it. One day it was found that someone had fastened a Latin couplet, written, the pagans of a later day boasted, by the hand of the emperor's chief counselor, Ablabius, on the gate of the palace: "Say ye the golden age of Saturn breaks again? Of Nero's bloody hue these jewels are." Either at once, or in the course of the next year, the court broke up. Constantine went to direct the building of the new capital of the West, which was to bear his name. Later pagans said that he fled from the theater of his crimes and the scorn of Rome. But the ample lines of Constantinople had been traced long before, and the site had been chosen for its strategical importance. Helena sought the land in which Christ had lived and died, and her pious munificence won for her the halo of sanctity. The legend of her finding the cross does not appear until 70 years afterwards, and Eusebius tells us that it was Constantine, not she, who found the sepulchre and built a church over it. But Helena, who had now great wealth, covered the land with churches, and returned with a great repute for piety. She died soon after her return, in 328, Tillemont thinks, having passed her 80th year. Europia also went on a pilgrimage to Palestine, and seems to have settled in the East. We find her a few years later urging Constantine to scatter the pagans who are defiling some sacred spot with their impure ceremonies. Theodora seems to have died at some unknown date before the year of the murders. Constantia died in or about the year 329. Her Arian friend Eusebius had been banished at the triumph of the Athanasians, but she obtained his recall and adhered to his Unitarian creed. In her last hours she succeeded in recommending an Arian priest to Constantine, and prolonged the religious struggle. We pass to a new generation of empresses, and may dismiss briefly the 10 years which remain of Constantine's rule, and introduce us to the events of the next chapter. In the month of May of the year 330, the new city of Constantinople was solemnly dedicated. The curious reader will find in Gibbon a splendid restoration of its princely proportions, its stores of art gathered from all parts of the empire, its superb palace, its great hippodrome, its churches and temples, its spacious fora, and its lofty column of porphyry, surmounted by a gigantic statue in which the head of Constantine replaced that of Apollo, and the various attributes of the god he still admired were hesitatingly redeemed by emblems of the jealous god of his new faith. The enormous sums absorbed in the building of the new city were regarded by the pagans as one of the causes of the decay of the empire, and the bitter strife of Arians and Athanasians which distracted it irritated their resentment. But their day was closing. The arguments with which they clung to a Jupiter and a Venus, in whom they no longer believed, were hollow. The rewards of conversion were great. The gray gods saw their crowds of worshippers becoming thinner and less joyous. The empire lifted the humble cross into the sunlight from Persia to Britain. The last decade of Constantine's life was inglorious. We might distrust the partial and severe accusations of Zosimus, but the substance of his charge is found in the other authorities. His vast and hurried enterprise in building forced him to lay heavy burdens on his enfeebled empire, and we have the authority of Ammianus Marcellinus that he encouraged those about him to open devouring jaws in a lamentable degree. Conversion was the first right to favor and wealth. The later Emperor Julian, we are not surprised to find, pours acrid satire on him. In the treatise Caesares, in which he introduces the emperors of Rome to the Olympic court, he makes Constantine turn to the goddess Luxury as the one congenial deity, and she introduces him only to her sister Prodigality. He ridicules Constantine's womanly finery in dress and jewels, his elaborate crown of false hair, his complete lapse into effeminate ways. Aurelius Victor gives us the proverbial judgment of the next generation on Constantine. In his first decade he was admirable, in his second decade thievish, in his third decade a squanderer. He made the final blunder of, without naming a successor, dividing the empire among his sons and nephews of gravely unequal character, and died in 337, leaving them and their supporters to engage in a murderous struggle for supremacy. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 18, Part 1. The Wives of Constantius and Julian. When the announcement of Constantine's death had been borne by swift couriers to the distant provinces, and the body in its golden coffin had been transferred to Constantinople, there was a nervous rush of aspiring emperors and empresses to the capital. The unification of the empire under Constantine had cost the state some 150,000 of its finest soldiers, who perished in civil warfare while powerful nations pressed against its yielding frontiers. In his later years he had so distributed these provinces, whose unity had been so dearly purchased, among his sons and nephews, worthy and unworthy, that dismemberment was certain to follow his death. His eldest son, Constantine, now in his 21st year, ruled Gaul and Britain. Constantius, the second son, a youth of 20, was the Caesar of the East. The third son, Constans, aged 17, held sway over Italy and Africa. His nephew Dalmatius, also entitled Caesar, controlled Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece, and the younger nephew Hannibalian bore the ornate title of King of Kings in Pontus and Cappadocia. The two brothers of Constantine and the husbands of his two sisters were not left without a share of the imperial provision. The race to Constantinople after the death of the emperor may be imagined, but the suddenness and horror of the consequent tragedy must have sobered even the most frivolous. Constantius, the second son, was the first to arrive, and to him the conduct of the impressive funeral was entrusted. The members of the family gathered round the marble palace from all quarters of the empire, and the shade of Constantine continued for some months to rule the state, until their conflicting claims should be adjusted. Julius Constantius and Dalmatius, the legitimate heirs of Constantius Chlorus, who had been thrust aside 30 years before by the vigorous son of Minervina, were now men in the prime of life. The younger son of the latter, Hannibalian, the King of Kings, strutted in a scarlet and gold mantle, and had married the fiery and ambitious young daughter of the late Emperor Constantina. Anastasia, Constantine's sister, brought her husband, the patrician Optatus. The partition of power seemed a formidable task, but in the weeks that succeeded Constantine's death a new and sinister power arose, and its secret designs prepared a ghastly simplification of the problem. Constantius became insensibly the central figure of the drama. A callous youth with little strength of character, he was selected by the eunuchs and corrupt officers of Constantine's court as a likely instrument of their plans. It was agreed that the interests of these officers and of the sons of Constantine would be best served by a removal of all the other competitors, and a diabolical plot was devised. The details are given at length only by the Christian historian Philostorgius of the next century, and are regarded with reserve. But an Arian writer would hardly inculpate an Arian bishop and an Arian monarch without some just ground. His story is that Constantine left a will in which he declared that he had been poisoned by his two half-brothers. The will was given to Bishop Eusebius. When the brothers were eager to see the will of Constantine, Eusebius is said to have discovered a fine piece of casuistry. He put the will in the hands of the dead emperor, and covered it with his robes, so that he might, without injury to his delicate conscience, assure the brothers that Constantine had indeed shown him a will, but he had returned it into his hands. The will, or a will, was now produced, and the people and army were assured by their dead ruler that he had been poisoned by his family. The story is regarded with suspicion by most historians. For the reason I have given, and because it is the only plausible explanation of what followed, it seems probable that such a will was produced and published by Constantius. It was probably forged by the palace officials. Whether they and the sons of Constantine used this device or no, they somehow directed the tempestuous anger of the troops upon the older princes and their families, and extinguished their claims in a brutal massacre. Julian casts the blame on Constantius, admitting that he acted under compulsion, and the other 4th century writers do not differ. Constantius permitted rather than commanded. The corrupt power behind the throne directed the murders, and the sons of Constantine purchased a larger dominion by the blood of their uncles and cousins. The 2 uncles, 7 cousins, and other distinguished men were included in the bloody list. Then the 3 imperial youths divided the empire between them and departed to their provinces. The wives of the eldest and the youngest of the brothers are unknown to us, and the first wife of Constantius is so little known that we may pass rapidly over a number of years. The imperial sisters of Constantine, except Constantia, whom we have considered, enter little in the history of the time. Anastasia disappears after the murder of her husband. Eutropia will presently mingle her blood with that of her insurgent son on the soil of Italy. Constantina, the daughter of Constantine, who had married Hannibalian, and who already bore the title of Augusta, retired into a long widowhood, from which we shall find her emerging later in a monstrous character. Constantius had been married to his cousin Galla in 336. She seems to have been the daughter of Julius Constantius, since Julian says that her father and brother were included in the massacre. Her personality is never outlined for us in the historical writings of the time, and we are left to imagine her shuddering or languishing in the arms that were stained with the blood of her family. She died some time before 350, as Magnentius offered his daughter to Constantius in that year. We have therefore no empress who can engage our attention until 353, and may be content with a slight summary of the events which lead on to the appearance of Eusebia and the reappearance of the repulsive Constantina. 3 years after the partition of the empire, Constantine and Constans quarreled about their territory. The elder brother led his troops into the dominion of Constans and was slain, and his provinces were added to those of Constans. The character of the youngest son of Constantine was gross and intolerable. He revived the lowest vice of his pagan predecessors, and his open parade of the handsome barbarian youths whom he bought or attracted to his frivolous court disgusted his officers. In the beginning of the year 350 they rebelled against him. A banquet was given at Augusta Donum, Autun, to the notables of the town and the officers of the camp, and at a late hour, when the abundant wine had warmed the hearts and obscured the judgment of the diners, the commander of 2 of the chief legions, Magnentius, was brought before them in a purple robe. Constans awoke from his vices to find that he had lost the throne and the army, and fled toward Spain. He was overtaken and slain. Some blood curse seemed to hang over the house of Constantine. Constantius, who had been long occupied in resisting the Persians, now wheeled round his troops and faced the usurper. In the long struggle that followed, there were 2 incidents of interest for us. Constantina, the imperial widow, was living in restless impotence at the time. Between the rebellious provinces of the west and the loyal provinces of the east was the intermediate district between the Danube and the Greek Sea. Constantina, it is said, instigated the commander of the troops in these regions, Vetranio, to assume the purple. What we shall see of her character presently will dispose us to believe that she meditated a return to power through Vetranio. But Constantius astutely disarmed and exiled him, and accepted her explanation that she had acted with the pure aim of resisting the advance of the Western usurper. Constantine's sister Eutropia also appears in the struggle. Her son Nepotian assumed the purple at Rome, and led out a motley army to attack Magnentius. They were quickly annihilated, and mother and son, two of the few remaining members of Constantine's family, were slain. The interest of the student of the time is divided between the clash of armies and the not wholly bloodless conflicts of theologies. We are concerned with neither, and need only observe that Constantius defeated Magnentius after a long and costly struggle. In one battle 54,000 Roman soldiers perished in civil warfare, and reunited the empire under his sole dominion. The young empress of the defeated Magnentius retired into widowhood, and will be restored to us in the next chapter. In the meantime, Constantina has returned to the field, and her imperial adventures call for our notice. Two children, the sons of Julius Constantius, had survived the massacre at Constantinople. Gallus was in his 12th year, Julian in his 6th. They were hidden until the fury of the soldiers had abated, and then their tender age induced the murderers to overlook them. The jealous eye of Constantius fell on them when they approached manhood, and they were confined in a fortress or ancient palace in Cappadocia. In the solitude of Macellum no company was offered them but that of slaves and soldiers. Julian, in whose mind the seeds of an elevated philosophy had taken root, resisted the pressing temptations, and devoted the long days to culture. But Gallus, a sensual and ill-balanced youth, adopted the coarse distractions of his spacious jail. After 6 years, in 351, they were not only set at liberty, but Gallus was amazed to find himself clothed with the dignity of Caesar and married to the emperor's sister, Constantina. Constantius was compelled to leave the East in order to face Magnentius, and he needed a Caesar to rule in his name. The 3 years' rule of Gallus and Constantina was an imperial scandal. Unscrupulous and unbridled, the daughter of Constantine lives in the literature of the time as a monstrous perversion of womanhood. With her begins the historical work, as we have it, of Ammianus Marcellinus, a retired general, one of the most scrupulous and ample chroniclers of his time. He bursts at once into a vivid denunciation of her vices. She was a mortal Megara, an ogre, swollen with pride and thirsting for human blood. It is unfortunate that Ammianus gives us no personal description of the women of his time. His work contains charming vignettes of the emperors and princes, but he seems never to have looked on the face or figure of their wives. Gallus, he tells us, was a superb youth in figure and stature, his handsome features crowned with soft golden hair, and bearing a look of dignity and authority in spite of his vices. The strain of cruelty and coarseness in him was provoked to excesses by his wife. When his savage conduct had exasperated his subjects, he used to send his spies, in the disguise of beggars, to gather the secret whispers of discontent, and he even stooped to the practice of wandering himself, in disguise, from tavern to tavern on the well-lit streets of Antioch to discover his critics. Antioch had been noted for centuries for its freedom of speech, and the prisons and torture chambers of Gallus were busy. Constantina not only encouraged this criminal conduct, but enlarged on it. A woman of vicious character came one day to disclose some plot or pretended plot to her. She rewarded her heavily, and sent the harlot out into the city in the royal chariot to encourage others. an Alexandrian noble, distinguished himself by resisting the guilty passion of his mother-in-law. The woman presented Constantina with a pearl necklace, and the noble was put to death. We need not prolong the disgusting narrative. Flavia Julia Constantina, a beautiful and able woman, who can scarcely have passed her 30th year, was one of the worst empresses in the imperial gallery. One can but suggest, in some attenuation of her guilt, that the murder of her husband by her brother when she was a young girl in her early teens, and the 14 years of young widowhood that followed, had provoked the worst elements of her nature. As long as Constantius was occupied with the struggle against Magnentius, he overlooked the excesses of his Caesar and his sister in the East. His opponent, Magnentius, was not so compliant, though he wasted no legions in an effort to dethrone him. He sent a soldier to assassinate Gallus and seduce the troops. As the man resided, however, in a tavern near Antioch, he became less cautious over his cups, and boasted to his associates of his mission. The old woman who kept the tavern seemed too far removed from politics to be taken into account, but she promptly denounced her guest at the palace, and he was put to death. Then Magnentius fell and committed suicide, and Constantius turned to consider the scandalous conduct of his viceroy and his sister. Constantius proceeded, as he usually did whenever it was possible, by craft instead of force. The prefect of the East had been slain by the people of Antioch, with the guilty connivance of Gallus, and a new prefect named Domitian was sent to Antioch, together with the prefect of the palace, Montius. Domitian had orders to secure, by the most tactful and seductive means, that Gallus should visit Italy, and walk into the pit dug for him. He was, however, a sturdy officer, more sensible of the just substance than the form of his instructions. Gallus and Constantina were at once insulted because, on the day of his arrival, he drove insolently past the gate of the palace and went straight to his villa. They then condescended to invite him to the palace. In the presence of the hated rulers, he laid aside all pretense of diplomacy, and roughly ordered the Caesar to proceed at once to Italy, or incur the just resentment of the emperor. Gallus, stung by his insolence, at once gave the prefect into the custody of the soldiers. Montius, who was present, and who also had lost all feeling for diplomacy in the passionate encounter, remonstrated with Gallus, adding the taunt that a man who had no power to dismiss one of his magistrates had no power to imprison a prefect of the East. We are assured by Philostorgius that Constantina flew at the official, dragged him from the tribunal, and pushed him into the hands of the guard. We may prefer the more sober version of Ammianus. Gallus impetuously called upon the troops and the people of Antioch to defend their ruler, and they responded with surprising alacrity. The distinguished officers of Constantius were bound hand and foot, dragged through the streets until the last spark of life was extinct, and then flung into the river. Still Constantius hesitated to enter upon a civil war with the East, and the unscrupulous cunning which dictated his policy discovered an alternative procedure. First, the commander of the cavalry in the East was summoned to Milan, that the danger of a rising might be lessened. Then, in a series of letters, couched in the most friendly and mendacious terms, were sent to the Caesar. Constantius was eager to see his beloved sister once more, and to confer with his Caesar. For some time they resisted the invitation, but at length Constantina, less apprehensive of personal injury, set out for Italy. She died on the journey at Conum in Bithynia of fever, and her remains were buried at Rome. She was still in her early 30s at the time of her death. The single deed that is recorded in praise of her is that she and Gallus planted a Christian church in the dissolute grove of Daphne, and drew the austerity of the new faith upon that region of sensuous superstition and sensual license. Her share in that act of piety may be put in the scale against her avarice, cruelty, selfishness, and unbridled temper. The fate of her husband may be briefly recorded. Lured at length by the deceitful professions of Constantius, he set out for Milan with his princely retinue. As soon as he reached Europe, the retinue was brushed aside, and he discovered himself a captive. When the little party arrived in Pannonia, he was stripped of the purple and conducted to the remote prison at Pola, where Crispus had been executed. There he was tried by a eunuch of Constantius's court, and within a few days a breathless courtier (he had ridden several horses to death) rushed into the presence of Constantius with the shoes of the slain Caesar. The empire was reunited under Constantius at a cost of the deaths of 20 princes and princesses of his house and their dependents, and 50,000 soldiers. And the eunuchs and courtiers filled the palace at Milan with the incense they offered to the young conqueror. Constantius had meantime married again, and a more worthy and commanding empress engages our attention. Toward the close of his struggle with Magnentius in the year 352, or the beginning of 353, the emperor married a Macedonian lady, Aurelia Eusebia, of remarkable beauty, no little ability, and dignified personality. Her father and brother had had consular rank in their province. Her mother had been distinguished for the propriety of her conduct and the careful rearing of her children after the death of her husband. The language in which the Emperor Julian describes her is enhanced by gratitude, and enjoys the license of a panegyric. Some would say that it is warmed by a more tender sentiment. But Ammianus, who also knew her, pronounces that the beauty of her character was not less splendid than that of her form; and beyond a peevish complaint of a later writer that she did not confine herself to the proper and restricted sphere of a woman, she maintains her high repute among the conflicting writers of the time. The one grave imputation which Ammianus seems to find quite consistent with his superlative praise of her, we will consider later. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 18, Part 2. The Wives of Constantius. We find Eusebia established in the court at Milan at the time when the heads of the last of Constantius's rivals are falling. When Gallus has disappeared, he proudly takes the title of Lord of the World, and endeavors to live up to it, amid his company of eunuchs and fawning attendants. In the hands of those astute and concordant schemers, the weak and vain monarch was easily persuaded to arrive at decisions which he attributed to his own judgment. And it is perhaps the most indulgent plea that we can make for him, that he was governed by a power so subtle and insinuating that he never perceived it. The high merit of a scrupulous chastity is claimed for him. But the monastic writer Zonaras somewhat detracts from this by affirming that his coldness deprived him of a dynasty, and forced his beautiful and accomplished wife into a fatal decline. His piety, at least, might be praised, but it rested on a basis of Arian creed, and is exposed to the scorn of the orthodox, who called him Antichrist. We may concur in the strictures of Zonaras so far as to admit that Eusebia cannot have been happy in his court. The eunuch Eusebius, who had tried and executed Gallus, was the most powerful man in the empire. Ammianus observes, with heavy irony, that Constantius was believed to be not without influence with his emasculated chamberlain. A hierarchy of lesser, but hardly less corrupt, officials led up to this favored minister; and Ammianus, from personal acquaintance with the court, assures us that their rapacity and unscrupulousness grew with the power of Constantius. A Persian officer, Mercurius, had the nickname of the Count of Dreams, from the skill with which he could make the most innocent fancies of the night bear a treasonable complexion, and bring destruction and spoliation on the dreamer. Paulus, who had risen from the lowly position of table steward, was called the Chain, because of the art with which he could involve a man in a charge of plotting. Torture and confiscation became common experiences once more, and men began to shrink from even the most innocent conversation. This unpleasant tenor of the imperial life at Milan was relieved by the great controversy of the Arians and Athanasians, which was brought to Italy for decision. How Constantius and his officers induced the Latin bishops to condemn Athanasius in 355 by stroking their bellies instead of laying the rod on their backs, to use the vigorous phrase of St. Hilary, does not concern us, but it is interesting to see how Eusebia came in contact with the prelates. When the Roman bishop Liberius bravely, for a time, incurred exile rather than condemn Athanasius, Eusebius sent him a sum of money. He returned it with the suggestion that her husband might find it useful for his troops or his Arian bishops. A new power, besides that of eunuchs, was rising. Suidas preserves a story that may be given here, though it may or may not refer to this council. As the bishops, he says, came to the town where the court was, for the purpose of holding a council, they called to salute the empress. Leontius, bishop of Tripoli, refused to visit her, and she sent word that, if he would call, she would give him the funds to build a large church. The saintly prelate replied that he would condescend to visit her if he were assured that she would receive him with fitting respect. If, he explained, she would rise from her throne at his entrance, bend for his benediction, and remain standing while he sat until he permitted her to resume her seat. In the same year, 355, however, a more pleasant diversion alleviated the weariness of Eusebia, and another empress is introduced to our notice. We have already said that the unhappy Gallus had for companion in his Cappadocian jail a young half-brother of the name of Julian. Imbibing his early culture at the alternate hands of Bishop Eusebius and the philosophical eunuch Mardonius, Julian had come to prefer the Greek culture of the latter to the theological lore of the prelate. He had come out untainted from the lonely fortress at Macellum, and had passed to Constantinople and then to Nicomedia. There the distinguished pagan Libanius attracted his allegiance, and from the 3 years in which he studied at Nicomedia, his mind was wholly given to the older culture, however much he might be compelled to dissemble his aversion for the new religion. After the execution of Gallus, he was brought to Milan. With growing apprehension he awaited the decision of the eunuch, chamberlain, and cook, who, he says, directed the bloody counsels of Constantius. But he found an unexpected and powerful friend in the empress. It seems clear that Eusebia first espoused his cause in a pure feeling of humanity. The officials had impeached the innocent youth of 23 or 24, chiefly on the ground of having visited Gallus, and his life was gravely threatened. Eusebia threw all her influence in the scale against the malignant officials, and though they prevented Constantius from hearing him, she saved his life. He was housed in the suburbs of Milan, and was taken one day to see Eusebia. I seemed to see, as in a temple, the image of the goddess of wisdom, he afterwards wrote in his letter to the Athenians. The splendid figure of the beautiful empress can easily be imagined to have made a remarkable impression on the bookish youth. Eusebia was differently, but favorably impressed. Julian was a well-made youth, of moderate stature and broad shoulders. He had the soft curly hair of his brother, a straight nose, large mouth, and brilliant eyes. The humane feeling of the empress assumed a more tender and personal complexion, and she set to work to make Julian's fortune. He was sent for a time to Como, and as her influence prevailed, recalled to Milan, and permitted to reply to his accusers before the emperor. He was then permitted to retire to his mother's small estate in Bithynia, and Eusebia induced Constantius to impose on him the pleasant sentence of an exile to Athens. From the beloved schools of Athens he was, after a few months, recalled to Milan to hear the astounding news that he was to receive the purple robe of Caesar and the hand of the emperor's sister, Helena. He shrank in tears from the political world that opened to him, but Eusebia tactfully overcame his opposition and guided his conduct. Her eunuchs ran continually between the palace and his lodging. The beard and cloak of the philosopher were laid aside, and Julian blushed to find himself accoutred in the splendid trappings of a commander. The jeers and intrigues of the court were at length silenced, and on November 6, 355, he stood on a lofty platform before the troops, while Constantius invested him with the purple and exhorted him to sustain the honor of Rome. The marriage with Helena followed, and in December Julian and his bride, with a valuable collection of books as the gift of Eusebia, set out for Gaul. Julian never saw Eusebia again, and cannot have had the least correspondence with her. Even in Milan he had, on reflection, torn up a letter in which he modestly wished his patroness the reward of a succession of children. On his side there was nothing but a pure feeling of gratitude and reverence. She was, says Zosimus, a woman of erudition and prudence above her sex, a shining example of spiritual and bodily beauty, according to Ammianus. She had most probably saved his life, and most certainly made his fortune. But it is believed by many writers that Eusebia's feeling for Julian was of a less ethereal nature. Gaetano Negri, whose Life of Julian is one of the most distinguished biographies of a Roman emperor, justly repudiates the suggestion of improper feeling on her part, and it is a superfluous inference. But one may, without casting the least reflection on her virtue, hesitate to think that the only link between them was a sympathy of culture. Such sympathy we may well assume between a cultivated Greek lady and an ardent Hellenist, but so cold and spiritual a relation may very naturally and pardonably have been strengthened by a warmer feeling. Julian had no sensuous attractiveness for a beautiful woman. But his manly person and character, his vast superiority to the crowd of ignoble parasites she daily encountered, and to her weak and mediocre husband, must have excited an admiration less purely intellectual than an appreciation of his learning. The person of Flavia Julia Helena remains faint and elusive in the ample chronicle of the time. She was much older than Julian, who was in his 25th year, while Helena cannot have been less than 30. She had not been previously married, Ammianus says, and the long maidenhood would not tend to make her attractive. The marriage was arranged by Eusebia in the political interest of Julian, and it probably retained the chill that a mariage de convenance with such a disparity of age would naturally bear. In Julian's abundant and largely autobiographical writings she is barely mentioned. It was the marriage of an old maid for the Roman world, with an austere if conscientious philosopher. The gradual discovery of Julian's secret loyalty to the old gods would not make their relations more cordial. We may therefore regret that the single line of inquiry which we pursue will compel us to leave almost unnoticed the brilliant episode of the reign of Julian. The more liberal taste of our time has removed the violent and conflicting colors which the partisan writers of the 4th century laid upon the portrait of Julian. To Gregory of Nazianzum he was a faint impersonation of Antichrist; to the pagan writers a modest incorporation of Apollo. In modern history he is a most conscientious thinker, a humane and unselfish ruler, a very capable commander, a conceited and unattractive personality. His character, in spite of the shade that clings to it as a trace of the enforced dissimulation of his early years, is great. His ability and achievements are just entitled to be called brilliant. Helena and Eusebia appear little in the years that follow, and we must narrate the necessary events very briefly. The frame of mind of which Constantius sent Julian to Gaul as Caesar is not at all clear. The frontier was obliterated, the barbarians overrunning the country in formidable strength. The military force inadequate, except with fine control. Some writers are disposed to think that Constantius was sending his cousin to death. At all events, the faith of Eusebia, that her young and shrinking scholar would surmount these difficulties, was great, and it was rewarded. Julian at once discovered a bravery that none had suspected. He cut his way through a region occupied by the barbarians, surveyed the devastated frontier, and passed the first year of his inexperience with only one small disaster. The difficulty of his task seemed greater when, in the winter, he was besieged in Sens, and the commander of the troops in the neighborhood refused to go to his relief. In the trouble that followed, Eusebia obtained for him the full command of the troops, which had been withheld from him, and from that moment he entered on a career of victory. It is probable that Helena did not share his peril in this winter, 356 to 357. We find her at Rome in April, with Eusebia and Constantius, and a curious story of their relations is put before us. Constantius in that month bestowed his first and only visit upon the ancient capital of the empire. Sitting in a chariot that glittered with gold and gems, preceded by officers whose spears bore silken dragons, so fashioned as to hiss in the breeze on their golden and bejeweled tips, followed by his legions in battle array, their breastplates and shields gleaming in the sun, the emperor passed with affected indifference between the dense lines of spectators and the great monuments of Rome, though both the vast crowds and the ancient structures, shining with a beauty that his decaying empire could no longer produce, wrung from him in private an expression of astonishment. Eusebia had invited Helena to join them in this visit to Rome. At a later point in his narrative, Ammianus makes a reference to this visit that has perplexed every thoughtful reader. When he comes to record the death of Helena, he says that it was due to a poisonous drug administered to her by Eusebia during the visit to Rome to prevent her from having children, and that in the previous year, when she was pregnant, Eusebia sent a midwife to destroy the child under pretense of attending her. It does not seem to occur to Gibbon and other historians who adopt this story that it suggests in Eusebia a character in complete contradiction to that ascribed to her by Ammianus himself and every other Roman writer. A jealousy of Helena, whether on account of her own childlessness or on account of Julian, that could force her to such a malignant course, is utterly inconsistent with the description we have quoted of her. The story is peremptorily rejected by Miss Gardner and Signor Negri, and its discord with all that we know of Eusebia is noticed by most writers. One is tempted to inquire if it may not be an interpolation, but the text of Ammianus lends no support whatever to the idea. We can only suppose that Ammianus incorporated a piece of idle gossip, and was inattentive to its inconsistency with his high moral praise of Eusebia. Many legends, we shall see, sprang up after the death of Helena. Some of them assailed Julian, and are easily traced to their source. It is possible that the courtiers who opposed Eusebia, and doubtless misinterpreted her zeal for Julian, started the rumor, and Ammianus heard it in Italy years afterwards. It is a mere feather in the scale against the authorities for the high character of the empress. From Rome, Constantius was summoned to repel fresh invasions in the East, and Helena returned to Gaul. She remains unnoticed until the spring of the year 360, and we will not follow Julian through the brilliant campaigns in which he reduced the most powerful tribes of the barbarians, and restored peace and prosperity to his stricken province. But while Julian succeeded in the West, the campaign of the troops of Constantius in the East won for the emperor few laurels, and entailed grave disasters. The intriguers now doubled their charges against Julian, and plausibly suggested that he would be prompted to claim a higher title than that of Caesar. It was decided to reduce his power by removing a number of his finest legions to the east. Julian was in winter quarters at Paris, as Lutetia was beginning to be called, when the grave summons reached him. The island on the Seine, which now bears the cathedral, had from early times offered a secure settlement, and as the province became more settled, the adjoining slope, where the Latin Quarter of a later age began, was occupied with a palace, an amphitheatre, and a few of the customary institutions of a Roman town. Julian loved the little settlement on the broad silvery river, surrounded by dense forests, and he was spending the winter there, attending with equal judgment and humanity to the civil welfare of his province, when the officers of Constantius arrived. He has described at length the painful perplexity into which he was thrown. Not only would the sacrifice of 4 of his best legions seriously impair his strength, but they were local troops and had enlisted only for local service. He decided to obey, and ordered the troops to prepare for departure. An angry murmur arose from the camps as the men reflected on the fate that might befall their families in the ill-protected country. Julian provided that their wives and children should accompany them, and they gathered at Paris for the dismissal. In affecting language, the Caesar conveyed to them his thanks and his admonitions, entertained their officers at a banquet, and retired to his palace. The sincerity of Julian has been made the theme of an acrid discussion between his violent critics and his resolute admirers. But we may, without serious reflection on his character, doubt whether he entirely wished the troops to go. Such an order from such a source would plausibly relieve a Caesar from obedience. Only excessive virtue or uncertain prospect of the issue would counsel a man to obey it. Both feelings were at work in Julian's mind, and there is not ground to accuse his later account of hypocrisy. But we may surmise that, at the time, his decision was accompanied by unsanctioned hopes and dreams of a more satisfactory issue. In those days of anxious deliberation, his imagination, however he might curb it, must have depicted for him the revival of culture, the arrest of superstition, the purification of the court and empire that would follow his elevation to the throne. He retired to his palace, where, as he incidentally observes somewhere, Helena lived with him. But shortly after midnight a great tumult arose from the direction of the camp, and from the windows one could see the troops, the light of their torches gleaming on their drawn swords, coming toward the palace. The doors were at once closed, and Julian refused to show himself, but the cry of "Imperator" easily penetrated to his ears. On the following morning they broke into the palace, and forcibly conducted Julian to the camp. He resisted, threatened, and supplicated, but the troops were consulting their own interest, now gravely threatened by their revolt, and there was no other course possible but to consent. He was raised up on a shield, and the legions broke into a frenzy of delight at their escape from exile. A diadem only was needed to complete his new dignity, and Helena, who was present, seems to have offered a pearl necklace of hers. Julian refused to wear the feminine adornment, and an officer provided a rich golden collar studded with gems for the coronation. With the struggle that followed and the dramatic chapter that opened in the annals of Rome we have no concern. Both our empresses die before a decisive stage is reached. The date of the death of Eusebia is not known. It was some time between the beginning of 359 and the middle of 360, as Constantius married again toward the end of 360. She is said to have died of an inflammation of the womb brought on by taking drugs for procuring fertility. That such drugs were familiar at the time, and that the empress would naturally try their effect, we readily admit. But we need not entirely overlook the statement of Zonaras that the conduct of her husband and the unhappiness of her circumstances brought the beautiful Greek into a decline. Had she shared the throne with Julian and adopted his views, the story of Europe might have run differently. That Helena was won to the views of Julian is improbable. She would no doubt discover soon after her marriage that he secretly cherished the cult of the old gods. From his first month in Gaul he had with one assistant set up a private shrine to them. There are coins that bear the names of Julian and Helena and the figures of Isis and Serapis, but they yield no inference. Nor can we learn the attitude of Helena in the struggle between her husband and her brother. The complete silence of Julian suggests that she remained moodily silent or hostile. Several months were spent in negotiation with Constantius. In December, Julian celebrated at Vienne the 5th anniversary of his promotion, and wore the splendid diadem of an emperor, as he presided at the games and exercises. In the midst of the festivities, Helena died. Zonaras, who also gives a ridiculous rumor that she had been divorced by Julian, says that she died in childbirth. We are tempted to think that the painful development of her unprosperous marriage weighed heavily on her, and her pregnancy had a premature and fatal delivery. Her remains were conveyed to Rome, and laid by those of her sister Constantina. We need not notice the charge of one of Constantius's officers that Julian had poisoned her, and paid the guilty physician with his mother's jewels. Julian honestly professes no grief at her death, and he never married again. A third empress makes a brief appearance at the time when Helena passes away. Passing from his long campaign on the Danube to the stricken regions of the East, Constantius had, toward the close of 360, married for the third time at Antioch. Maxima Faustina, his third empress, had little time to make an impression on history, if she were capable of it. As Constantius at length set out from Antioch in the autumn of 361 to crush the mutiny in the West, as he affected to regard it, he contracted a fever, and died before he reached the European frontier. Faustina was left with the unborn wife of the future Emperor Gratian, and will come to our notice again. The Roman Empire was once more united under a strong, upright, and accomplished ruler. But Julian was now wedded to his ideals, and as no woman shared his ascetic life and arduous labors, we must pass over the reforms, the campaigns, and the religious struggles of the next 2 years. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 19. Justina. The splendor of Julian's reign was soon overcast. In the summer of 363, as he was skillfully extricating his troops from a dangerous position in Persia, he was pierced with a javelin, and he expired with dignity and serenity amongst his saddened supporters. Amid the noisy intrigue for the succession that followed, the name of Jovian, a popular and handsome officer of no distinction, obtained the loudest support, and the mantle of the brilliant young emperor was conferred on him. How he secured the retreat of his troops by humiliating concessions to the Persians, and the Roman soldiers and Roman settlers sadly evacuated the provinces on which the blood of their fathers had been freely spent, and the emblem of the cross was born again at the head of the legions, need not be told here. Not only is the wife of Jovian, Charido, no more than a name to us, but Jovian himself died before he reached the luxury of the capital. His brief enjoyment of power had been adorned by neither courage nor temperance. Charito sank back into obscurity with her infant son, and was years afterwards laid by the side of her husband in the Church of the Apostles at Byzantium. The next reign will introduce us to the stronger and more prominent personality of the Empress Justina, and other empresses of some interest. The hum of intrigue had arisen again in the camp, and the struggle of Christian and pagan was resumed. The choice of the army at length fell once more on an officer whose chief distinction was that he had a large and handsome person, and had had an energetic father. Valentinian had been an officer in Julian's guards, and had one day, as he attended the emperor at sacrifice, cuffed the priest for dropping some of the lustral water on his coat. Julian banished him for this violent desecration of his cult, but, though the more lively writers of the time promptly dispatch him to remote and contradictory regions, even Tillemont doubts if the sentence was carried out. It is probable that Julian had merely dismissed him from the bodyguard, as we find him in the army at the time of Julian's death. With 2 other officers, he was sent by Jovian to secure the allegiance of the troops in the west. One legion, devoted to the memory of Julian, rebelled, and Valentinian had to fly for his life. He returned to the east and resumed his post in the army, as it trailed some miles in the rear of the retreating emperor. And in the middle of February 364 he was amazed to learn that Jovian had died after a too liberal supper, and he himself was called to the throne. He was compelled by the troops to share the power with his brother Valens, and leaving the shorn eastern provinces under the care of Valens, he went on to Milan to take possession of the western throne. Valeria Severa, the first wife of Valentinian, is one of those shadowy empresses whose form can hardly be discerned in the records of the time. She bore him a son, the future Emperor Gratian, 5 years before, but she does not seem to have secured his affection, and we shall find her retiring in disgrace as soon as the beautiful Justina appears at court. Albia Dominica, the wife of Valens, is not more interesting, but an empress whom we have dismissed in a former chapter at once reappears at Constantinople, in opposition to her. Before they separated, Valens and Valentinian had fallen ill together, and under the pretense that Julian's friends had attempted to poison them, they turned with some vindictiveness upon the pagan officials. The aged and respected Sallust firmly controlled the inquiry, and no blood was shed, but large numbers of Julian's officials were displaced, in many cases quite rightly, as Julian's zeal for paganism had had the same evil effect in encouraging hypocrisy as the zeal of other emperors for Christianity, and driven into sullen discontent. Further, Dominica's father, Petronius, a deformed and repulsive person, had risen to power with his daughter, and was grinding the faces of the citizens of the East with the most extortionate demands. A spark soon fell on this inflammable world. Procopius, a relative of Julian's, had published a very hazy claim to the empire after Julian's death. He had hastily withdrawn and disowned it, but Valens sent men to apprehend him. Ingeniously escaping the soldiers, he fled to Constantinople, and seems there to have fallen into the hands of abler intriguers. 2 legions were bought for him, and they made him emperor. There was no purple mantle to be obtained, so they clothed him in a stagey tunic bespangled with gold, put purple shoes on his feet and a piece of purple cloth in his hand, and conducted him, amid the amazed and derisive spectators, to the Senate and the palace. His force grew so quickly that the weak and nervous Emperor of the East was disposed to yield him the throne, but his older officers urged him to resist. In the short struggle that followed, we meet again the third wife and widow of Constantius. Faustina had been enceinte at the death of her husband, and she was living at Constantinople with her 4-year-old daughter, when Procopius made his romantic attempt upon the throne. With some shrewdness he withdrew her from her retirement and associated her with him in his claim. The legitimate dynasty seemed to be wresting the throne from usurpers when the widow and the daughter of the son of Constantine appeared at the head of the troops. Even when they marched out to meet the forces of Valens, Faustina in a litter accompanied them. But the new hope of Faustina died away as quickly as it had been born. The soldiers were persuaded to return to their allegiance, and the power of Procopius swiftly melted away. Faustina sank again into obscurity, and the adventurous career of Constantia was postponed for some years. Dominica returned to her position in the enervated and luxurious court, and the rest of her life offers little interest. The ecclesiastical historians describe her as egging her husband to persecute the Trinitarians, but we must read the charge with discretion. There is little positive trace of persecution. One day, 80 Trinitarian priests came to plead their cause at the court, and Valens is said to have ordered them back to their ship. At some distance from port, the vessel was found to be aflame, and the priests were burnt to death. The Orthodox writers declare that the vessel was purposely fired at the command of Valens, but it is impossible to adjust the conflicting statements of the rival schools of theology. Valens was an ardent Arian, but he upheld the principle of religious toleration, and confined theologians to the use of theological weapons. The only occasion on which he is known to have ordered or countenanced violent persecution was in the suppression of magic. In some obscure chamber of the capital, a group of men resorted to this dark means of discovering who would be the successor of Valens. Some say that a ring dangling from a mystic tripod spelt out the name on painted letters. Some that grains of corn were placed on letters of the alphabet, and when a cock was admitted to peck them, the order of the letters, which it first attacked, was noticed. In either case, the result was to give the letters THEOD. It would be a remarkable forecast if the story did not belong to a generation after the accession of Theodosius. However, the attempt became known, and a searching inquiry and savage persecution followed. The despicable trade of the informer was encouraged. Whole libraries of valuable books were destroyed, and numbers of innocent philosophers and matrons were included in the bloody lists of the condemned. The name of Dominica occurs only in one authentic connection during the reign of Valens. The emperor passed the winter of 372-3 at Caesarea in Cappadocia, where he encountered the stern and uncompromising champion of orthodoxy, St. Basil. Strong no less in his personal haughtiness, St. Jerome calls it pride, than in his glowing zeal for his church, Basil emphatically refused to obey him and was threatened with banishment. At once Dominica and her boy fell ill. Besides 2 daughters, she had had a son in 366, and this boy fell into a dangerous illness. It is said that Dominica learned in a dream that the illness was a divine punishment, but it is not impossible that her waking intelligence could arrive at that conclusion. Basil was summoned to the palace once more. Theodoret would have it that the bishop courteously breathed on the boy and declared that he would recover if he received Trinitarian baptism. The earlier ecclesiastical writers, however, ascribed to him a firmer attitude. He asked Valens if the boy would receive Orthodox baptism, and was told that he would not. "Let him meet whatever fate God wills, then," said the bishop, quitting the palace. The boy was baptized by the Arians, and died during the following night. A power even greater than that of eunuchs, and more imperious than that of emperors, was rapidly growing. When some days later one of the favorites of Valens, who had risen from the kitchen, attempted to intervene in a discussion between the bishop and the emperor, Basil curtly told him to confine himself to sauces, and not interfere in church matters. 5 or 6 years later Valens perished in the war with the Goths, and Dominica passed to the fitting obscurity of private life. The one indication of spirit that is recorded of her is that when the victorious Goths pressed on to Constantinople and invested it, she paid the citizens out of the public treasury to arm themselves against the barbarians. We turn from her vague and retiring personality to the more interesting figure of Justina, who had some years before begun to share the throne of Valentinian. Valentinian was as fierce and choleric as his brother was timid. A tall and powerful man, with stern blue eyes, a brilliant complexion, and light hair, He enlisted and encouraged his native cruelty in the service of what he regarded as the interest of the state. The pagans he refused to persecute, and he did much to promote the higher culture of Rome, which was so closely connected with the pagan beliefs. But, like his brother, he fell with truculence upon all who could be brought under a comprehensive charge of magic and divination, and the blood of Italy flowed very freely. His hard, covetous, and brutal officers enriched themselves in the work of torture, spoliation, and execution, and, though the statement recalls rather the savagery of Nero or Domitian, we are assured by the contemporary Ammianus that he kept 2 monstrous bears in cages near his chamber, and fed them on human victims. The slightest offense might incur sentence of death. You had better change his head, he is said to have ordered, in brutal playfulness, when some official desired to change to another province. It is perhaps a circumstance of credit to Severa that she failed to retain the affection of Valentinian, though a less flattering reason is assigned by some of the authorities. The truth is that since Valentinian is described as most chaste and most Christian, the accession of Justina to his palace has caused the ecclesiastical historians no little perplexity. The church was peremptorily opposed to divorce, and regarded as adultery a second marriage contracted while the first wife lived. Baronius conveniently removes Severa by death, but Ammianus informs us that Severa was living long afterwards at the court of her son, and the Alexandrian chronicle expressly says that Gratian recalled his mother to court. Tillemont acknowledges this, and can only blush for the guilty connivance of the clergy of the period. If we could believe the ecclesiastical historian Socrates, Valentinian avoided the sin of divorce and adultery by promulgating a decree to the effect that it was lawful to have 2 wives, and promptly marrying Justina in addition to Severa. Of such a law, however, we have no trace, and most writers follow the alternative theory of the authorities. Aviana Justina was the widow of the usurper Magnentius, who had so dramatically stolen the throne of the worthless Constans, and had been crushed by Constantius in the year 353. She was a woman of great beauty, the daughter of a high provincial official, a spirited and ambitious young woman. She would be in her later 20s at least in 368, when she entered the suite of Severa in some capacity. She was soon associated so intimately with the empress that they bathed together, and Severa made the fatal mistake of describing what Socrates curiously calls her virginal beauty to the sensual Valentinian. Before long, it was announced that Severa was divorced, and Justina occupied her bed. A late authority throws a thin mantle over the action of Valentinian. Severa, he says, used her imperial position to compel a lady of Milan to sell her an estate at a most inadequate price, and Valentinian was unable to endure her avarice. The vague description we have of Justina's dazzling beauty will perhaps suffice. This remarkable conduct on the part of Valentinian and Justina is put in the year 368. The succeeding years of war and religious controversy throw no light on the character of Justina, and we need not describe them. Valentinian died in 375. Some delegates of the barbarians had come, with deep humility, to implore his clemency for their invasion of his dominions, and Valentinian burst into one of his appalling storms of rage. So violent was his fury in addressing them that he burst a blood vessel, and left the Western Empire to his son Gratian. Gratian had married in the previous year. His empress was the daughter of Faustina, who had been born in her mother's arms at the head of the troops of Procopius. In crossing the provinces to meet Gratian, Constantia had had a singular adventure. While she was dining at an inn some 26 miles from Sirmium, the tribes broke across the Danube and occupied the village. There was just time for the governor of Illyrium to snatch up the 13-year-old princess and make a dash for Sirmium. She married Gratian in 374 and became Empress of the West in the following year. But Flavia Maxima Constantia has left only the faint impress of her early adventures on the chronicles of the time, and the few years of her imperial life have no interest for us. The next mention of her is that she died some time before her husband, who was assassinated in 383. He had married again, but his widow, Leida, is a mere name in history. Theodosius gave a comfortable income to Leida and her mother Pisamina, and they were distinguished for their charity in the later misfortunes of Rome. When Valentinian had died in a fit of rage at Brigetio, Justina and her 4-year-old boy, Valentinian the Younger, were in the town of Morosincta, 100 miles away. Justina hastened to the camp, and it was presently announced that the army had decided to associate the boy with Gratian in the rule of the West. Gratian, the most temperate and promising of the emperors of the period, published his consent. A refusal to acknowledge the boy, and an attempt to punish the intrigue by which Justina retained her power, would have involved a civil war, and the whole of his forces were now needed to stem the flood of barbarism that surged against the northern frontier of the empire. The last days of Rome were fast approaching. From the remote deserts of Asia, a fierce and numerous people, the Huns, had entered Europe, and were sweeping the Goths and other Teutonic tribes southward. Gratian appointed an emperor of the East, whom we shall meet presently, in the place of Valens, and spent his strength in heroic efforts to defend the threatened frontier. Justina returned with the boy emperor to Milan. As long as Gratian lived, Justina was restricted to the life of the palace, but in 383 the throne was usurped by Maximus, and Gratian was murdered by one of his emissaries. Gibbon generously traces the general dissatisfaction out of which this revolt emerged to a deterioration of the character of Gratian. This deterioration cannot be questioned, but one particular outcome of it, the active persecution of the pagans, was perhaps his most fatal error. Milan was now dominated by the imperious and zealous St. Ambrose, and the two young emperors were expressly under his control. At the suggestion of Ambrose, Gratian abandoned Valentinian's policy of toleration. He rejected the title of Pontifex Maximus, ordered the removal of the Statue of Victory from the Roman Senate, and confiscated the estates of the temples. He even admitted the abusive epithet pagans or villagers, which the more forward Christians were beginning to use, in his official decrees. This must have inflamed the general discontent, and the army of Maximus marched peacefully over Gaul and occupied the empire as far as the Alps. The emperor of the East, Theodosius, consented that Britain, Gaul, and Spain should remain under the rule of Maximus, and Justina continued to rule the curtailed dominions of her son. It was now discovered that Justina was an Arian. Whether she had concealed her beliefs during the life of Valentinian, or had been recently won to the sect, it is impossible to say, but Ambrose now found that he had a stubborn opponent of his religious ambition. The trouble culminated in 385, when scenes were witnessed that effectively impress on us the change that had come over the Roman Empire. Justina ordered that one of the Christian churches of the city should be put at the disposal of the Arian clergy. Ambrose sternly refused, and when he was summoned to the palace, and a sentence of banishment was apprehended, the people flocked to the palace and intimidated the empress and her counselors. A little later, the Gothic, Arian soldiers were sent to occupy the church, and orders were given that it should be prepared for the empress's devotions. A renewal of the riot, and the showering of the vilest epithets upon the person of the empress, forced her to retire once more. In the following year, 386, she passed sentence of exile on the bishop, and her spirit was expended in a final struggle. For the first time in the history of Rome, a true index of its profound demoralization, the troops were prevented by the people from carrying out an imperial decree. Ambrose was guarded day and night by thousands of his followers. The chief church and the episcopal house were fortified as if for a siege, and the troops of Jezebel had to stand inactive before a mob of citizens. On the advice of Theodosius, Justina refrained from any further attempt. Indeed, her attention was soon violently withdrawn to a very different danger. The ambition of Maximus had once more outrun its bounds, and he coveted the remaining provinces of Valentinian. Justina's conduct betrays that her ability was inferior to her spirit. Duped by the treacherous diplomacy of Maximus, she was suddenly informed that the hostile forces of Maximus were close to Milan, and she fled hastily to the coast. At Aquileia, she and her son took ship for the east. The soldiers of Maximus followed them on swift galleys, but they rounded the south of Greece in safety and landed at Thessalonica. Her task now was to induce Theodosius to espouse their cause, and it proved to be one of nearer proportion to her talent. Her pressing appeals to Theodosius for aid were parried or unheeded for some time. If we may believe Theodoret, the only reply which she received was a painful assurance that the heresy she entertained, and in which she was educating her son, was a sufficient cause of all the evils that had come upon them. She was directed to await a visit from Theodosius at Thessalonica, and the visit was much delayed. Historians usually depict the emperor as held in suspense by a painful dilemma. Not only would it be a serious thing for the empire, surrounded as it was with peril, to engage the forces of the East and the West in an exhausting civil war, but Theodosius would, in such a war, be attacking an Orthodox Catholic in the interest of a fanatical Arian and enemy of the Church, and Theodosius was a most zealous Trinitarian. The difficulty must have occurred to him, and it would not be fantastical to assume that there had been some correspondence between the prelates of the East and the prelates of the West to ensure that the point did not escape him. The pagan Zosimus had a different theory of the delay of Theodosius. The character of that emperor was, he says, a singular union of contradictions. He could blaze with the fury of a Valentinian, or bend his head meekly for the blessing of a bishop. He could lead the troops through a campaign with the most signal dexterity, energy, and success, and then relax into the most ignoble indolence. He could embrace the rigor of a soldier's life without the least effort to soften it, and then resign himself to the most voluptuous daydreams in his imperial palace. Justina, Zosimus says, was so unfortunate as to need his aid during one of his periods of luxury and insane pursuit of pleasure. He resented the effort to awaken him from it. His deep indebtedness to Gratian, however, who had conferred the empire on him, at length forced him to cross the Greek Sea and visit Justina at Thessalonica. From the time of that visit his pulse was quickened, and he began a vigorous preparation for war with Maximus. Justina had with her at Thessalonica not only the insipid boy Valentinian, but a pretty young daughter, Galla, and Theodosius had fallen in love with her. Justina promptly perceived and artfully used her opportunity, and it was arranged that the pretty princess should be his reward for restoring the Western Empire to Valentinian and his mother. Theodosius, who is incomparably the leading ruler of the 4th century, had come from the same part of Spain as Trajan, to whom some of the writers of the time compare him, with no little flattery. His father, Count Theodosius, had been an able commander and a just administrator, but had been unjustly disgraced and executed owing to some obscure jealousy. Later writers, thinking of the magical Theod of Antioch, believed that his name led to his undoing. The younger Theodosius, a cultivated and skillful officer, retired to his estates in Spain, from which he was drawn by Gratian, and presently clothed with the purple. He had, in 376 or 377, married a Spanish lady, Aelia Flaccilla, who is believed on slender grounds to have been the daughter of the consul Antonius. Their son Arcadius, the future emperor, was born during the retirement in Spain. A daughter, Pulcheria, was born in Spain while Theodosius was on campaign. Then Flaccilla found herself transferred from the quiet Spanish estate to the pomp of Constantinople, and the second son, Honorius, was born in the purple. Although Flaccilla is canonized in the Greek Church, it does not appear that she had a marked individuality. She is one of the crowd of 4th century empresses who live in the chronicles only as generous benefactors of the Church. Theodosius was the first emperor to persecute his pagan subjects on the ground of religion, and his successive decrees quickly changed the religious aspect of the East. His modern biographers, Iffland and Guldenpenning, Der Kaiser Theodosius, lay much of the blame for these violent measures on Flaccilla, but they point out that the coercive legislation begins just after Theodosius came under the influence of Bishop Acolius during a severe illness, and that his efforts to crush paganism by violence relaxed with his advance in age and experience. All that we learn of Flaccilla is that she was generous to the Church and the poor, and that she occasionally curbed the fiery and vindictive temper of Theodosius. She seemed to have died in the year 385, and the Greek ritual celebrates her memory on September 14th. Theodosius was, therefore, a middle-aged widower. His biographers put his birth in 346, when in the autumn of 387, Justina presented her daughter Galla to him. Dr. Iffland admits that the young girl probably turned the hesitating scale of his judgment. He returned to Constantinople and made energetic preparations for war. A 2 months campaign in the following summer, 388, completely destroyed the forces of Maximus, and the full Empire of the West was restored to Valentinian. But Justina had little personal profit by the victory. Zosimus tells us that she supplied the deficiencies of her son as well as a woman can, after the return to Milan, while Sozomen declared that she died before the return. The point is obscure, but the evidence suggests, on the whole, that she returned to Milan. It was, however, to a different Milan from that she had quitted. Theodosius accompanied them, and the strong, earnest character of Ambrose made a deep impression on him. Valentinian was converted to the true creed, and the policy of persecution was introduced into the Western world. Justina must have remained a powerless and embittered spectator of the ascendancy of Ambrose. So great did it become that the coldest decisions of the emperor were reversed by him, and his transgressions were ignominiously punished. The news came to Milan that the monks and populace of a small town in Persia had burned the synagogue of the Jews, and that its prefect had ordered them to rebuild the synagogue and restore its property. Theodosius confirmed the just sentence, but Ambrose assailed him so strongly in letter and sermon that he was obliged to give complete immunity to the offenders, and the wave of violence, the burning of temples and synagogues, and the despoiling and slaying of unbelievers and heretics of all shades, continued to roll destructively over the East. The more impressive incident of Theodosius, the greatest ruler of his time, standing in the humble attitude of a penitent in the church at Milan, is well known. The people of Thessalonica, stung by the heavy taxation which the extravagant rule of Theodosius had imposed on the East, and the quartering of barbaric troops on them, took some occasion to riot, and slew the representatives of the emperor. In a fit of passion, Theodosius turned his troops upon the defenseless people, whom he had treacherously invited to the circus, and a horrible and unexampled massacre was perpetrated. Ambrose nobly insisted that the emperor must expiate his crime like the humblest member of his flock. The world was entering upon a new era. How much of these proceedings Justina lived to see it is impossible to determine. She died sometime between 388 and 391. The obscurity of her death is a sufficient proof of her powerlessness in her last years. Valentinian, whose weakness was hardly compensated by the propriety of his conduct and his docility to St. Ambrose, was instructed in the elements of government by the older emperor, who remained 3 years in Italy, to the lasting grief of its pagan citizens. He visited Rome, where the majority of the leading citizens still clung to an idealized version of the old cult, and appealed to the Senate to abandon the dying gods. No answer was made to his appeal, and he resorted to the growing practice of coercive legislation. In 391 he returned to Constantinople. Galla had married Theodosius soon after the destruction of Maximus. The chronicle of Marcellinus puts the marriage in 386. Zosimus, more plausibly, implies that it took place in 387 or 388. From a curious statement in the chronicle of Marcellinus, it seems that she was sent to live in the palace at Constantinople, while Theodosius remained in Italy. The statement is that the elder son of the emperor, Arcadius, a boy of 13 years, drove her out of the palace. Commentators are loath to believe that so young a prince could do this, but it is not in the least impossible, and the authority is respectable. We shall see that Arcadius was a peevish and worthless prince, indolently guided by eunuchs and servants, and capable of very cruel decisions. Theodosius had departed from the finer imperial tradition of appointing a grave and distinguished scholar as the tutor of his sons, and had committed them to the care of a Roman deacon, Arsenius, who had a repute for piety. We can hardly regard the authority of a late Greek writer, Metaphrastes, as weighty enough to commend the statement that Arcadius set his servants to take the life of Arsenius for whipping him. But the unhappy events of the next chapter will show that the only result of this kind of education was to leave the character unformed, and throw the stress on external observances. In 391 Theodosius returned to Constantinople, and Galla entered upon her brief imperial career. Whether or no we accept the biased picture which Zosimus offers us of the Eastern court, it is clear that it sustained a soft and excessive luxury at the cost of the enfeebled empire. Large numbers of eunuchs found employment, and with the genius of their class intrigued for favor in the sleeping quarters and in the service of the empress and the imperial children. The kitchen employed a regiment of ministers to the heavy and voluptuous table. The circus and theater supported vast numbers of mimes, dancers, and charioteers. Besides this large army of ministers to the imperial pleasure, a second army of idle and avaricious place-seekers beset the palace, and extorted a generous revenue from the offices which were created for them in the army and the administration. It is even said that such offices were openly sold in the public places and in the palace of Constantinople. Strenuous as Theodosius was in the field, he was not strong enough to sustain the burden of peace, and he unconsciously prepared the empire for the avalanche that was soon to be cast upon it. But the drowsy indulgence of Theodosius was soon startled once more by a call to arms from the west. In the spring of 392 Valentinian was slain, or in despair slew himself, and a Frankish commander had put his purple robe upon the shoulders of a Roman rhetorician. The young emperor had been so overshadowed by the power of his general that he had attempted to dismiss him, and had then been found dead with a cord round his neck. Theodosius again hesitated to exchange the softness of his palace for the rigors of a campaign. Galla filled the palace with her lamentations, but Theodosius sent away the ambassadors of the usurper with pleasant words and presents, and continued for nearly 2 years to resist the appeals of his young empress. It was not until the summer of 394 that he led out his legions for the punishment of the murderer, as Argabasdes was believed to be. Galla did not live to see her brother avenged. She died in childbirth, just as the army was about to start, and Theodosius is said to have mourned for her one day and then started for Italy. The issue does not now concern us. We pass on to a fresh generation, a new and more interesting group of empresses and princesses. Suffice it to say that partly by valor, partly by accident and treachery, the forces of Argabasdes were destroyed, and the empurpled rhetorician was slain. The younger son of the emperor, Honorius, was summoned from the east and placed upon the throne of the west. Arcadius remained in feeble charge of the throne of Constantinople, and within a few months the powerful emperor sank into the grave, and the empire entered upon the unhappy reigns of Arcadius and Honorius. End of section 24. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 25 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 20. The Romance of Eudoxia and Eudocia. With the imperial ladies of the courts of Arcadius and Honorius, we enter upon the final act in the tragedy of the fall of Rome. The sun is sinking rapidly to the western horizon. The long shadows trail across the record of events. The chill of evening contracts the life of the historic empire. The only aspect of that tragedy that concerns us is a consideration of the part that women played in the gradual enfeeblement of the Roman Empire. While taking full account of the various causes assigned by historians, it may be said that the fall of Rome was due to a coincidence. The invasion of Europe by the fierce Huns had pressed the Germanic tribes against the Roman frontier, just at the time when the empire was particularly feeble. That it was inwardly outworn and doomed, that the organization of a state had an appointed term of decay, like the frame of an individual, may be confidently challenged. Egypt maintained its vigor for close on 8,000 years, Babylon for nearly 6,000. The only question we may touch here is whether the personality of the later empresses counted for anything, either for good or evil, in this enfeeblement of the empire. And the answer is clear that, with 1 or 2 exceptions, they counted for neither. They had no deep or large influence on the life of the empire, even through their husbands. The Roman ideal of womanhood was changing once more. As in the early days, they were diverted from interest in public affairs, except in so far as the cause of the Church called for their interference. We must not conceive them as powerless witnesses of the gradual dissolution of the empire. No one, man or woman, saw that the empire was dissolving, or dreamed of its fall, until it lay in ruins under the feet of the northern tribes. None reflected that, since Constantine had assumed the purple, 13 emperors out of 20 had been either executed or murdered. that the blood of able officers or servants had generally been mingled with that of the fallen ruler, and that hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been wasted in civil war. None reflected that, while they were distracted with religious quarrels, a formidable avalanche was gathering on the hills, or that, while the courts absorbed enormous sums in Oriental display, the fiscal machinery of the state was running down. In any case, it was no longer the place of women to notice these things. Their duties were to rear the imperial family, wear pretty robes of cloth of gold, and build churches. The age of Livia, Agrippina, or Plotina was over. These reflections will be enforced by the lives of the interesting empresses whom we have next to consider. The new emperors were unmarried youths at the time when their father died. Arcadius, a little dark, unpleasant-looking youth, whose laziness appeared in his dull, lustreless eyes, was in his 18th year. Honorius was a boy of 11, and as, during a reign of 28 years, he never rose above the character or intelligence of a boy, and his two empresses were timid young girls, we must dismiss them in a page, though that page must contain an event that sent a thrill of excitement through civilization, the fall of the city of Rome. So little had our imperial characters to do with it that a later age amused itself by saying that, when Honorius was told that Rome was taken, he wept for the supposed loss of his favorite fowl, which bore that name. The real master of the Western world, over which young Honorius had nominal sway, was a powerful and gifted commander, Stilicho, of Vandal extraction. He had married Serena, the beautiful niece of Theodosius, and he led the armies and governed the Western Empire until his death. In 398, in his 13th year, Honorius was directed to wed Maria, the elder daughter of Stilicho. It was said that Theodosius had desired the union. Serena, at all events, desired it, and although her daughter was yet immature, the wedding took place at Milan in 398. All that we have to say of her is that she died some time within the next 10 years, probably, as Tillemont calculates, in the year 404. Her body was embalmed and buried in a Christian church at Rome, where the poor crumbling frame, laden with gold, was discovered in 1544. In the year 408, Honorius married his deceased wife's sister, Thermantia. Tillemont very properly laments that he finds no record of any protest on the part of the Bishop of Rome, who probably celebrated it, against this irregular marriage, but the modern reader will be more seriously concerned to hear the argument with which Serena urged it upon her reluctant husband. Maria, she said, had died a virgin. Before entrusting her immature child to the bed of Honorius, she had had some obscure operation performed on her, which would guard her virginity. Certainly Maria had had no children. Thermantia was equally unprepared for marriage, Zosimus says, and the operation was repeated. It was a superfluous sacrifice to the ambition of Serena, because Stilicho fell in a palace intrigue a few months later, and the little maid was restored to her mother. Such was the short and melancholy story of the Empresses Maria and Aemilia Materna Thermantia, as an inscription calls the younger. Their monument was terrible. Within a few months the avalanche of the Gothic army descended from the Alps and devastated Italy, and Serena was, with the consent of her cousin Placidia, the emperor's sister, strangled by the Senate on the light and probably false charge of communicating with the enemy. Zosimus at least says that she was innocent, but he is not surprised at her fate, as she had one day appropriated a jeweled ornament from the statue of one of his goddesses. Within 2 years Rome was sacked by the Goths, and Placidia was carried off by them. We turn to the east, to follow the less tragic, but hardly less interesting, fortunes of Eudoxia and Eudocia. In the East, as in the West, Theodosius had left a powerful minister to guide the hands of his young and unpromising son. But the Eastern minister, Rufinus, had not the manly qualities of Stilicho. He had entered the palace by craft, not by military exploits, and had easily dissembled his vices from the too indulgent eye of Theodosius. When that emperor died, he cast aside the cloak, and pursued his native avarice, and exercised his cruelty without restraint. By fines, taxes, despoilments, and the unscrupulous ruin of his opponents, the hated Gaul amassed wealth and power, and ruled like an autocrat. He had a daughter of marriageable age, and Arcadius seemed to listen in compliant mood when he proposed that she should become his empress. The task of destroying an opponent took him for a time to Antioch, and he returned to hear that the emperor was preparing for marriage. He awaited the appointed day with eagerness. At length the hymeneal procession set out from the palace, and the people gathered to witness its passage to the house of Rufinus, a superb villa in one of the suburbs. To the intense surprise of all, it stopped at a house in the city, and the blushing and beautiful daughter of a Frankish chief was announced to be the choice of the emperor. While Rufinus was pursuing his vengeance at Antioch, the eunuchs of the palace had conspired to defeat his plan and undermine his power. The chief of them was Eutropius, a slave by birth, castrated immediately after birth, that he might bring a bigger price, and rising in time from the occupation of hairdresser to the daughter of General Arinthius to the position of high chamberlain at the palace. Such were the rulers of emperors in the 4th century. Eutropius knew that Arcadius had no attraction to the daughter of Rufinus, and chafed under the authority of her burly father. He cast about for a prettier companion, and soon had the affection of Arcadius safely engaged. The temporary absence of Rufinus gave them an opportunity, and Constantinople was enlivened by the rare spectacle of an imperial marriage, and the still rarer spectacle of the defeat of Rufinus. Eudoxia, such is the Greek name under which the new empress is presented to us, was the beautiful daughter of Bauto, chief of the Franks. Historians, politely accepting the assurance of some of the writers of the time, say that she was being educated at Constantinople, her father having died in the service of the Eastern army. It is perhaps a pity to disturb the plausible phrase, but the duty of a biographer is stern. The house in the city from which she was taken to wed the emperor was occupied by 2 young men of wealth. They were the sons of the commander Promotus, who had been one of the first victims of Rufinus. One of these young men, Zosimus says, had a beautiful maid in the house. We will not inquire too closely. The stern ideals of the Germanic tribes had relaxed as they came into closer contact with civilization, and it became common for them to lend or sell their daughters to the Romans. We remember the adventure of Pipera a century before. Eutropius submitted an adequate picture of the girl to Arcadius, whose pulse was quickened, and the son of Promotus easily parted with his tender pupil when he learned that it was for the purpose of discomfiting the destroyer of his father. Eudoxia had no less spirit than beauty of person, and she would watch with interest the duel between the wily eunuch and the powerful Gaul. Arcadius, whose feeble and stupid goodness, says Tillemont candidly, brought frightful evils on church and state, was a pawn in the game. But the big, wealthy, powerful Gaul now found a sterner opponent in Stilicho of the Western Empire, and within a year his head was separated from his body, and his wife and daughter were permitted to remain alive at Jerusalem. Eutropius and Eudoxia now led Arcadius like a dumb beast, in the words of Zosimus, and sucked the resources of the empire. The people of Constantinople gained nothing by the revolution. They had carried in triumph the grisly, extortionate hand of Rufinus through the streets of the city, but the supple hand of the eunuch proved as formidable. He surrounded himself with spies and informers, filled the prisons with men whose property he desired for himself or his friends, scattered statues of himself through the city, and assumed every title of honor short of that of Augustus. He would press his deformed person and painted face into the armor of a man to review the troops, and would harangue the Senate with a feeble imitation of the authority of a statesman. While his exactions and the luxury of the court enfeebled the empire of the East, he alienated the power of the West, and had Stilicho branded as a public enemy, and the Goths and Huns crept nearer. Arcadius, lazily riding in his gold-plated chariot, studded with large gems, in robes of silk embroidered with golden dragons, or playing the monarch on a throne of solid gold, with a crowd of adoring eunuchs before him, had no more appreciation than a peasant of a Cappadocian village of the true situation of the empire. Eudoxia, beautiful, haughty, spoiled, reveling in the luxury of the palace, generous to the church and the poor, floated soothingly with the stream. She lived the languid life of an Oriental princess within the confines of the palace, and was rarely seen even by the greater part of the palace servants. The only occasion when the populace saw her quit the marble city, which the palace of Constantine had become, was when, in 398, she walked humbly, with downcast eyes, but clothed in purple silk, with a glittering diadem on her head, by the side of Saint Chrysostom, as he transferred certain relics of the saints. Chrysostom would find her in a different temper in a few years. The arrogance of Eutropius at last passed all bounds, and he ventured in the year 400 to threaten to expel Eudoxia from the palace. Whether she knew it or no, the time was ripe for the destruction of the repulsive minister. The people groaned under his terrible exactions, his infamous legislation, and his bloody tyranny. The leaders of the troops were prepared to sacrifice him. Eudoxia took her baby girls, Pulcheria and Arcadia, in her arms, and fled in tears to the emperor. Arcadius, becoming an emperor for a moment, says Philostorgius, signed the sentence of his favorite, and the eunuch soon found people and soldiers pressing like wolves for his destruction. He took refuge in a church, where Chrysostom protected him from the fiery crowd, but quitted it after a time, apparently on the oath of either Eudoxia or Arcadius that his life would be spared. He was exiled, recalled, tried, and, oath or no oath, put to death by the public executioner. Eudoxia's title of nobilissima, most noble, had been elevated to that of Augusta at the beginning of the year 400. And her second daughter was born in April of the same year. She was now complete mistress of Arcadius and the empire, and she published her dignity with such extravagance that the Western court sent an angry protest that, in causing her statues to be borne through the provinces, she had exceeded the privileges of her sex. In the following year she completed her ascendancy by giving birth to a boy, Theodosius II, and seemed to have a prospect of a long and luxurious, if useless, reign. But she had meantime quarrelled with Chrysostom, and she was to pass through a period of humiliation to a premature grave. In 398, Eutropius had transferred the austere and eloquent Chrysostom from his presbytery in Antioch to the archiepiscopal palace at Constantinople. The stern monk, as John of the Golden Mouth always remained at heart, was horrified from the first at the vice and luxury of the Christians of the imperial city, and even of their clergy, but he allowed 2 years to elapse before he began his fiery campaign against the sins of the laity. He applied himself first to the reform of the priests and the control of the monks. With that we have no concern. It is enough to say that the clergy bitterly resented his reforms and were ready to cooperate with Eudoxia in an effort to get rid of him. In 400 he began to attack the easy ways of the laity more sternly, and it is probable that some feeling was created between him and the Empress over the massacre of the Gothic Arian soldiers, which took place in that year. Their commander Gainus had rebelled, and Arcadius had virtually surrendered to him. He marched his troops to the city, obtained the use of a church for them, and allowed them to roam about, to the irritation of the people, until at last the people rose and slew 7,000 of the heretics. It seems that Eudoxia was alienated from Chrysostom, who had resented the grant of a church from that time. When in the following year Saint Porphyry of Gaza came to the capital to obtain an imperial order to destroy the pagan temples of his town, Chrysostom declined to introduce him at court, and referred him to the eunuch Amantius. The sequel is not without interest in a study of the Empress. The holy man was presented to Eudoxia, and promised that she should bear a boy if she would secure the destruction of paganism in Gaza. She promised to do so, but Arcadius, who seems to have resented religious wrangles, refused to grant permission. Then the boy was born, and Eudoxia felt an obligation to secure Porphyry's request. She instructed him to draw up a formal petition and present it to the baby Caesar as he was carried from the baptismal font. The noble who carried the baby was then instructed how he was to behave, and a little comedy was arranged. Porphyry presented his paper to the infant Caesar. The noble read a little of it to the baby in a low voice, so that Arcadius should not hear, and then bobbed the child's head as a sign of assent. Arcadius wearily overlooked the trick. 8 beautiful temples were burned at Gaza, and Eudoxia supplied the funds for building a large church on their ruins. Tillemont, whose admiring course through the 4th century is much tempered by groans, complains that this kind of piety favors only the demons. Chrysostom then went on to denounce, in unmeasured language, the vicious and luxurious ways of the wealthy women, especially widows of his church. He had diverted the coins of the laity from the army of monks, deprived the clergy of their mistresses, and declared that the great majority of the bishops of his province were hopelessly corrupt. With the aid of his rival, the Bishop of Alexandria, they conspired against him, and they reached the ear of the Empress through the courtly and comfortable Bishop Severian. The other ear of the Empress was now assailed by the wealthy widows who smarted under the preacher's fierce lash. Such fine ladies as Marsa and Castricia would not be likely to sit under the socialistic oratory of the Archbishop, but shorthand, notatio, was as commonly used in those days as in our own, and he could thus irritate the eye of the rich as well as gladden the ear of the poor. They brooded darkly over his impersonal strictures, and no doubt detected occasional references to the luxurious Empress in them. In time, Archbishop Theophilus was summoned from Alexandria. The bishops of the province eagerly drew up and passed a lengthy indictment of their superior, and before the orthodox population could gather what was happening, their order was on the way to exile. But the triumph of Eudoxia was as brief as that of Justina. The people rose in fury, and after the slaughter of 7,000 trained soldiers, made a light matter of the monks and sailors of Theophilus. When, in addition, an earthquake shook the province, Eudoxia prudently yielded to the human pressure, under the decent pretext of obeying the divine will. Chrysostom returned to his church, and the sight of the gay fleet that set out to meet him, the flaring illumination of the shores, the frenzied rejoicing of the returning procession, must have filled the palace on the heights with bitterness. Such a truce could be observed with cold discretion by neither party, and it was not long before the struggle was renewed. In honor of the birth of the third daughter of the Empress, Marina, a silver statue of her was erected on a column of porphyry at the door of the Senate. The prefect of the city commemorated the event with games or other rejoicings in the square before the statue, and they were naturally accompanied by profane, if not licentious, gaiety. Straight opposite, across the square, was the door of Chrysostom's church, and the devout regarded this demonstration as an outrage on religion. Chrysostom's sermons became more explicit. In a later age a sermon was published under his name, in which the people, or the readers, were reminded of the infamous Herodias clamoring for the head of John. The sermon is generally regarded as spurious, but we have the weighty authority of Socrates for the fact that the extempore preacher did utter the fatal name of Herodias. The conflict ended with the exile of the archbishop, June 404. But on the following night his church was found to be in flames, and the fire spread to and almost destroyed the Senate House, a building adorned with the most exquisite marbles and works of art. The condition of Constantinople, the anxiety of Eudoxia during the following months may be imagined. It is enough to know that Eudoxia met a painful death through miscarriage in the month of September of the same year, 404. I will not reproduce the horrible details that a more orthodox age discovered in connection with her death. If Chrysostom spoke from a bitter disillusion, as Dr. Puke holds, Eudoxia had not less cause to be embittered. Even her religious zeal had led her into the most painful experiences. For the state, in which she had high power, she did nothing. The vultures gathered on the hills, while the court absorbed its little soul in voluptuous pomp, and the people fought each other over creeds. We may dissent from the hard verdict of Gibbon that Eudoxia indulged her passions while the empire decayed, and we must regard as too frivolous for consideration the suspicion of unchastity which he reproduces. But we must grant that, where Eudoxia's action was not selfish, it was generally useless and frequently mischievous. We have carried the slender story of the empresses in the West as far as the year 410, and we shall find no other empress there until 421. We may therefore continue the record of the East, and consider the romantic story of Eudocia before we proceed to the last scene in the empire of the West. After an ignoble reign of 13 years, the elder son of Theodosius died in his bed in the year 408. His only son, Theodosius II, was clothed with the purple in his 6th year, and a prudent and experienced minister controlled the state for the next 7 years. In 415, Pulcheria, the elder sister of Theodosius, was named Augusta, and gradually assumed the guardianship of her brother and the control of the state. She was as yet only in her 16th year, and Theodosius was only 2 years younger, but her cold, decisive temper compensated in some measure for the strength which Theodosius wholly lacked, and she held the reins of the empire. Deeply religious, she took herself and induced her younger sisters to take a vow of chastity, which was written in gold and diamonds on the wall of the public church. The palace offered the singular spectacle of a nunnery within a luxurious court. Only pious eunuchs and women were allowed to approach the imperial virgins, in whose sober apartments no music was ever heard save that of the psalm and sacred song, while the weakly youth was educated in the pomp that befits a king, as well as the propriety that adorns a Christian. He learned both lessons with success, but we cannot avoid a suspicion that less earnest and assiduous efforts were made to fit him for the task of taking in his own hands the levers of the heavy machinery of the state. It is proper to add, however, that partly from circumstances, partly from the prudence and care of Pulcheria, that machinery ran with unaccustomed ease, and the empire enjoyed a span of peace and prosperity. At length the anxious question of the imperial marriage arose, and the virginal Pulcheria confronted it with her usual coolness and decision. The task was simplified in a sense by Theodosius. He declared that he would marry only a young lady of exceptional bodily charm, and would pay no attention to wealth or dignity. It may have occurred to Pulcheria that an empress thus elevated would be less likely to dispute her power than some woman who had been born into the world of large action. She began her search with the aid of Paulinus, a youth who had been educated with Theodosius and was his intimate friend. One day at this period a young Athenian girl was brought into her presence with a petition. She was of the fairest Athenian type, a supple and graceful young woman, with skin of a snowy complexion, large intelligent eyes, and a beautiful head of golden hair. Further, she pleaded her cause in perfect Greek, with a surprising restraint, eloquence, and art. She was Athanase, the daughter of an Athenian teacher. He had cultivated her mind and her beauty with all the resources of his art, and had at his death left her only 100 pieces of gold, on the pretext that she was wealthy enough in her advantages. She begged her brothers to share the inheritance more justly, but they refused. She had therefore come with a relative to the house of an aunt at Constantinople, and asked for a just distribution of her father's money. Pulcheria's interest was, not in the case, but in the girl. She took the aunt aside, and prudently inquired if the girl was a maid and a Christian. Athanase was declared to be a virgin, though a pagan, but the defect was one that could easily be removed. Pulcheria joyfully told her brother that she had found the beauty he desired, and described her. They arranged a second visit, during which Theodosius and Paulinus should inspect the maiden from behind a curtain. In a short time Athanase had changed her name into Aelia Eudocia, changed her religion into that of Christ, and changed her condition into that of wife of the emperor. She was married on June 7, 421, in, it is believed, the 20th year of her age. There was consternation in the home she had quitted at Athens, and her brothers hid themselves in the provinces. Eudocia had them sought and conducted to Constantinople. There they learned to their surprise that she thought herself indebted to their conduct for her fortune, and they were richly rewarded. From these pleasant girlish traits we pass to the inevitable struggle with Pulcheria. Theodosius remained an imperial nonentity. He could hunt, paint, and carve, but public business so bored him that he signed documents without reading them. One day Pulcheria put a parchment before him, and he, as usual, blindly appended his name. Shortly afterwards he summoned Eudocia, and was told that she was now the slave of Pulcheria, and awaited her orders. The document he had signed was a deed of sale of his wife, but it does not appear that the little stratagem made much impression on him. Pulcheria still held the reins. Eudocia had her first child at the end of 422, and was, in the following January, entitled Augusta. The court had a visit too from the Empress of the West, Galla Placidia, and her daughter, and large matters were discussed. In 433 we may perhaps trace some influence of Eudocia on legislation. An edict imposing the death sentence on the remaining pagans may be confidently ascribed to Pulcheria. but an edict reforming and enlarging the higher schools of Constantinople seems rather to remind us of the Athenian scholar's daughter. She occupied much of her leisure in writing historical and religious poetry, and the little that survives of it has been recently edited by Ludwig. It is correct in form and devoid of inspiration. The years passed tranquilly until 437, when we begin to suspect that there is friction with Pulcheria. Few things had happened beyond the echo of the stormy movements of the West and the disquieting advance of the Huns to disturb the life of the court. 1 year, 434, had indeed brought a strange thrill into the imperial nunnery. A princess of the Western Empire, Honoria, came to Constantinople, enceinte by her own steward. But the hard lot of Honoria, and the romantic devices by which she sought to enliven it, will occupy us later. Pulcheria promptly enclosed the fiery young princess in a convent, and the scandal would be mentioned only in whispers. 3 years later, 437, the Western Emperor, Valentinian III, came to Constantinople, and led away Eudocia's beautiful daughter, Licinia Eudoxia, to share his trembling throne. The next detail is that, in 439, Eudocia made a lengthy pilgrimage to Palestine, and there can be little doubt that her absence from the palace for a year, which is unconvincingly connected by Gibbon with the marriage of her daughter 2 years before, was due in part or entirely to some quarrel with either Theodosius or Pulcheria, most probably the latter. At Antioch, on the journey, Eudocia enjoyed the prestige of her solitary and independent dignity. From a golden throne she delivered a studied oration to the Senate, and the tumultuous applause and voting of statues to her must have greatly increased her self-consciousness. The shower of gold she rained upon the churches and monasteries of Palestine, and indeed all along her route, elicited a no less stimulating demonstration. She returned to Constantinople apparently about the end of 439, with a larger sense of her importance, and with such priceless relics as the arm of St. Stephen and the authentic picture of Mary, which Luke the physician had painted. It is only at a much later date that Greek writers add to her luggage a phial of the Virgin's milk, some underclothing of the infant Christ, and similar treasures. The pilgrimage was the turning point in the career of Eudocia. So far her life had been one of splendid and powerless prestige. It now rapidly darkens with intrigue, is overshadowed by tragedy and suspicion, and soon ends in a virtual exile. We are sufficiently acquainted with the writers of the time to expect that they will throw very little light on this fresh imperial tragedy, but, using the later and less weighty Greek writers with discretion, we may obtain a fairly confident idea of its main features. 2 facts are related by writers of the time, and are beyond question. In the year following Eudocia's return, her friend, and the intimate friend of the emperor, the charming and accomplished Paulinus, was exiled and put to death without public trial. The second fact is that, a few years later, Eudocia left the palace forever to spend the remainder of her life at Jerusalem. The later Byzantine writers give a rounded story of these events, and on the whole one is disposed to think that in this case they are revealing the suppressed truth. Theophanes, in his Chronographia, says that a eunuch named Chrysaphius rose into favor, and urged Eudocia to secure the dismissal of Pulcheria. They persuade Theodosius that, since Pulcheria has taken a vow of virginity, her proper place is among the deaconesses of the church, and Archbishop Flavian is instructed to take her away. Flavian, however, prefers to have her in the palace, and he directs her simply to live apart for a time and wait. Then, in 440, occurs the execution, one may almost say murder, of Paulinus. These later Greek writers all give a romantic story in connection with it. As Theodosius and Eudocia go to church on Epiphany morning, a peasant presents the emperor with a remarkably large apple. He gives it to Eudocia, who privately sends it to Paulinus. Unluckily, Paulinus in turn presents it to the emperor, who sternly asks Eudocia what she has done with it. She declares and repeats with a most solemn oath that she has eaten it. Paulinus is at once sent away and decapitated. A much nearer and more weighty authority, John Malala, confirms in substance this story of the apple, and says that Paulinus was suspected of intimacy with the empress. There is no serious reason to doubt it, nor is any other reason suggested for the murder of Paulinus. But whether Eudocia was guilty, or the suspicion was inspired by the servants of Pulcheria, we are unable to determine. The eunuch then, says Theophanes, presses Eudocia to attack Flavian and Pulcheria. He reminds her of all the bitter things she had endured from Pulcheria, and covers the human motive with a pretense of religious zeal. We know at least that Eudocia embraced the Eutychian heresy, which Chrysaphius had adopted, and that a church council was summoned in 441 that put an end to Flavian. The intrigue, however, runs on in obscurity until Eudocia suddenly asks permission to retire to Jerusalem. Theodosius could not divorce her, but we can easily believe that, as these writers say, he treated her with such severity, repeatedly reminding her of Paulinus, that she was driven into exile. Pulcheria returned to the palace and resumed her control of the emperor and the empire. Gibbon scouts these Greek fictions, but not only has he not taken sufficient account of John Malala, whose authority he recognizes, but a detail he adds from the still more authoritative Chronicle of Marcellinus, which is almost contemporary, gives a very serious confirmation. In the suite of Eudocia, when she set out for Palestine, were a priest named Severus and a deacon named John, favorites of hers. They had not long left Constantinople when an officer named Saturninus, of the faction opposed to Eudocia, came upon them with an order to put Severus and John to death. It appears that they too were executed for supposed intimacy with the empress. Eudocia lost her self-control at this brutal outrage, and bade her servants make an end of Saturninus. When Theodosius heard, he stripped Eudocia of her imperial prerogatives, and left her in the position of an ordinary citizen. These authentic statements of Marcellinus strongly confirm the story, and it is clear that the Byzantine court was stained by a sordid quarrel and several brutal murders. The romance of Eudocia's career was not yet over. Marcellinus sends her to Jerusalem in 444, the later writers in 442. However that may be, in the year 445 we find her again embarking on an unhappy adventure. The monks of Palestine were infected with the Eutychian heresy, and they welcomed so powerful a patroness. With the aid of her servants they ousted the Orthodox bishop of Jerusalem, and a vigorous monk was put in his place. The monk bishop, with his military army of 10,000 monkish followers, held Jerusalem for 20 months, in spite of the imperial troops, drove all the Orthodox bishops out of Palestine, and slew and cast to the dogs a number of their followers. In this quaint company, the delicate Greek empress continued to build churches and monasteries for 3 years. But when she hears at length of the misfortunes of her daughter, which the Bishop of Rome, as well as the courts of Ravenna and Constantinople, ascribe to her heresy, she sends to consult the famous hermit of the Pillar, Simeon Stylites. Simeon recommends her to confer with a certain saintly monk of the desert. The monk will neither leave his desert for her, nor permit a woman to enter it. She therefore built a tower on the hill some miles away, and in that safe and public elevation the monk enlightens her out of her heresy. Eudocia brought her adventurous career to a close in 460, protesting with her last breath that she was innocent of the charge of unchastity. Pulcheria continued to rule the Eastern Empire in the name of Theodosius until he died in the year 450, inglorious and unhonored. It was now seen that the prosperity of the empire in her earlier years was a hollow truce of circumstances. When the fierce and rapacious Huns approached it in 446 and 447, the Eastern Empire tremblingly purchased peace by the most ignominious concessions. When Theodosius died, she assumed sole control of the empire, and the head of the eunuch Chrysaphius was at once removed from his shoulders. But the pressure of her people forced her to marry, and an aged senator, Marcian, engaged to share her throne without sharing her virginal bed. To his more vigorous hands the affairs of state now passed, and Pulcheria maintained her virtue and piety to the end. But we must now leave the Oriental pomp, the emasculated frame, and the splendid piety of the Byzantine court to conclude our story in the West. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 21. The Last Empresses of the West. The course of our inquiry has led us through 5 centuries of change. We have passed from the sober and virile integrity of the first imperial pair, the golden age of Roman life and letters, to the successive depths of the Caesars. We have then seen the decrepit and corrupt city refreshed with an inflow of sound provincial blood, the enervated patrician families replaced on the throne by vigorous soldiers, and a new period of sobriety and prosperity open under the Stoics, to sink again under the burden of vice and luxury. Diocletian restores its strength, and then a singular and momentous change comes over the face of the empire. The white homes of the gods perish or decay. The gay processions no longer enliven the streets. The cross of Christ heads the legions and towers austerely above the public buildings and monuments. The antechambers of the emperors are filled with Christian bishops, and the rulers of the world bend meekly before the ragged figures of monks and tremble at the threats of lowly priests. We return to the Western world to find another and a greater change. Rome has fallen, the frontiers are obliterated. The provinces, even to Africa, are cowering under the armies of the barbarians. Poverty, misery, and violence are scattered over the empire, as if the departing gods had sown its fields with salt, or with dragons' teeth as they retired to Olympus. Civilization, law, culture, art seem to be doomed, and the end of the world is confidently expected. But amid the crumbling frame of the vast empire, a few shades of emperors and empresses linger for a generation, and we may glance briefly at their sobered features and adventurous experiences. The chief figure of interest is Aelia Galla Placidia, the sister of Honorius, whom we found visiting Constantinople in 423. Her adventures began when the Goths invested Rome in 408. She is then mentioned as concurring with the Senate in the pitiful execution of her cousin, the widow of Stilicho. Placidia was then in her 18th year. Bearing a heavy ransom, the Gothic army went away to harass her useless and trembling brother at Ravenna, and Placidia thought fit to remain at Rome. It still contained wealth enough to capitulate to barbarians on fair terms. But the Goths returned in 410. Rome was awakened in the dead of night by the blare of their trumpets, and looked out to find palaces in flames, the streets filled with the terrible Goths, and the work of looting already begun. After 6 days of pillage they retreated northward, taking Placidia with them. We cannot follow her closely in that extraordinary march. She was treated as a princess, however, and 2 years later was sought in marriage by the new king of the Goths, Ataulf. Ataulf was a barbarian only in name, a large handsome man, princely, intelligent, and amiable. He aspired to be a Roman emperor. Honorius weakly resented the proposal, and demanded that he should prove the friendship he offered to Rome by returning Placidia. For 2 years she had wandered over Italy in the Gothic army. It appears that Placidia was attracted to the graceful and courtly Goth, and they were married at Narbonne, the Goths having now returned to Gaul, in 414. When she reflected on the splendor of the wedding gifts, she may have thought that even an alliance with a Roman prince could not be more magnificent. 50 beautiful youths, clothed in silk, brought to her 100 dishes laden with the gold and jewels which the Goths had brought from Rome. But Ataulf was assassinated in the following year, and Placidia sank again to the position of captive. She had to walk 12 miles on foot amid a crowd of captives before the victorious barbarian who had slain her husband. Within another year her persecutor was slain, and his more humane successor restored her, or sold her, to the court at Ravenna. The Roman commander Constantius, into whose hands she was committed, at once claimed her in marriage. Honorius had promised that he should marry her if, by whatever means, he recovered her from the Goths. Placidia shrank resentfully from his embraces, and found his coarse, large, surly person a poor exchange for her handsome Gothic husband. The wedding took place, however, in 417, and Placidia settled down to the prosy duties of a matron, giving birth in succession to the Princess Honoria and the future Emperor Valentinian III. In 421 her husband compelled the weak-minded Honorius to clothe him with the purple. Placidia received the title of Augusta, and a better prospect seemed to open before her. But Constantius died within a few months, and it was not long before she fell into a violent quarrel with Honorius. The cause of the quarrel is, as usual, obscure. Some of the later writers suggest that Honorius became enamored of his sister in her young widowhood. We know only that the palace at Ravenna was filled with bitter recriminations, its courts were stained with the blood of their followers, and Placidia fled to Constantinople with her children. Honorius died a few months later, August 423. And Placidia, confirmed in her title of Augusta by Theodosius, was sent in the following year to claim the throne for Theodosius at the head of a considerable force. A secretary had usurped the vacant throne during her absence. It was the spring of 425 before they set out from Thessalonica for Italy. Placidia was with the cavalry, which reached and took Aquileia with great speed. There, after a short time, she received the captive usurper. His hand was cut off in the public circus. He was placed on an ass and conducted round the town, amid the jeers of the crowd and the actors of the circus, and was finally beheaded. They then proceeded to Ravenna. Valentinian, a boy of 6 years, was created Emperor of the West, and Placidia settled down to a long period of government in his name. As the legislation which followed, bearing the name of Valentinian, but breathing the spirit of Placidia, was mainly of an ecclesiastical character, we will not linger over it. She fell ruthlessly upon pagans, Jews, Pelagians, Manichaeans, and every other class who were obnoxious to her clergy. As in the case of most of the later empresses, her piety so impressed the writers of the time that her personality is almost entirely hidden from us. Apart from her decrees of religious coercion, we know her only as experiencing, not doing, things. Procopius, not a biased historian, severely complains that she reared her son in a luxurious softness that led inevitably to his later vices and his violent death. And it is frequently suspected that she had no eagerness to see him fitly educated in the duties of a prince. Cassiodorus pronounces that she conducted the affairs of the state with wavering and incompetent counsel, just at the time when Rome most urgently needed a firm and enlightened ruler. Tillemont, after praising her piety, admits sadly that she brought great evils upon her afflicted empire. Though Rome had been looted by the Goths at their leisure, and barbaric armies commanded every province, the cause of the empire was not yet lost. A judicious policy might have utilized the mutual hatreds of the various tribes, and have put the able commanders who were still in the service of Rome at the head of formidable armies. But the weakness and obtuseness of Placidia led, on the contrary, to the loss of her finest general, her last free province, and a large proportion of her troops. Listening injudiciously to the malignant persuasions of one general, Aetius, she commanded the other, Count Boniface, to relinquish his post in Africa, under the impression that he meditated treachery. Aetius at the same time warned Boniface that the recall was due to suspicion, and the gallant officer was driven into rebellion. He invited the Vandals to Africa, and soon 20,000 of the tall, fair-haired northerners, with a vast crowd of dependents and followers, spread over the province. Placidia discovered too late the deceit of Aetius. She was induced to send a friendly ambassador to Boniface, and the fraud was at once detected. But the Vandals could not be dislodged. Boniface was slain, 432, in his struggle with them. Aetius was driven to the camp of the Huns, and Africa, the granary of Rome, was irretrievably lost. The next blow that threatened the distracted empire was an invasion of the Huns. Placidia cannot be held responsible for the subsequent calamities, for Aetius, strong in his alliance with the Huns, had forced his way back into power, and was the real governor of the empire. But the formidable task he undertook was made more difficult by a romantic and unhappy occurrence within Placidia's domestic circle. We have already spoken of her daughter Honoria, who came in disgrace to Constantinople in 434. The great distinction of the Constantinopolitan court, the possession of 3 royal virgins, seems to have excited the pious jealousy of Placidia, and she apparently designed that her court should not lack its vestal virgin. We are not told that any vow was imposed on the young Honoria, but she was reared with the discipline of a conventual novice, and given to understand that the exalted state of virginity was assigned to her. In 433 the title of Augusta was bestowed on her, in some compensation of her sacrifice. But the daughter of Constantius had thicker blood in her veins than the daughters of Arcadius, and the claustral regime, the restriction of attendance to eunuchs and women, does not seem to have been rigorously enforced at Ravenna. In 434 the 17-year-old princess was discovered to be in a painful condition, and was dispatched to Constantinople, and incarcerated in a nunnery by the indignant Pulcheria. But the young girl had a spirit beyond her years. She had heard of the formidable nation of the Huns, which awaited, in the neighborhood of the Danube and the Volga, its turn to fill the imperial stage. She had heard that the young and powerful Attila had recently acceded to the throne of that nation. In some way she secured a messenger, who took from her a letter and a ring to Attila, offering him her heart and her dowry if he would release her. The girlish freak was destined to have terrible consequences for the empire. The lady herself we may dismiss in a word. She seems to have been kept in close confinement in the East until about 450, sending fruitless messages from time to time to her romantic lover. Attila had sufficient occupation during those 15 years, and was content to put her name on the lengthy list of his wives. When, in 450, he formally demanded her person, he was assured that she was married. It is not impossible that she was released on condition that she accepted a husband chosen for her. But her end is obscure, and one is disposed to doubt if she would ever have resumed her liberty without joining the victorious Hun. Placidia died in the year 450, leaving the astute Aetius to avert the oncoming disaster by an alliance with the Ostrogoths against the Huns. For a quarter of a century she had had supreme power over the Western Empire. It is perhaps only an indication of mediocrity on her part that she could not avert the blows that fell upon it during that period. But it was a calamity for Rome. Her memory survived, in a singular way, for more than 1,000 years. The pagan habit of cremating the bodies of emperors and empresses had been replaced by the Egyptian process of embalming, and Placidia had built a chapel at Ravenna for the reception of her body. There it sat in a chair of cedar wood until the year 1577, when some children, thrusting a lighted taper into the tomb to see it better, set it aflame and reduced it to ashes. Meantime, another empress of the West had appeared. In 437, Valentinian had married Lucinda Eudoxia, the 14-year-old daughter of Eudocia at Constantinople, and brought her to Italy. He had parted with a large slice of his empire to Pulcheria and Theodosius for the honor, and is said to have held it lightly. The sequel will dispose us to believe his irregularities. A youth of 18 at the time, frivolous, luxurious, and light-headed, he was content to enjoy the palace and leave his mother and then Aetius to discharge his duties. Eudoxia could but idly follow the momentous movements of the nations, and appreciate the defeat of the Huns in the terrible battle of Chalons in 451, or shudder when, in the following year, Attila marched to the gates of Rome, demanding half the empire as the dowry of his distant bride Honoria. Or when, in 453, the profligate Valentinian plunged his sword in the breast of his great minister Aetius. A grave personal tragedy was upon her. The court resided generally at Rome, where Valentinian enjoyed the larger and faster amusements of a metropolis. Here, in the year 455, he was stabbed by his soldiers, and a romantic story is told in connection with his death. The story is rejected by a recent historical writer, Mr. Hodgkin, Italy and Her Invaders. But Professor Berry has shown that it is probably true in substance. The full story, to which fictitious details may have been added before it reached Procopius, is that Valentinian, gambling heavily with the distinguished Senator Petronius Maximus, obtained his ring as a security for the money he had won. Maximus had a beautiful wife whom the emperor desired, and he sent the ring to her with a summons to the palace. The unsuspecting lady was conducted to Valentinian's apartments and outraged by him. For this crime, and in virtue of the general discontent, Maximus had him slain and occupied his throne. Maximus was a wealthy Roman of illustrious family and peaceful and luxurious ways, so that we have little reason to doubt that an outrage on his wife inspired him with the thought of assassination. The further course of events adds authority to the narrative. His wife died very closely after the death of Valentinian, and he invited or compelled Eudoxia to marry him. In the obscurity and uncertainty of the records, we are unable to understand the consent of Eudoxia, even under pressure. Some of the later Greeks affirm that he violated her. It is certain at least that she married him within a month or two of her husband's tragic death, and almost immediately afterwards sought to destroy him. Our authorities, late and uncertain as they are, do not lack plausibility when they affirm that he one day confessed that, out of love for her, he had directed the assassination of her husband. Rome had returned to evil days, and tragedy was brooding over its very ruins. In a fit of repulsion, Eudoxia secretly invited the Vandals to cross the Mediterranean and avenge her. Historians too lightly admit, in extenuation of her criminal act, that she had no hope of help from the East. The aged and upright Marcian was, it is true, intent upon the internal prosperity of his empire. But it is extremely doubtful, as the sequel will show, whether the deposition of Maximus would have offered much difficulty, and Eudoxia was the niece of Pulcheria. Her vindictive act hastened the end of the empire. Genseric speedily landed his fierce troops on Italian soil, and the Romans at once slew the sullen or remorseful Maximus and cast his mangled body in the Tiber. The further adventures of Eudoxia, interesting as they must have been, are compressed in a few lines. After 14 days' pillage, the Vandals retreated once more from the stricken city of Octavian, laden with gold, silver, women, and all kinds of valuables. Genseric compelled Eudoxia and her 2 young daughters to accompany him. They were detained at Carthage for 7 years. The Eastern court repeatedly asked for their release, but it was refused until, in 462, the elder daughter Eudocia was married to Genseric's son. Eudoxia and the second daughter Placidia were then sent to Constantinople. Years afterwards, in one of the legends, we catch a last glimpse of Eudoxia, the last prominent empress of the West. She is standing before the column of Simeon Stylites, asking him to come and live somewhere on her ample estate. Eudocia lived for 16 years at Carthage, then escaped to the east, and ended her life in Palestine. Placidia we shall meet again for a moment. We turn back to the shrinking empire of the West to dismiss the last 4 imperial shadows that flit about its ruins. The vacant throne was occupied by the commander of the Roman forces in Gaul, Avitus. He had married, since we know that Sidonius Apollinaris was married to his daughter Papianilla. But his wife was dead, and we need only say that, after he had enjoyed the imperial banquets for a few months, he was degraded to the rank of a bishopric by the commander of the barbaric troops, with the consent of the disgusted Romans, and he died soon afterwards. He was followed by a worthy and able officer, whose rule might have illumined a more propitious age. But we find no empress in association with him, and must pass over the 4 years of his earnest effort to redeem the empire. After his death, Libius Severus had a nominal and obscure reign of 4 years, 461 to 465, and again we find no empress in the scanty records. The throne remained vacant for nearly 2 years, during which the Vandals harassed the miserable remnant of the great empire. At length the chief commander in Italy, Ricimer, sought the aid of the Eastern Empire, and the alliance was sealed by the Eastern court sending one of its wealthiest and by birth most illustrious nobles, Anthemius, to occupy the throne. His empress was Euphemia, daughter of the Emperor Marcian by his first wife. But her name, and the names of her father and her children, are all that we find recorded concerning her, and we need not dwell on the failures and quarrels, or the last faint flicker of Roman paganism which characterized his inauspicious reign. Within 4 years he quarreled with Ricimer, and his life was trodden out on the streets of Rome. For a few months Placidia, the daughter of Eudoxia, then occupies the throne. At Constantinople, to which she went with her mother from her Vandal captivity, she married the wealthy noble Olybrius. He had fled from Rome when it was looted by the Vandals, and had little mind to exchange the safe luxury of Constantinople for its uneasy throne when Ricimer offered it to him. It is said that Placidia impelled him. It was a fatal adventure. They entered Rome in the train of Ricimer's troops, but Olybrius succumbed to that atmosphere of death in a few months, and we have not time to discern the features of Eudoxia's daughter before she sinks into the large category of obscure imperial widows. His successor, Glycerius, a puppet of the chief commander, seems to have had no wife. A competitor appeared immediately, and he exchanged the uncertain scepter of the Western Empire for the solid crosier of a bishop. One faint and shadowy empress crosses the scene before the curtain falls. Once more the Eastern court had provided Italy, which was now the Western Roman Empire, with a ruler. Julius Nepos set up his court at Ravenna, and had for empress a niece of Verina, the empress of the East. But the barbarian leaders of the barbarian army, the only army that remained in the service of Rome, resented the Eastern intruder and marched on Ravenna. Nepos fled ignominiously, and one reads with interest, though not without reserve, that he was put to death by his predecessor, Bishop Glycerius. The fate of his wife is unknown, and the last empress of the western provinces entirely escapes our search. The tattered purple was offered to the commander Orestes. He refused it, and allowed them to place it on the shoulders of his young son, 476. The name of this pretty and innocuous boy united, as if in mockery, the names of Romulus and Augustus. To later times his pathetic figure is known as Augustulus. His father was slain by the troops immediately afterwards, because he refused to distribute 1/3 of the soil of Italy between them. The empire was now a mere phrase, Rome a plaything of the barbarians, whom it had cowed for 500 or 600 years. Odoacer, the latest leader of the troops, bade the child put off his purple mantle and be gone. And some time afterwards, so low had Rome fallen that the year of this impressive consummation cannot accurately be determined, forced the Senate to abolish the imperial succession in the West. Italy became the kingdom of a barbarian. Britain, Gaul, Germany, and Spain were turned into the battlegrounds of those fierce tribes who, after the violence and darkness of the Middle Ages, would in their turn scatter the seed of civilization over the earth. The gallery of Western empresses was closed by the irrevocable hand of fate, and the long, quaint gallery of the Byzantine empresses was thrown open. End of Chapter 21. The Last Empresses of the West. End of The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. This has been a LibriVox recording.